mechanics and new, just awesome things to talk about here with Unleashed. Starting off with the XP mechanic. This is a brand new one. We're having an additional resource here to generate and actually be able to spend and even build up to increase your level here. Amy, what are you thinking about XP?
I think XP is not only a fantastic mechanic moving forward, but also something that allows you to circumvent the style of gameplay that you're forcing your opponent through. You're forcing them through rings that they haven't had to jump through before. Yep. You're forcing them to play the game not to lose, because the advantage you gain from gaining XP and the generation of that XP can be so vital and can be crushing if your opponent leaves it unchecked.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I like, it is a mini game, and XP can be its own mini game. Whether you are getting XP to spend with cards like Kha'Zix and legends like Kha'Zix, or if you're trying to get up to a higher level with Master Yi and other cards like that, that is really awesome. Another mechanic in the XP vein, and it's actually one of the premier ways to get XP in Unleashed, is Hunt. So when you're conquering or holding with a Hunt unit, you're going to be getting XP equal to its Hunt value. So if it's got Hunt 2, you conquer, you're getting 2 Hunt. If you hold, even if you hold, you're getting 2 XP there.
I think that's a fantastic note, because being able to hunt to gain XP is going to allow people to bolster that XP faster. They're going to be gaining it quicker than potentially their opponents can handle. And again, we're creating that extra mini game. Okay, I've entered the fray with a unit that can hunt, like Moss Stomper, and that is going to force my opponent's hand. They might have to change what they were going to do on their turn. They're going to have to react, because if I gain too much XP, especially if we're talking about that Master Yi, you can go up to a whopping level 16 for an additional effect, which we had a little look earlier, is phenomenal. You're going to want to make sure that you're preventing your opponent from being able to get up to those straights. Yeah,
and I think XP is going to be a fun one, because if you're building the XP deck, you know how exciting and strong that ability is. If you're playing against that, if your opponent is playing against you, they might not know. They're like, oh, what is this XP thing? I'll just let you have it. And then all of a sudden you're playing a gigantic Master Yi that can't be targeted, and all of a sudden the game is over.
You've got this unstoppable movable force of Master Yi in front of you, like, oh, Kikoki, what now, friend? And I think that's the thing. The mechanic just adds an extra level. It adds almost an extra win condition, which I like. You're kind of using that as an extra win condition, in that if you do make this unstoppable, immovable wall that your opponent can't get through, then you've essentially won the game, because you're going to get the points you need to close it out. Yeah.
And the biggest thing for me is XP, even if you're playing the deck, you're planning to play it when Unleashed releases, if you're building these XP decks, we're not really sure at a competitive level, at a casual level, how strong XP is going to be yet. We don't know how fast we're going to be able to generate it. So it's like, if you can get an early amount of XP, how good is that? And it's going to be really fun to figure that out. What's maybe very fun if you're playing it, and not fun if it happens to you, is being ambushed by units. And no spoilers for another video we recorded, but I may have been ambushed a few times here. This is an ability that allows you to play units directly to a battlefield where you already have units. You can come in and I'll just say it. It was Vi. I got Vi'd. I got punched right in the face with Vi. Tell me a little bit about Ambush, Amy.
Honestly, Ambush was a fantastically fun new keyword to unveil with Unleashed. It's very powerful and allows you to have that element of surprise that we're used to from hidden units, but actually we haven't had the opportunity to explore on the kind of heftier units that we're able to put straight into a battlefield, adding to the fray. You don't need it in your base. It doesn't need to be ready. It can just hop straight in, and you can get some catastrophic levels of extra damage in with that.
Yeah, and we saw a unit that didn't technically have ambush in Spirit Forge, which was Rengar. This is a whole mechanic dedicated to Rengar. We're even getting Rengar in Unleashed, which is really cool as well. So if you were already ready and knew how to play around Rengar before, good for you. I am not you in this case. So we're going to all be learning this together, which is going to be super fun. There's a couple other mechanics in Unleashed that aren't necessarily gigantic ones, but are really cool new additions. We've taken some abilities that were in the game and are now keyworded. The first one is Backline, which is kind of like the opposite of tank, where you have to be damaged last and not first. So what do you think about that one, Amy?
I like it. We did have snippets of Backline in previous sets.
Yes.
We have had that, but now there is an assigned keyword that not only implies that we're going to have more going forward, but also I think it simplifies things. It makes everyone know in an instant what that is providing to that unit. And I think that gives us that ability to kind of work your sequencing of your play to its max. You know exactly what you're going to be putting in and what's going to survive and what's not. You're not giving your opponent choices. And that's a really key memento. Kind of, you need to keep up the pace of the game and being able to force your opponent's hand and not let them have the choice of which unit is going to remain at the battlefield is huge.
Yeah, it's just another Unleashed is really unleashing a lot of new angles of play in Riftbound, which is really cool. Not just being able to go in, trade your unit for exactly what you want is very cool there. Another mechanic here is Predict, which allows you to, is an ability on units. When you play them, you can look at the top cards of your deck and you can recycle one if you want. This is going to give you a lot of more card selection and be able to set up those draws for you.
Yeah, well, so we've got a lot of new ways in which we can trigger Predict. We've had Predict before, but not as you've known it before. We've now bringing a lot more with Unleashed, and actually we can trigger it from battlefields. We can trigger it on kind of more units in interesting ways. And again, I think that unlocks more for the future as well. Predict is very strong, being able to cipher through the deck a little bit faster. Gain knowledge is very valuable, and so I think it's something that going forward is going to be very, very strong, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking at that battlefield thinking, ooh, that is very tempting. Yeah,
and it's like deceptively strong. It's like, oh, you just get to look at one card. That's not a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Speaking of a lot, coming from a little, it's not a new mechanic, but we have our very first one-drop unit, Determined Sentry. I have been determined to make this card work because I am an aggro player, and this is the most aggro card that we have seen in Riftbound.
Cheap and cheerful is the way to go in Riftbound. We need it. We need that early game, impulsive unit. We want to be able to get into as many battlefields as we can as quickly as possible. Whether you're going first or second, a one-cost unit is impactful. Being able to play multiple units going first, or going second, being able to play a one-cost and a two-cost unit is huge, and it's going to change the pace of the game. Yeah.
We're going to see some very aggressive body decks coming up in Unleashed, and I'm very excited to be the one playing those. Let's shift the focus from units and mechanics to new legends. We've got a few here that we're going to talk about. One is, this is maybe the most exciting legend that I've seen in all of Riftbound, and this is LeBlanc. You're getting to make reflection tokens of units. And with her signature spell, you can even make reflection tokens of your opponent's units. What are your initial thoughts on LeBlanc, Amy?
My initial thoughts are the potential feels endless. Your opponent not only needs to be careful that their own units can't be used against them with a copy, but you also have to be knowledgeable in what LeBlanc can copy on their own side and manage those units effectively. It's going to be a lot of mind games with LeBlanc. A lot of mind games, because not only am I having to make sure that my own units aren't too big so that they can't get copied, so they can't be used against me, but I've also got to be able to score points. So where's the limit?
Right. Yeah. It is going to be a mind game, like you said, when playing against LeBlanc, but something a little bit lighter, maybe some cats and dogs and poros and birds. How about Ivern? We've got our first tag legend. Well, maybe not our first because we had Rumble, but a new tag legend in Ivern. What are your thoughts on Ivern?
I love Ivern. I love Ivern so much. I'm really excited to play. I'm definitely going to be building a deck that cycles around Ivern, bringing extra power to those dogs, cats, birds, and all those lovely critters by replacing the battlefield.
Yeah.
The first time we've had a battlefield manipulation in Riftbound, able to replace it with their own bush.
So good. And I mean, this is definitely the first time we've had battlefield manipulation, and it's definitely the only battlefield manipulation in the whole set, right? There's not a way to make new.
Oh wait, I'm sorry to break it to you. There is Baron Nasher who can add a third battlefield. So not only do we have the potential of Brush coming in and replacing a battlefield, we also have a third which can enter the fray when Baron Nasher comes to play.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. This is something that I thought of as a random thought many months ago before set 1 even came out. Like, what could they possibly do that would be unique to Riftbound? And that's adding battlefields is such a crazy thing. And what a better, more iconic monster to have that on than Baron Nasher. And Baron Nasher is iconic for that reason in this set, but also is the first card we have seen at the ultimate rarity, which is actually living just a few feet over from us. I need to go check it out after this interview, but
if I disappear suddenly, you know exactly where I am.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I saw that card for the very first time today.
Yeah.
And I was so blown away. You looked at me and went, yeah, I know what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's Baron, isn't it? Baron, right? Yeah.
Blown away. Beautiful artwork, stunning, brand new rarity.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how everyone reacts when they get to pull their first.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I pull my first and second and third in rapid succession, I'm hoping. That is going to be a fun one to collect for sure. And speaking of collection, we got this is something that we saw teased on the Bone Shiver promos from Bologna. This is a new way to show alternate art cards, or really a new way to show text on alternate cards, or rather a new way to not show text on alternate cards. So we are now on alternate rarity cards. We are no longer seeing the reminder text on these cards. So now it's a cleaner look. We're not seeing all that reminder text saying what Assault does, what Backline does. All that is taken off for these alternate art cards. Now, the regular rarities are still going to have all the reminder text, so if you're a new player or need to show it off, you can do that. But for the alt arts, we're looking at a clean look here.
We get to enjoy that artwork in all of its glory, just the keywords. It's got a really clean look to it.
Yep.
And I can't wait to see how that affects the look of the artwork, because we get to see that undisturbed bottom of the artwork, which usually is slightly obscured by the text. So I'm really excited to see those come into play and to see how streamlined a deck looks.
Right. We're going to start looking less like game pieces and more like fully fledged art, which is really, really cool. I'm a max rarity type of person, so I'm very excited about that. But last thing that we want to talk about here for Unleashed is a brand new product that is coming out, and these are the vaults. Amy, tell us about the vaults.
So the vaults are really something special. You not only get 6 booster packs, but you also get 36 runes, obviously very essential for building your decks. Yep. But the first time we've had 3 full art tokens, but they're also double-sided. So you're getting a full art on both sides. They're going to be stunning. You also get some dividers so that all of your new cards can be kept nice and tidy. Yep. And so it's a great product for new and old players alike.
Yeah, it's a great product. We've seen I just know from my local game store, one of the biggest choke points is I've seen people literally printing out runes because they didn't have them. They didn't have enough. They didn't get enough packs. That's fine. Now we've got a nice way for people to get runes. I did fortunately bring in some extra runes for those players when I saw that. I'm like, that's not acceptable. But now we're going to have a nice way for people to get these runes and all these other awesome products in at their LGS. But that is a quick little wrap on at least some of the things that we can look forward to in Unleashed, coming to your local game store soon. I'm very excited to play Unleashed, and I hope you are too.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to RQ Lille. I'm Blevins. That's Amy. And wait, where's my hat? I just had it on 2 seconds. And I'm wearing something different, too.
I think I must have seen a Poro just nab off with it before we came over. I'm sorry. I should have run after him.
Well, we were busy changing into completely new clothes here, but we are ready to cast some action here, Amy, and we've got an awesome match here, a Clash of the Titans. We've got Draven.
You know him. You love him. You love to hate him.
There we go.
It's very standard Draven. We love to see it. A powerful deck hit by the bans, but still has phenomenal power. We know how explosive the deck can be. At this point, it's a classic. We know it well. Going up against Daughter of the Void.
It's Kai'Sa. Wow. And right off the bat, I'm seeing not 1, not 2, but 3 time warps. That is a lot of time warps. That is 30 energy worth of card. And of course, the Get Exciteds as well, because you're not always going to be casting those. Sometimes you're going to be throwing them at your opponent's units, but we have got players already set. You love when you don't have to wait for an awesome match like this.
Speaking about getting excited, that's exactly what we're doing as we run into this round 5 here at the regional qualifiers in Lille. And we're rocking and rolling straight on with a Draven turn, I believe, going first. Oh, no. Am I wrong? Oh, we're mulliganing, a very important stage at this. No, we are Draven first, but mulligan's so important to get that right starting hand, and an overzealous fan is a fantastic way to do that if you're Draven.
Absolutely. You want to have that early pressure, though. You know, 2 might units are not usually long for this world against Kai'Sa. They have a lot of answers to that. At even a single energy, we, of course, have our good friend Hextech Ray, who he doesn't like the cut of your jib. He's going to be shocking down those small units for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's their expertise. But for now, just a plundering Poro. And moving back over to Vins, who's got just an overzealous fan, just pondering what to do next. Overzealous fan is a fantastic unit, not only to score those early points, but also to give a little bit of pushback to the more aggressive style decks who like to come in and challenge that. Kai'Sa, much more on the spell removal side of things, so a little bit tougher to deal with if you're Vins, but going with that stacked deck, one of the most powerful cards we've seen in Chaos, and continuing to prove exactly why it's in practically every single deck.
Yeah, it's a card. It can't possibly be bad, right? Because it just turns into whatever card you need, all right? That's just how it is. You look at the top 3, you put one in your hand. How could it possibly be better? We're going to see it cast here, and I'm curious. This turn right here is actually going to show the game plan of Draven for this match. Are they going to go in now, try to get that early point or not? They are playing around the Hextech Ray. I kind of had a thought that this might happen, not wanting to open themselves up to that early removal.
I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a unusual move for Draven not to be the aggressor, but in this instance, you know what you're up against. The legend's right there. So it's smart at this point to take it easy, play around the Hextech, and then once you've got enough, but it's not going to stop a falling star. So unfortunately, those overzealous fans were just that, rather overzealous, and regardless, were taken down. Essentially a board wipe, and now another plundering Poro hits the board. Of course, we gained a gold token from the initial one, conquering, and now we're into a Ferris Forerunner. Yeah. Wow.
Ferris Forerunner, great. I mean, an amazing card. So much might packed into a single card, but we're behind. We are on the back foot here on the side of Draven. We're getting that very important second point, hitting those even thresholds so that we're ahead on point tempo, and now it is the ball is in the court of Kai'Sa.
Benadryl is in a very, very strong position here. Although you might think, Amy, there's only 2 Poro on the board, don't be dramatic. We've already got 2 points. We can keep these Poros safe, much safer than Draven can keep their units, and we're coming in with a Ferris Forerunner of our own.
Yeah, you know, there's not a lot of great answers to a Ferris Forerunner, but playing your own is not a bad one for sure. And we see both of these players respecting the point tempo, saying, I don't need to take this third point for nothing. I don't need to throw away my Poro, give Draven a free card. I got my 2 points. I will get 2 more points next turn. We'll figure out how to do it. But Battle of the Forerunners.
Hey, you know, earlier I said that we needed a counter for the sand tokens. I think we need one for this match, just for Ferris Forerunners.
I think that there may be confetti and balloons that fall from the ceiling if there are 4 runners. I think that is that was a secret achievement of this stream that I just made up and have revealed now. Can we see it? This is a possibility. I don't know if I've ever seen it in my entire life.
No, I don't think so either. And I think this might be, other than playing a casual game with Rumble, although there is a Rumble doing well in this event right now, I don't think I'll have seen as many mech token potential out either recently.
Hopefully we haven't. I might have to run off stage and hand production a few of my mech tokens if all of these Forerunners pop.
Oh my gosh, I've legitimately never seen this many. And that is because they do just give so much raw power. They feel rather kind of wall-like. They're really difficult to deal with. We do have the singularity. And we can do that to both Ferris Forerunner, which will push them out. It will allow the mech tokens to be created, but it'll get them out of that battlefield.
No.
Wait.
We're at Trifarian War Camp. I was wondering.
Gives them extra.
I was thinking, what is this Trifarian War Camp? And I was trying to figure it out before I brought it up, but we are seeing the value here right now. We are trading. I mean, 1 Forerunner for 2 Forerunners, not a bad trade.
I'd say it's a good trade. I'd be happy with that trade.
Yeah, but the problem is that the might is still there.
It is.
Did see, I believe, a falling star in the hand of the Kai'Sa, and as we saw there, I mean, that War Camp does give you the break point to keep those mechs alive, to keep the Forerunners alive. You kind of have to cash it in now, even though it's full price, which Kai'Sa usually does not pay.
Oh no, Kai'Sa really loves the discount.
Yeah.
She's in that discount aisle most of the time.
She's clipping the coupons for sure.
But not on this account. No, now it is time to fight back and put your opponent on even stead. Make sure they've got the same amount of mechs as you got.
Now, this is potentially the first turn that we will see a card drawn from the Draven ability, which is a key thing in these high-level Draven matchups. You know, people talk about how Draven's Legend ability is very, very strong. It gets a lot less strong when you are actively trying to prevent your opponent from drawing cards. We see a card drawn here, which is obviously going to be very good, but is it enough? I mean, we're still behind on the side of Vince. The point tempo is still in the favor of the Kai'Sa player here, and this next turn is definitely going to be pivotal.
Benadryl has a very tough job here now, not only to deal with the mechs in those battlefields, but they just need to push forward enough to stop Vince from kind of holding. I feel like if you need to prevent Vince from getting that whole point here, you want to be on 4 before Vince is on 4.
Yes.
Quite desperately. That is going to change the tempo of the game considerably.
And we see Tide Turner to possibly swap some things out. We see a switcheroo that could potentially be hidden, a spinning axe, which can be a combat trick there. I mean, there's a lot of trickiness here on the side of Draven, and we'll see if Benadryl is going to be able to navigate this turn unscathed.
Kai'Sa comes into play. Now it feels like a bit of a mirror match. I can see Kai'Sa's everywhere. But you're right. Benadryl's doing a great job here of demonstrating how Kai'Sa has always been able to dance around the mechanics of Draven. You're not allowing them to win combat by simply not being in combat. You're taking points when the battlefields are empty. You're clearing them beforehand, and then not allowing Draven to have that card draw that he is so famously known for.
Absolutely here. And this is one of my favorite things about the hidden mechanic and about these decks that run hidden cards is that, you know, this is not an open deck list. Benadryl does not know exactly every single card that is in Vin's deck. And even if they did, there are multiple possible hidden cards that this hidden card can be, and it's really tough to play around all of them.
I think we're just going to go in. We're going to see what the hidden card is the old-fashioned way, actually. Just go on in, couple of mechs, off they trot. It's the remnants of the Ferris Forerunner bottling it together and staggering on over. It's Tide Turner!
It is Tide Turner. which means we get to swap in a Kai'Sa. Okay, so now we are currently winning the combat. We're going to see a Stupefy.
Kai'Sa feeling a little bit worse for wear there. Lost a brain cell, and we get to draw a card.
I really wish that they would have just called the card Bonk on the head. I think that...
We have Thwomp.
We do have Thwonk. We've got Wallop.
Yeah.
But just good old, just Bonk on the head. I think that would have...
I mean, the
art is bonk. He's getting bonked on the head.
Bonked, yeah. I mean, there's the future, right? Game devs, listen
True.
up.
True. That one's free, right?
All right, Spinning Axe usually goes on a Draven. This time, Kai'Sa, really great use of this gear. That's the word I was going for. Gosh, a really
there's
great.
So many ways you could have gone there. I was wondering where we're going.
No, great use of this gear, regardless of its target, other than maybe a mech, I don't know. But still, Kai'Sa's a great use of Spinning Axe as well, but unfortunately didn't stick around to tell the tale. But the Spinning Axe does.
The Spinning Axe does stick around this turn, and this is a notable... It's a notable thing here because a lot of times when I see players shortcut the Spinning Axe, they say, oh, when it becomes unequipped, I just put it right in the trash. Because a lot of times if it happens on your opponent's turn, it ends up going to the trash, so they shortcut it. But when it's still your turn,
you get that back.
Temporary. It happens at the next beginning phase. You can re-equip that right now if you so desire.
If you need it or you want it, it's available. Now it goes away.
Now it goes away.
But we did get to keep those mechs in the battlefield, and that's where this is changing everything. Vin's now on 5 points. We only needed really to get to 4 to have the momentum in our favor in this match. And now Benadre on the back foot is going to be struggling uphill constantly throughout this showdown to try and see if they can take over and put a chink in the armor that Vin's has put up in front of him.
Yeah, now normally you want to get to those even break points, but if you happen to get to an odd break point, it's not a problem.
No.
It's just you don't want to overcommit to do it. Here, well, Vince just kind of naturally, just kind of happened at 5, and now they're going to be able to either spend next turn only needing to get 1 point, or they can potentially conquer both points and then present that fork of needing to conquer both battlefields on the side of a Kai'Sa, which is really... it's a tough one to conquer.
Speaking of Kai'Sa, there's one fewer on the board now as she succumbs to a falling star, something we've seen already today and might see many times over. And a Kai'Sa reappears on the other side of the board as Vin's reestablishes their own.
Yeah, which side is playing Kai'Sa? I saw a falling star followed by a Kai'Sa. What is Vin's playing again?
I suppose that's the glory of having similar colors in your deck. You can go ahead and utilize Kai'Sa in either. Okie dokie. Let's see if Benadre can use this turn to come back. We've got a lot of power on the board. We've got a lot of runes that can be used. But do we have the cards in hand to fight back? A battlefield, we've got our Trifarian War Camp with obviously some extra tough units on there and a hidden card. There is Void Gate, which is open, but so far not much that's going to knock Vin's out of that top battlefield, which again, if they keep it, going to 6 can be quite troublesome.
Yep, we see a Pouty Poro come down as well, so the board development turn.
We got some Yordle, we got some Poro. That's what we want to see. Some of my faves.
Oh, very strong. And there it is. Another falling star. That is going to kill. It's going to threaten to kill Tide Turner. Not the mech, though. Again, Trifarian War Camp doing a lot of work here.
Putting in so much work. What I do like about the falling star here is that if you were to take out the mech as well, obviously the hidden card would also go away, and then you just don't have to worry about that. Looks like we're considering, no, we're just going to pass it over. I don't love that falling star didn't have its optimum full potential. We weren't using it to full effect. It would have been nice if we could have finished off the mech, but I appreciate the hidden card's scary. Right.
Well, and it begs the question of why not point both of the targets at the mech, but of course, you know, War Camp is one that I have not seen in Draven yet, so I'm not surprised. I certainly would have made similar plays there and had similar regrets about making said plays, but we're seeing here that 7th point scored from Vins, now presenting both of these battlefields threatening to win on the hold.
Draven, once again, showing how scary it can be. Although these decks work in a similar way, more falling star! The stars are falling all over the stage today because we've had so many.
I'm looking around and making sure that nothing is landing on my head. So many falling stars.
Yeah, go careful. You haven't got a hat anymore.
I know, my hat is gone. The stars are falling. Call me Chicken Little or something, and the showboat in the backline to say, you know what, I am absolutely massive right now. I'm going to have a gigantic unit in the backline regardless of what happens, and it is an uphill battle from Benadre here.
I love this unit. Being able to kind of hold on until late game, my might is increased via points. That alone is a humongous jump in might for one single unit, and being able to threaten that when you know something like a Watcher's about to come out. Here they are.
Yep, there's a Watcher, which reduces the might of all those mechs, but I believe we saw a switcheroo earlier. I'm not sure if that was the hidden card or not. It would be excessively effective right now. If it is, and it looks like it is.
Switcheroo. Gonna swap the might of those two units, and we're gonna shuffle up for the next game as Vince takes Kai'Sa by storm, bringing Draven back into the limelight.
Yeah, I don't know if I've never seen Warcamp in Draven. Maybe I'm just not keeping my eyes on the tech here enough, but I don't know if I've seen a battlefield be that impactful.
I loved it.
In a battlefield that's like not Dreaming Tree or Obelisk. Like that was, I've not seen Warcamp be that strong in a matchup before.
It was so effective. It made it really difficult. It made it even more difficult to deal with a Ferris Forerunner.
Right. I mean, yeah, you don't need to do much, which is crazy. But we see here sideboard for events. We got a Rebuke, another switcheroo, hard bargain against the odds. A couple of Mind Splitters. Thermo Beam probably not coming in. Of course, that Falling Star. I mean, we saw, I think, the full complement of Falling Stars. 2 in Vin's deck and 3, I'm imagining, in... Well, we saw 3 get played, so 3 on the side of Kai'Sa as well. So a lot of Falling Stars here. And there's a super Falling Star in the sideboard of Benadre. That is the Athian Rain.
A card which, especially in Origins, was very, very firmly in that Kai'Sa deck, but has kind of lost favor in modern decks. But still a great card, and still very reasonable to have it in your side deck ready for the appropriate matchups. I don't think this is one of them personally. I think maybe Get Excited is something I'd consider putting more of in now, because again, you're avoiding combat and you're dealing pure damage. You're not reducing, you're just going, here's a butt ton of damage. Can you do anything about it? And then it's one of those ways that you can kind of get around the increased might of like a showboat and things like that. So I think, you know, to balance things out, you might be thinking, actually, do I put some more high cost things in the deck, but then actually have it Get Excited as well, so I can either, I can use them both ways. I can either pitch it away, or I can use it for its usual cost and use.
Yeah, and Get Excited is, the first time I saw Get Excited in Kai'Sa, my mind was blown, because I'm like, why would you're not playing Jinx? And it's like, oh, you get an extra mode off of your Time Warp. That is insane. It's a card that you already want to be playing, at least in some matchups some of the time. And it's like, the matchups is bad. It's just 10 damage to a unit, which is, I mean, obviously insanely good, especially when you're dealing with the Draven. When you can kill a Draven Showboat at full
might, that's something else. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the things that makes me get excited about Get Excited, because it's one of those cards that has flexibility. Oh gosh, no, I've drawn loads of cards, but all I've got is my 10 sort of cost cards. What do I do? Oh, wait a minute, I could just go, we'll just use them anyway, but with Get Excited. And it just gives you that flexibility. It's they're not stuck in your hand. It's not something clogging your play. It's actually enhancing it, even when you can't use it yet.
Yeah, we've seen many Kaisas have games where they, they're casting a progress day, they're playing all of their lecturing yordles and such, keeping that hand full. And a lot of times you're not able to play all the cards.
No, you haven't got enough for all of them cards.
No.
But what you can do is utilize them in other ways, and I love that flexibility.
Yep. All right, as we jump into game number 2, Treasure Hoard on the side of Draven, Candlelit Sanctum on the side of Kaisa here. Kaisa, I believe, going to be opting to go first and is at a 1-game deficit. They're going to be trying to scrabble their way back in and bring us to a game 3.
Great choices, I think, from both players in Battlefields here. Both looking to strengthen their own play, but will it be too much? Will they give their opponents too much as well? It's what I'm always rubbish at picking my own battlefield because I never want to give my opponent a great effect. And I'm always thinking, oh, I'm going to be really annoying and play this battlefield. And then I realize, oh, I have to go there too.
Yeah, it's like every time you conquer this, you're going to have to channel, or you're going to have to recycle. Oh, wait.
Oh, me too.
It's both players. Oh.
But these are both really advantageous, so each player is really going to want to be going in there, which might be beneficial for Vins wanting to maybe get in a scuffle or two.
Yeah, it turns out Draven likes combat. Surprise, surprise. Draven also likes spending power, and Treasure Hunter is a way to get those treasures, and even the Treasure Hoard, I mean, over-indexing on making those gold tokens. We've seen value generated from gold tokens. We've seen, cards that make gold tokens be fine. We've not really seen an over-index, an overhaul on gold tokens like we're seeing here. I mean, Treasure Hunter into Treasure Hoard, that is a lot of gold.
That's a lot of treasure, and treasure it is, because it does help us in so many ways to be able to hold resources, hold on to them, not let them go, and that can be the difference between winning and losing, is who has more resources, who can play those cards. Well, if I've got more energy, I can probably do it. And
it makes a lot of sense considering, I mean, we saw two main deck Falling Stars on the side of Draven, and of course, unlike Kaisa, has to pay full price every time, but if you can spend some of that gold to get value from your Falling Stars, that's, I mean, like I said, it's a small thing, it's an incremental thing, but it adds up over time.
Hugely. Both players, equal energy, equal gold. Who's going to make the best use of it?
Well, it was equal gold.
All right. I'll eat my words.
With a Treasure Hunter, it's never equal gold unless there's a Treasure Hunter on the other side. In this case, of course, not the case. With the Plundering Pora, which is a bigger unit but does not generate gold at the same clip. So we're going to see a little bit of a gold advantage on the side of Vins. Deciding, so this is already an interesting difference between this meta and the previous meta. If it were the previous pre-ban meta, we'd see 4 energy. We'd be playing our chosen champion. Now we've actually got decisions to make with 4 energy.
What?
It's crazy.
Wow. The deck doesn't play itself. I mean, no, that's fantastic. And we're going ahead and hiding a card, Mysterious, one of the most fantastic mechanics in this game as well, just to bring that element of surprise to a battlefield, being able to hide information from your opponent, whether it be in your hand, whether it be, like we say, a hidden card. But one way to circumvent a hidden card being activated can be to take out the unit that is protecting the battlefield.
Yep, and this does play around a lot of the range of cards. Tide Turner, this is not super great against, or Tide Turner's not super great against this. Edge of Night does not do anything. Switcheroo is very bad if this is a Switcheroo. So there's a lot. This Hextech Ray is coming in quite clutch and is just getting the 2 when it was Switcheroo. Oh, disaster.
Disaster. That is what you don't want to see, is a hidden card get torn apart. If the unit that is at the battlefield is destroyed, then unfortunately there is nothing holding on to that hidden card, and it also must go. So off Switcheroo goes to the trash. Unfortunately not able to utilize it as successfully as last game.
Yep. And as we see Kai'Sa develops, gets to play Chosen Champion. Kai'Sa, let's play that in the backline. Of course, there is the Falling Star possibility that we saw from Vins, but if you're one for wanting with a Kai'Sa, obviously you'd rather have your Kai'Sa, but you're okay. You've got quite a bit of a board here. The Pouty Poro's not putting on too much pressure. That's putting Vins, it's spending both of Vins' gold here, so I think they'd probably be okay with it if it happened. I
agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Both players are trying to build up this board. Benadre has managed to kind of really dismantle Vin's original plan for this turn, and now it's can he rebuild? Because if not, one Poro ain't going to cut it, and we can't rebuild as thoroughly as we'd like to, having to prematurely bring Draven Showboat in.
That is certainly a sign of weakness. If you are spending your turn to play a 4 might, no additional abilities Draven Showboat on this turn of the game, that has got to be a green flag for Benadre here. It's a matter of how best can they take advantage of this opening. And we're going to start with Kai'Sa. Go ahead and conquer the Candlelit Sanctum, which if you're new here and you've not had this interaction come up before, you get to stack the abilities how you'd like, so you can actually do the Candlelit Sanctum, look at the top 2, recycle 1 up to 2 of them, and then you can draw the card from Kai'Sa. So you can basically set up the deck how you want and then draw that card right away.
I'd say that's pretty powerful. That's a pretty nice little combo there. And honestly, you can't get a lot better than that. It's like a stacked deck, but with a little extra oomph. Ooh,
the Falling Star killing the Draven, and it was spent with 2 gold, or was spent with a gold and the Kai'Sa ability. Though the coupons have been clipped here, and unfortunately, so is Draven.
Oh, ow. That feels so bad. Your Chosen Champion is the unit that you want to rely on. It's your fallback. They're your right-hand guy, and Draven just didn't stick around long enough to not only not be very useful, but also be incredibly lackluster when it comes to the amount of power that he was able to push out. Vins is severely on the back foot now. That Candlelit Sanctum is stacked. We've now got a Ferris Forerunner. We've established how difficult that is to remove. And a Kai'Sa. We've got a Poro and a Yordle in base to back them up. This is becoming quite the tussle.
Okay, we're starting with a Rebuke.
Who are we sending back? Ferris?
We're sending good old Ferris here, and then a Spinning Axe to combat the Kai'Sa.
On a Poro! I can't imagine a Poro with a massive Spinning Axe, but he's made it work, and Kai'Sa's down.
And best way to deal with the Ferris Forerunner is, of course, Rebuke. Kai'Sa getting outmighted by a Spinning Axe. And, oh, by the way, Draven gets a draw card to boot, so huge swing turn here.
Massive. Not only being able to deal with 2 massive units, but also being able to stick around in there. Grab a point of our own, conquer, draw a card, Candlelit Sanctum. Its effect now in your control. Another Pouty Poro, you know, it's been a good egg now. We're going to put another one down. And now Benadre can go ahead and start their turn. They can replay that Ferris Forerunner, but it is a hefty cost. So let's see if they've got any other actions they'd like to take instead.
Yeah, redeveloping the Forerunner, always good, but we've seen a few cards and a Candlelit Sanctum proc happen from the side of Vins, which, you know, one Rebuke may lead to another Rebuke, which may lead to a game number 3 not happening, but there it is.
Get
excited.
What are we going to choose to discard? We're going to deal exactly the amount of damage equal to the card that we discard's cost.
Yep.
To, I imagine, the Pouty Poro with that big axe. And we're using the Ferris Forerunner. That's a unusual decision, in my opinion, but a very effective one in this instance.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just need to get the Poro off the battlefield. It does also get the Spinning Axe off as well, so not as egregious of a toss of value there. But also, value doesn't matter if you lose the game or if it causes you to win the game. So you really don't need to worry too much about that. Kai'Sa will get the cards back, and I'm sure they can find another Forerunner if they need it.
I'm sure they can. That Ferris Forerunner is another one.
And there it is.
Two in the hand. Oh my gosh, I had no need to worry. I should believe in Benadryl some more. Look at me, egg on my face.
Still had all these Forerunners. And speaking of a couple Forerunners, see another one in the hand of Vins as well, but also a Mind Splitter too. So I'm going to have to see which they are going to go with on this turn. I imagine one is going to come down here, but I guess we shall see.
Yeah, we've got almost quite similar board states at this stage. We've managed to catch up. Okay, Ferris Forerunner down, and it is just a pass over to Benadryl, who's going to go up to 5 points from the hold on the Candlelit Sanctum. And in a pretty strong position, we've got some heavy units. We've got Yordlin base, 1 gold, plenty of runes. Now it's just what's in the hand to be able to keep this a position. We're ahead. We want to stay there.
Yeah, what do we have to do that? Oh, that's I see a time warp.
I do see a time warp.
And that can certainly end the game relatively quickly here if they're able to cast it.
Ooh, might be a Bryn here this turn. And then kind of get ready for a time warp. Oh no, we're just, oh my goodness gracious. We're just gonna play all the guys. We're gonna establish a huge board. Difficult for Draven to deal with in one go when we've only got a Ferris Forerunner and a Poro.
Yeah, and you know, much like Kai'Sa or some of these other interactive decks, Draven tends to want to conquer and then leave up energy to represent tricks. Draven obviously makes very good use of Bryn here, but it's also quite good against Draven, so it might catch Vins off guard here if they are, you know, going to play, if they're going to conquer here and then potentially leave up interaction. Bryn here may be a pretty big punish if that does happen.
Very much could be. Ferris Forerunner going into Candlelit Sanctum, taking up to 5, trying to stay on par, but looking ahead, looking at the turns in the future, we can see well, an army over the other side on the base.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking over the hill like, oh, that's a lot of guys.
A lot of weird, fluffy things over there. What are they doing?
What's happening? And they're all going to start maneuvering towards the battlefield soon. So, as you say, Vins might kind of leave. No, they're not going to leave these standing. Mind Splitter comes out, and we get to see the Bryn here and the Time Warp. Which do you take?
The shrug of, there's no good answer here, is there?
Yeah, no. Oh, gosh. That is ferocious. What a Mind Splitter. We've gone for the Bryn here.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that is not a good day if you're Benadryl.
Yeah, well, now we're going to move the Poro back. We've got a lot of might in the back line. The good news for Vins is that if the Time Warp does come out, there's not much else that can be done in this turn.
We can't win on this turn with Time Warp alone, necessarily.
Right. We've got 7 and 6. We have...
We can take the battlefields.
Yeah.
I suppose, and then...
4, 6, 7.
5.
We're really close. I think we have
We're
exactly
close.
enough. My quick caster maths are we have exactly enough to contest both battlefields if we close our eyes and say Vince has nothing.
Yep. That is the hope.
I think.
That's what we got to do. It's like we were saying earlier. Sometimes you've just got to throw everything at them and hope they don't got it. Oh, but that's going to make a difference.
Yeah, and that is the look of someone who just saw the other person's hand and knows that there was not a Thousand-Tailed Watcher in it just a second ago.
Oh, no.
Well, this math got a lot easier.
Yeah, right. Okay, now we reduce everything by 3 from the other side, and all of a sudden it's a lot easier to contest those battlefields. Makes it a lot harder for Vins to be able to pump the numbers there, so looks like we might be having those battlefields.
Yeah, and Benadryl is, I'm guessing, trying to play around a spinning axe is the one that I would think is reasonable to be able to play around.
I think that is Understandable.
Yep. And
Oh, okay.
out the small units.
Yeah, going for those ones. Taking out the majority.
That is another Watcher
Oh
that
my
is
goodness.
slammed onto the top of the deck.
It was, yeah, I can do that again. That was great.
This
We did.
turn was pretty good. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again, yeah. That's working out quite nicely. And now we can go and try for the other battlefield if we choose. We can't use the Time Warp this turn anyway, so we could just hold on and wait until next turn and do it again. But there is now, of course, 2 mechs and a Poro in base to deal with as well.
Yep.
So might be worth just taking down this Mind Splitter while you've got it reduced already.
Right. I think this attack plays around Spinning Axe for sure. It also plays against Rebuke on the Forerunner. It will be a trade,
We do
which
have
is
the
fine.
Spinning Axe.
Yeah, there is a Spinning Axe, a really heads-up play from
Really heads
Benadre
up.
to say, hey, I don't want to just throw away units for nothing here. Let's think about a card that my opponent could have, and let's pretend like they have it and play accordingly.
Fantastic. Seeing the writing on the wall, seeing that Vince has those 2 energy, Spinning Axe being a very prevalent threat when you're playing against Draven. Knowing that that can come straight down onto that Mind Splitter and really change up the numbers. Actually, it's not quite so. We're still 4 to 10 might on this battlefield unless Vince has a way out of this situation. It could get a little bit sticky. We've still got a lot of power even on the Candlelit Sanctum with 7. So Vince would have a really uphill fight to be able to get through both of them to stop Benadre from getting that whole point.
Yeah, the other consideration, I believe there's a Ride the Wind, and we are actually going to see it. The Mind Splitter, this is basically a expensive flash in this case to Ride the Wind, the Mind Splitter back. It's only a 4 here. It's not going to be getting value. You're going to be conquering anyway. We'll let that happen, and now we at least have a Mind Splitter still in play, and we can actually play the game.
Yeah, that's really wise. It was expensive, but I think it was worth it, considering that we need the might to be able to kick Benadre out of these battlefields. Otherwise, he just wins the game.
Right.
We need to play not to lose at this point, and so we need to start dealing with the threats in front of us, and the only way we're going to do that is with numbers and might.
Yep, absolutely. So we've got 8 in might with the small units, and then we know we have that Spinning Axe, so we can get up to 10 on the Mind Splitter. That will technically be presenting, dealing with this board. Again, if we close our eyes and say Benadre has nothing, but then we probably lose on the crackback.
Yeah.
But we can at least not lose right this second is step number 1.
That's the problem. Like, I mean, yeah, 10 and 7 on each side is really quite troublesome. It's almost like matching our numbers too perfectly. We need that extra oomph.
Right.
I'm not sure if we have it in hand. I know obviously we have the Spinning Axe, but we need kind of 1 extra. We need a little bit more.
Yeah, if we had if we drew another Rebuke, that would be fantastic. If we drew maybe another Spinning Axe, that would be great. But we're going to start here. Looks like we're going to, Cleave. That's a cheaper Spinning Axe in this case.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's kind of exactly what we want. Really low cost, just 1. And we get to make these guys a lot bigger. And then, yep, we're going 8 into 7. Poro survives it. We get the point for conquering. Benadre's out of 1 battlefield. We need the second one.
Yep, we do, of course, get to draw a card from Draven winning combat, and then we get to proc the Candlelit Sanctum. Now, slightly different from Kaisa, the layering and how Draven reads. Long story short, you draw the card first every time with Draven. Kaisa, you can actually choose the ability order because they're both conquers. Draven's when you win combat. I'm not a level 1 judge. You could ask your local judge exactly why that works, but just trust me that it was done correctly here, and you have to draw the card with Draven.
Yeah, that's exactly how that works. So we do now have the extra mech that we didn't need to send in to Candlelit Sanctum, so we can go into Treasure Hoard with both of these if we need to. In an ideal world, we want to keep resources back because we still need that extra push to get us to 8. So in an ideal world, we don't want to use both of these. We want to use a Spinning Axe maybe on 1 and send that in. But in another world, we just need as much as we can because our opponent does have energy left over. They could use it. And we're going on in with both units and the spinning axe, not taking any chances, getting as high up in mighty as we can.
Yeah, but I really like this here. We're putting the spinning axe on the mech. So you would ideally want to choose the Mind Splitter as the unit that you destroy here, but of course that would leaves the spinning axe on the mech here. So we're going to keep the spinning axe around. It's not going to cost an extra power to re-equip. Vin says, staved off defeat, at least for the time being. But Amy, I think we know there is a thousand-tailed watcher that was put on the top from that candlelit sanctum. So
yeah, we did get to put that nicely on the tippity top, and so we do get to grab that back. So we're in a very, very strong position. Going for a falling star, that could make the difference. Now it's going to be a lot more troublesome for Benadre to be able to challenge both battlefields, which he's going to need to do if he wants to pull a win.
Yeah, and it is possible that accelerating the thousand-tailed watcher here would win the game. However, Benadre doesn't necessarily know that, right?
Exactly.
There's cards in hand and energy up, therefore game is not determined. However, I don't know that they're in a position, and in fact, I know that they're not in a position to play around anything. So again, if you can't beat a card that your opponent may have, just pretend like they don't have it and hope that they don't, and make the appropriate attacks.
Will it into existence. Manifest it. They don't have it. They don't.
Oh, not yet. That's a stacked deck.
That is. Let's see if they get what they need. The body language is not giving I got what I wanted. So we're going to scoop it up. Benadre grabs game one by the horns and takes down Draven with Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Oh, game two even.
That was game
Goodness.
two. We get a nice little game of three here. The Battle of the Titans. Draven versus Kai'Sa. And it was a tale of two games there. It felt like in the first game, the Draven was ahead the whole game. It really ended up being like falling star dominance there. Like whoever had the more impactful falling stars ended up taking it down. But we see here the sideboards coming up. Mind Splitters we saw the falling star, of course. I'm wondering, now that we've seen they saw the time warps, I wonder if we're keeping hard bargain. I would imagine we probably had it in anyway, but I think once you see a time warp, it's like, I don't want. If you cast time warp and I hard bargain it, that is a massive swing.
It might even be worth putting more Mind Splitters in just to increase the chance of seeing them, so that you have them when you need them, so you're able to remove effectively from your opponent's hand and keep on top of that, because that was one of the many pivotal points in that game, to be honest. There were so many twists and turns, but one of them was really being able to say, oh, actually, no. Put that away, please.
Yeah, we saw both players actually dealing with respective Ferris Forerunners quite well. I mean, they both are obviously playing Forerunners. They both had Forerunners against each other's Forerunners, and then they were able to deal with at least parts of each other's Forerunners quite well.
After this best of three, I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night going, Falling Star, Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it is certainly it's weird that Falling Star is one of the better ways to deal with a Ferris Forerunner, kind of, but it just feels awful doing it to either side, right? Like if you have to spend the resources to destroy the first half of the Forerunner, they still have the mechs there. And if you spend all this time and energy and effort killing the front half of the Forerunner, and then you still have to spend another 2 cards and 2 power to kill the mechs, it's tough. That card is...
It's so frustrating to play against. When you're playing it and you don't have one to play against, it's like whippy, but not so much when there's multiple on both sides of the board, both being, pretty A-game menaces.
Yeah, well, we see the battlefields for game number 3 here. Targon's Peak on the side of Vin, the Vilemaw's Lair on the side of Benadre. So Targon's Peak is a very, very strong battlefield when you are going first. When you're able to conquer it first, it is really good, and that is exactly what Vin's is going to be going for here. Looking for that early drop to be able to contest that Targon's Peak as early as possible. to be able to get that additional value and those additional runes readied on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, leaving runes available on your opponent's turn is kind of what both of these guys want to be doing. They both really want to leave that threat open, especially with Spinning Axe being, let me think, two energy. So leaving the runes ready for that, fantastic. Really fantastic use of battlefields, but can come back to bite you if you aren't the one utilizing it as much.
Yep.
Nice, easy, usual turn ones from both of these guys. Cheap unit on both sides. We love to see it. Now we're just gonna get straight into building up that pace, and we'll see whether Vince takes a similar approach to game one, where they kind of held back a little bit, but then were able just to overwhelm the board afterwards.
Yeah, we see the hard bargain in hand, so the thought process I would imagine going through Vin's head is, if I attack here, they're going to Hex Tech Ray. If they Hex Tech Ray, am I going to hard bargain? I think the answer to all of those questions is yes.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's not okay saying,
no.
I don't care about the Hex Tech Ray. I don't care about my 2-drop unit. Oh, looks like we got a judge call coming in here, so we're going to jump back to the desk here real quick. But yes, the Hex Tech Ray took out that overzealous fan. Was again a bit overzealous. No, Hex Tech Ray said, not today.
No. Need to calm you down, sir. Get away from our Lord Draven. Kai'Sa then comes into play as we utilize the remaining energy from our turn. We can't accelerate her. We don't have enough remaining, but are able just to get her on the board. A strong unit, we know that, and is going to help out to overpower some of the smaller units that Benadryl will be able to play at the moment. So let's see how they can piece together this turn. Gonna go ahead and bring out their own Kai'Sa to contest the Kai'Sa. Gosh, and yeah, passing straight back over. Kind of feels like they're playing a mirror match at the moment. These are different decks, friends.
Yeah, this is just the meme where we pull the mask off Draven and reveal that it was Kai'Sa all
along. Yeah, it's exactly that.
Vinz is the first player to conquer the Targon's Peak and the first player to get a Forerunner down on the Targon's Peak. And oh, by the way, 2 runes readied as well. So good luck, have fun going into that battlefield.
That doesn't look fun to me. I don't want to go into that battlefield, but you kind of have to. You have to push forward. Do have, was that Singularity? So there's a little bit of flexibility there, considering the Yordle. It's just, Vin's getting Targon's Peak that early and having 10 might on it already. It's kind of big.
Yeah, this is a big one, though, because we're seeing Singularity, and I think we're going to see a hard bargain slammed here, at least potentially. Unless, I mean, Vince may have the big picture game plan of wanting to counter Time Warp, but says, no, this is good enough.
Hard bargain, and it forces Benadryl to abandon that plan and just go. They need to keep pace into Valmor's lair and score their own conquer point.
Yep, getting that point in the Biomass Lair, which does, of course, leave the Kai'Sa stranded. There's not really a lot of good ways to get her back. Of course, there is recalls on the side of Kai'Sa, so you can bring it back to your hand, but you're not going to be able to, you don't have access to Ride the Wind. You don't really have access to ganking in a lot of these Kai'Sa decks. So Kai'Sa is in Vilemaw's lair for this game.
Yeah, she's a little trapped there. But speaking of Ride the Wind, we are going to jettison the Ferris Forerunner into Vilemaw's lair to deal with that Kai'Sa.
Yep, a nice value Ride the Wind there. And, normally the Forerunner would be able to move back. Of course, you can't with because of Vilemaw's lair, but also you're probably just okay with it staying where it is.
Yeah, you don't mind that too much. Again, it's a really annoying unit to deal with for your opponent. Your opponent might have to leave something else stuck in there, and then you get 2 mech tokens, so it doesn't really feel like you were that stuck after all.
Yeah, it's weird. Like the Vilemaw's lair, crunches down on the mechs, and then the mechs just walk out like they weren't in Vile Moss Lair. It's weird. It's thematically maybe. I guess you know what? I'm guessing some sort of eject button shoots them back into your base. There we go. I've made it work thematically.
I was thinking of like a little door that only the mechs can fit through.
I like both of those.
Yeah.
Maybe both. They got ejected through a door that only they could fit through. I like it.
We're getting the story together, folks.
Yes. Riot Lore Team. That's a freebie there. We got. The first one's free, remember.
Oh, but no, it's a good play. We like to see it. We got the Treasure Hunter as well now, backing up Kai'Sa in base. And now Benadryl has a really tough time of trying to bring it back. Now, Targon Peak is available. But again, if you don't have the might in original units, they're just going to get beaten up by Draven. And what don't we want Draven to do?
Draw more cards.
And what does Draven do when they win a combat?
Draw more cards.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's a real problem. Yeah, facing down, contesting Draven when they have energy up and cards in hand, it's so risky. You know, you can lose a combat against another deck, and it's like, okay, I figured that they might have a trick. I got some cards out of their hand. You don't even really get the cards out of their hand against Draven because they just draw them back up.
Yeah, that's the problem, especially if you're allowing combat, which we've seen a little more in this game because Benadryl really hasn't had a choice on the back foot. They've lost pace. They need to pick it back up. We're going to try a Falling Star this and see if we can get ahead just by whittling away at Vin's board.
Yep, Falling Star is coming down. It looked like they pointed at Kai'Sa. I'm not sure if one or both are pointed at the Kai'Sa.
Looks like it's a both situation. Kai'Sa down, which again does put a chink in the armor that Vince is trying to establish.
Yep. Looks like we're figuring out, is it worth it to conquer that Targon's Peak? Says no.
No.
Doesn't even need to get that second point here. The long game is in mind if you're Benadryl saying, you know what? I need to deal with this board. I don't care if they get to 7 points. We will develop the board. We'll deal with their board, and then we'll win in due time.
I agree with that play wholeheartedly. Holding back, building up your board, making sure that your units are safe, and avoiding going into unnecessary combat with Draven, knowing that they've got strong units to hand, like Ferris Forerunner.
Yes, the battle of the Forerunners currently 2-0 on the side of Vince, and that is not a battle that you want to be losing right now.
No, that's not particularly ideal, and they are so troublesome, especially when on separate battlefields, and you don't have much to contest it right now. Oh my gosh, and an overzealous fan, which not only makes it even more awkward to deal with, the overzealous fan being able to push things back in your direction again. Nightmare. Yeah,
very, very tough card to play around. Now, one way to punish these overstacked boards is, of course, that 1,000-tailed Watcher. So we could see that come down, but we may even have enough stats that they don't even really care. It's not a super easy attack like it was last game.
No, and there are both battlefields to contest with. It's not urgent, I shall say that, so we can go a little bit slower if we need to and just deal with them one at a time. And you probably do want to go with, I don't know, actually. I was going to say I would go with Vile Moss Lair, but then we're kind of trapped there and we can't get out. So do we actually want to go for Targon Peak, where at least we can retreat later back to base and then reestablish the units? I think you've got to.
Okay, we're going for everything over on the right side here. We're going to see the overzealous fan push the 1,000-tailed Watcher. We're now seeing 4 to 3, so it looks like the Kai'Sa needs to do something, and that is extend the fist bumps, and I'm hoping that you do something. They did not, and that is going to be Vin's on the Draven, taking down our first clash of the Titans. Draven versus Kai'Sa. Draven may have lost a lot of cards in the bannings. Doesn't matter here for Vin's taking it down.
Vin's really proving that Draven might have lost some toys, but he has plenty more to play with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a secret. I think a lot of people who are paying any amount of attention to the meta knew that, yes, some versions of Draven are gone. Yes, we're not seeing the Detonate versions. We're not seeing the Miracle versions at all. But mid-range Draven, I mean, that is a consistent deck of consistent decks if I've ever seen one. You're playing the best statted units. You're playing some of the most versatile spells. And, oh, by the way, every time you win a combat, you draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. As far as abilities go, if I had to pick one for myself, I'd want to always draw cards.
Yeah, I think if you polled most card gamers from any card game across all time, if you could ask them what their favorite thing to do is, what the strongest thing you can be doing is, what the most consistent thing you can be doing is, it is drawing more cards. I know many players will choose to draw cards instead of winning the game, and I am one of those players.
Yep, honestly, same. And to be honest, Draven proves why.
Yeah.
And it shows us time and time again that that ability being so crucial can just swing the turn so much in your favor.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Combat is a very natural part of this game. We need to see showdowns in Battlefield to be able to progress. And that's where Draven really pulls forward. The only things that Draven is going to naturally struggle against are things which are not having combat within battlefields. If you're able to remove and push things back, that's much more advantageous against a deck like Draven. Whereas in that matchup, unfortunately, in Game 3 especially, combat was a moot point. We had to do it. There was no other choices that were going to stop the overwhelming mighty units on board.
Yeah, it's just a really tough thing to do, to fight a deck that is trying to get you into combat. Hey, I'm playing this Ferris Forerunner here. How are you going to deal with it? Well, if you want to deal with it with spells, it's going to cost you a lot, and you're going to fall behind that way. Maybe I'm not drawing cards, but if you're spending 2 cards to my 1 card, that's kind of like drawing a card, right? So it's getting that card advantage slowly and surely, one way or the other. And I mean, we saw it come ahead there. And when the cards you're drawing are also cards like Ferris Forerunner, that's not a bad place to be.
No, and we've established that Ferris Forerunner, a great way to deal with it is to play your own Ferris Forerunner. But when one of you has an ability when you win a combat and the other doesn't, even if that original Ferris Forerunner loses in combat, you've then got the 2 mechs, which individually can then try again. So no matter what, you're always trying to get into these high combat situations, even if you're just putting a Ferris Forerunner out there to see if your opponent will respond in tow.
Yeah, and as we saw in, I believe it was Game 1, Draven has a relatively clean way to deal with Ferris Forerunner. That is a rebuke. It goes to hand. Kaisa does not really have that ability. But one thing that we have, Amy, is a winner's interview ready. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Thank you, Blevins. I'm standing here with Vince. Congrats on your win. You're now 5-0, and I would like to ask you, why Draven mid-range?
I feel like Draven mid-range is the best choice when you play against a lot of decks, because before the Banned cards, the people were like building their deck to not go in battlefield in the showdown, but now it's not the case anymore because there is less Draven. So I feel like when you play against like 5, 6, 7 legends in the tournament, it's good to pick it because you will be nice. The problem is Irelia is the best legend in my opinion, so so yeah, I just took the comfort pick and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so you played mid-range Draven before the bans as well?
Miracle.
Miracle, okay, so same as me, anyway. Yeah, I love that Miracle deck, but it is now the mid-range Draven. I wanted to ask you one thing. Since the ban of Vanquisher got in, how did you solve it in your deck? What do you do typically on round 2, on turn 2?
Oh, I choose to play more 2 mana cost because I was like, okay, the 4 mana champion is gone. You can't play Rel because it's not that good. I feel like Rek'Sai is not that good, and I don't like also the Rumble. Also, some people do that. So I just play 11 turn 2 instead of 9. So I hope to do like turn 2 and then turn 2 plus up 4 Noxus.
Yeah.
And that's how I play. But yeah, we just have Kaisa now as a focus.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, so in this iteration of the metagame, what do you think is your worst possible matchup?
I feel like I'm okay against everything. there is like some matchups that are dice roll dependent. Like Irelia, if I lose the dice, I always lose 2-1.
Okay.
Mirror match is also dice roll dependent, I feel like, because when you stack the battlefield in like the first game, it's very hard for your opponent to push. So I would say Irelia. I don't want to play against Irelia.
That is interesting because before the bans, it felt like Irelia's worst matchup was actually mid-range Draven. So what do you think that is now that is different?
The big difference is Raven's Row, because with mid-range Draven, before the bans, you were able to protect your units by like putting back your base, but now you can't. So if you want to go to like 3-4 points, 5-6, you have to put some units, but Irelia will value trade them, and it's not that easy to go to the classic Brainier and Rebuke. It's not that easy, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for the interview. Hope you're going to win your next rounds. You have still 3 to go, so still longer road ahead of us. And thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
And we're going to go through back to the casters.
Well, a lot of great insight there, and it's really crazy how just a couple of cards, I mean, a lot of pivotal cards getting banned can change not only, you know, some decks coming in, moving out, but also changing the matchup spread of a deck. We're seeing now, you know, mid-range Draven used to be a really good matchup into Irelia. Now, the player who is 5-0 with Draven says, no, that's actually my worst matchup right now.
I don't want to see them anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of the comfort pick as well, like you said. Being able to pick something you're comfortable with, something you're experienced with, and you know a lot of the ins and outs of the matchups already. So then you just need to adapt to the little things. And if you do get caught off by a matchup you're not too familiar with, you're so familiar with your own deck that actually you can figure it out along the way.
Yeah, you can know what your deck is doing. I mean, that's a part of the game that you need to understand anyway. You need to know the big picture plan. What is your deck trying to do into other matchups? And when you've played your deck across, you know, multiple sets potentially, and you're just adapting to the new things that are coming, it's a lot easier to know, oh, okay, I don't need to think about every single interaction. I know roughly what I'm doing. I know the big picture plan for my deck, and I know how to execute that against this type of deck, even if I don't know every single card in that deck.
That's exactly what it's about.
Yeah.
If I went up against a Rumble, for example, I'd be like, well, I kind of only just know what I'm doing. But I know my deck and I know what I'm doing. So as long as I stay on track with that and I'm scoring points, then we're good.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing as Lucian against most decks. It's the same thing, and ignoring what my opponent is doing. But one thing I don't want to ignore, Amy, is some awesome interview content that we have. Let's throw it over to Barcode.
I'm here in the Grand Palais in Lille, France for the Riftbound Regional, where thousands of competitors have gathered for only one goal, trying to win it all and bring it home. For the next few minutes, I'm gonna show you the entire venue and what it is all about for this event. Come with me. Right now we're in the entrance of the event where you can find those beautiful art of the most iconic champions of League of Legends and Riftbound. Therefore, you can see this Ornn, this Renata Glass, but also this very beautiful Darius. Beautiful, isn't it? Now you have your booster packs, but you don't know where to open them? No worries, we've got you covered. Let me introduce you to the unboxing booth. The opening booth is a really cool place where you can just open your booster packs in front of camera. That's already really cool. But the coolest thing is that, let's see, if you get a hit, like I wish I had, oh, there is a Chaos Rune. What you can do is basically press the buzzer. Right now, I'm in front of the main event area where all those players will be gathered to try to win it all. For now, the place is pretty empty, but I can already feel the energy building up. And in a few minutes, I'm sure that there will be a lot of battling here. If you feel like you want to do some posing and get some memories of the weekend, no worries, because I've got something for you. Here is the photo booth where you can just get some pictures, print them, and get them back home. Let's take one. Wow, look at that! Don't I look amazing? And right behind me, there is one of my favorites of this venue. This is the graffiti wall, which is literally a living memory of what players do during the weekend. So if you feel like you're being creative and want to do some graffitis, messages, whatever you want, just take a pen when you have some free time and write something down. If you'd like to relax, chill, and just have a few games outside of the tournament, no worries. You can just go into the free play area. And this is the perfect space to have some chill games. So feel free to come. If you have some free time, you can just ask some people to have some chill games. I know, some of you don't actually know how to play the game yet, because we have a demo area where you can just learn the game. So even if you don't know how to play it and we've got some friends, you can just come here and a lot of players will just teach you how to actually play the game and become a real champion. After that, if you want to just buy some cards, you will be able to do so. So feel free to come and learn how to play. I'm sure that a lot of you are very good at the games, and I know that you will earn some points. So here is the prize wall where you can use all your points to just get some really cool products. For example, these play mats, sleeves, but also some displays to get even more cards. But most importantly, for only 40 points, you will be able to get your hands on those beautiful metal cards that I'm sure a lot of you wants to have at home. I mean, having this Diana, for example, this Kha'Zix, but also this Teemo looks absolutely amazing. There's a game going on. If you do not want to miss any play, you can come here in the watching area where you can have all those games all day long. You can even react with the crowd, which is right behind me. That's pretty cool, right? If you do not participate in the main event, no worries, because there's gonna be a lot of side events all day long. So do not hesitate to register in those events. And by the way, all the registrations are literally made online. So this is very, very simple. And there's gonna be a lot of side events. For example, the free-for-all, the constructed, but also the very awaited 2v2, which I know a lot of you are in fond of. So if you've got some free times, do not hesitate and come get some more tournament experience. So whether you're here to play the tournament, to create some memories, or to just live and enjoy the game with the community, I mean, this venue is literally made for you. So feel free to come here, because there is a space for every single one of you. We'll be more than happy to welcome you and to enjoy this beautiful game, Riftbound. Now with a very special one, Wojtek, right now at a record of 4-0, and you would probably think that he's playing maybe Draven, Kai'Sa, something like that. But what are you actually playing?
I'm playing Rumble, Mechanized Menace, and I'm doing pretty well so far for myself.
I mean, so far so good. Actually, you're literally undefeated. The question I had for you is basically, why did you pick this legend? Because this is not the best legend, to be honest, to be fair, and a lot of players have just decided to play some other legends. So why did you decide to play Rumble?
Yeah, so basically, I'm a big Kai'Sa player from the start of the Riftbound, so from set 1. And Rumble is pretty similar, of course, the same colors. So it's pretty similar to Kai'Sa. Of course, you play still cards like Falling Star, like Singularity, but you are more focused on the combat. And I think after the bans, actually Rumble, of course, is not like the best legends. Of course, the metal card factor is still there. But I think like with the bans of especially Fight or Flight, it's like pretty good for Rumble, because of course with the hero ability that gives shield +1, your Ferrous Forerunner is 7 on the defense, and like if people can't like simply Fight or Flight the Ferrous Forerunner, it's like pretty good for Rumble. And I'm also experienced with the deck. I played it as well in Bologna, I made day 2 with Rumble there as well. So hopefully I can finish well on this tournament as well.
It actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, Rumble has a lot for it, and I mean, you explained it very, very, very well. The question is, where do you think you can just, what do you think you can just do with the deck, basically? Do you think that you can win it all? Do you think that you can expect a top 8, or day 2 would be very good indeed?
Yeah, so as I said, I already made day 2 in Bologna, so I'm hungry for more than that. But I don't think that yet we have everything in the deck that the deck can top 8, but I think the top 64 and the qualification for the regionals is like in the reach, so maybe I'm hoping for that. Like maybe in like some next set we will get some more mechs, and then the Rumble will be time to shine.
I mean, this is actually so cool to see you with such a big smile playing your favorite legend. That's actually so good. Wish you the best for the next rounds, but for now, we're going to jump to some more content.
Thank you very much, Barcode. Yeah, this is what we're here for.
Exactly.
It's back here as well. All this Riftbound, RQ, Lille, James, and Lothar taking you through all of the action on the even rounds today. We got round 2, we got round 4, we got round 6, and we'll do round 8, you and I.
So we're set up for success because we go from 6 to 8 as well, so easily.
Exactly.
And not from 6 to 7.
No, we want to reach the even points. Although Amy and Blevins, they're just constantly playing Aspirant's Climb. They only want to be on the odds.
And they're on the back foot all the time.
Riftbound jokes, Riftbound jokes. We've got them in, you know, in abundance. But nevertheless, we are getting closer to round 6. We're not quite there yet. Of course, as we say when we come back from another round, the pairings have to go up, the players have to be ready. There are nearly 2,000 players in the auditorium here playing, so that level of organization requires putting things all in a row.
Look, I'll tell you one thing. At least we don't have printed out pairings anymore. Because back in my day, you know, when you were going to a big tournament, back there, I don't know, let's say 20 years ago, and you were going to like a tournament where there were like 800 people had to check out the pairings on a printed out paper just somewhere there, like on the wall, and you had to like climb through mountains of people to just get to your table, you know, so
whereas
this is
now,
definitely an upgrade.
Yeah, a much bigger upgrade with Cardio, who people will be familiar with that. If you are using the system at your Nexus Night, Summoner Skirmish, you'll have all of that nice event information, all your pairings and stuff like that. Comes all the way through. So very much a benefit in that. And of course, if you are looking to get into the competitive side of Riftbound, Nexus Nights is a great place to start. Then the Summoner Skirmish, and you can get yourself a buy for round 1 of an RQ. Means you have to play 7 rounds of Riftbound on day 1 instead of 8. Because if you think about it, we're only on round 6 now. So the people that had an extra hour's sleep might very well be feeling a bit better about their day.
And I would say that maybe if you have a buy on day 1, then maybe you could consider playing an actual deck that plays a little bit, you know, prolonged game.
Tire your opponents out.
Yes, exactly. So you're playing a little bit, you know, more complex deck, but because you played one round less, maybe you'll be less fatigued because of that, right? It was an actual real concern in Bologna when people were trying out like playing the Ezreal control list or a Miracle deck list, right? Because they are both known for like being a little bit more complex to play. You have to do more decisions. So maybe if you actually play one more round, it's not a wise choice.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's something that when you are doing your deck construction and your preparation for an event, those of you that are not seasoned competitive players, you may underestimate the speed of your deck will determine the speed of your breaks in between the games. If you're playing a long, late game deck, do not expect to get time for food. You're going to have to go round into round into round.
Or for toilet.
That's a very good one. That's the same with us on broadcast. When you get a long series, we're like, how long have we got as a break? No, as I said, we are keeping an eye on a lot of players throughout the tournament. We've kept an eye on performance. At some point, we will drop back in on our featured players throughout the day. I've spoken to a few of them. Randy, I saw in between rounds. Does have
How's
one.
He doing? Do you know?
I believe he's 4-1 following round 5. Casanova's also 4-1.
Yeah, I met him in the toilet.
you had that break. You had the time to have a quick conversation. A lot, of course, of good players here on day 1. And, you know, fascinating. I don't know whether we have the stats to do this later, maybe after the tournament. I would love to see the percentage of players that got a bye and how many made day 2. Like, how successful is getting the bye?
Well, statistically speaking, most of them are. definitely gonna be more people with buys in day 2
Right.
than not, because of the reason is that they got the buy in the first place.
Yeah, they're
which
good.
means
They
they're
won
winning
something.
skirmish. That means that they're definitely the better type of players, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least they should be, unless they played like a skirmish with 3 people or something like that, you know?
Support your skirmishes. Get out to skirmish. Make sure those numbers stay so that the good players get through. Good players in Riftbound. If I was to pick one player who I thought was really good at Riftbound, I might pick our champion from RQ Bologna. Let's hear from Alan right now.
And we are back on the floor. I'm with Alan ZQ, the one and only, the Ezreal master. How are you doing, Alan?
Very good. So far, a great experience, good travel, no jet lag. Playing on the European soil is just something else.
Oh, great. So you are coming here as the returning champion from Bologna. Does it add any extra pressure on your shoulders?
Definitely, a lot of people rooting for me, and there is no failure that's accepted.
I mean, for now, it's going pretty well for you. How is going your tournament?
So far, yesterday was a 5-0 split, today it's 4-0, so it goes as well as it can. Had a nice various matchup so far. Last round was Darius that was pretty close in one of the games, but ended up pulling it through.
So that's pretty cool. So you're still playing Ezreal, which is your favorite legend by far. You've been playing it since the beginning of the set too, and you're pretty good at it, let's face it, you know. The question I have to ask you is, do you think that the control version is still untouched, or do you think that the tempo version that we've seen recently is better than this version?
I mean, I'm playing technically the tempo or control based on my card draws. I can play both game plans based on what I draw. And the problem with the tempo is it has a lot of bad top decks if it doesn't draw well, and it has way more polarized matchups where good matchups become even better and the worst matchups become worse. So I'd rather put myself in the middle where I can just skill gap people instead of relying on my card draws.
It kind of makes sense, to be honest. And I've got a question for you, a personal question, and I think that at home a lot of you have literally the same question. You always look so confident when you are playing. You look like you just find always the right move. Is there something that you can just give as an advice for people who want to do literally the same thing at home?
I mean, I just don't have a job. I play Riftbound for a living, so definitely that helps. Don't take this as an advice, absolutely not. Don't quit your job to play Riftbound, but just make sure you enjoy the game. Don't be result-oriented and make sure you play the best game every time you can.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Another question about that, but do you feel some pressure sometimes, or are you always very relaxed?
Between the rounds, maybe a bit, but like when I'm in the game, there is absolutely no pressure. There is just me and cards and opponent.
Finally, are you ready to win it all?
Oh, absolutely. Gonna run it back. Gonna double it down.
Okay, that was Alan ZQ, the returning champion for Bologna, and maybe the next champion. Who knows? Back to you guys.
Welcome back to RQ Lille here for Riftbound. Always lovely to hear from Alan in that interview with Barcode. And you know, I love Barcode's enthusiasm for asking everybody if they feel ready to win the tournament. I will say, Alan's the first person when he's like, yeah, I'm going to win the tournament.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, okay, probably if I had to
There's
guess.
a high chance of that actually happening, you know?
I believe it. I believe it. To give Alan the PR spin on the whole, like, I have no job, so I'm playing Riftbound. What he's saying is practice 1,000 games and you'll be great at a deck, and then you can win.
Card games are a game of knowledge. So to gather knowledge, you need to put the effort in to gather knowledge, which means you probably have to play the game a lot and then analyze the game and learn from them. And I can tell you that all of the top players are doing that.
Yeah.
Like, they're putting the effort in. They're not just like skimming through. This is not like a dexterity-based game when you have like natural talent and you're gonna be winning because of that. You actually have to put in the reps. You need to understand what the game is about, how it's revolving around like new informations, and how do you adjust your deck as well. It's one of the most important skills.
Yeah.
How to modify your deck to fit into the new metagame or like expected metagame.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. That is one of the skills that you have to be a player at the top of the game. And let's look at some players that may or may not be at the top of the game. I'm assuming some of the people on this list are like, why have you got me here? I was just here for vibes, like Casanova, who's on the second page. But Marshall, you can see for on 1. Alan, yeah, no surprises to be undefeated on 5-0. Rapsola 4-1. Vince, who we just had in the feature match, going to 5-0 as well.
Great interview by him, by the way. Really liked it with the answers that he was giving me, like around the Irelia matchup and so on. That's something that we might actually bring up later on when we see more Irelia Draven matchups.
Unfortunately, the right side of our previous screen was not quite as successful as we were looking, but they are still in the running, very many of them. Casanova, as we said, 4-1, has gone from the caster desk to the player desk for the event and is doing well so far. Especially the best of Timo from Bologna, right?
Correct.
Is
I mean, I'm assuming this is
3-2.
specimen. So
I believe so. I'm pretty sure that's why we've got him on the list. 3-2, not out of the running, but certainly, you know, needs to convert to day 2, needs to have that high placement in order to look for that. And I saw T the Bows post a little earlier about unfortunately having some difficult matchups in the hunt for the Garen best of. We'll see how that actually goes through. So let's look at the
here I can tell you something a little bit.
Tell me all about it.
Ulrich is a friend of mine. He's always was playing Kai'Sa in set 1. Then for set 2 was playing Miracle Draven a lot. But he actually swapped after Bologna, because in Bologna he was playing Miracle. But he swapped to mid-range Draven because he said it's just more stable. Yeah. It's just more consistent. So I would not be surprised. I mean, of course, it has to be mid-range Draven now because there's nothing else. But so he's doing well. 5-0 from Ulrich.
5-0. And as we go down the list, the champions suddenly change in the middle of the screen. Although now they, as we've swapped over to different legends, there actually are undefeated Jinx, I believe Renata Glass, Yasuo.
Renata Glass undefeated?
We are going to step into our next feature matchup, also highlighting some lesser seen legends, although we are going to focus with the view of the meta as well. So that's a little bit of the standings as we go through. There are some updates that need to come through on this one, but
I'll tell you one thing though.
Yeah.
If Tricor, I think that's how you read his name, is 5-0 of Renata, he's like single-handedly pulling up the win rate of Renata, like skyrocketing. Like it's crazy because in the matchup spreads and like in some past tournaments, I believe Renata was like sitting at like the bottom of like 20% win rate, something like that. Here, 100%, 5-0. Wow, that is
already
to the moon.
Track. Yeah, that is like we could basically start giving you the best of right now. Like it's that. All you got to do is win one more.
You know, this is actually possible.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It could very well be. So we are keeping track of a lot of stories, and somebody who is helping us keep track of the weekend, keep track of the stories, keep track of the best ofs is Barcode. We're going to hear from him right again now.
Yeah, tracking the stories indeed. And for the Rock Strategies enjoyers, I've got some very good news for you. I've been walking near the top tables and I've got some very interesting legends. I've seen some Jinx do really well in the top tables, but I've also seen some very interesting legends from the set 1, especially the set that I know a lot of you like a lot. So we're gonna keep track of those very Rock strategies throughout the day and see how they do. Can they do it till day 2? Can they do it till top 8? We're gonna see that very soon. But for now, we're gonna go back to our commentators.
Thank you very much, Barcode. That is us. That is us. We're definitely ready. Definitely good to get into the game very soon. I mentioned as we left the standings that we were looking at that we were going to go into some interesting, somewhat meta picks, or at least around the edge. Yeah, here we go. It's a Master Yi as an undefeated 5-0, going up against Kai'Sa. So one of our top players as well is Louis Fishbrot.
Yeah, he's fish bread.
Yeah, fish bread.
Literally fish bread.
He's fish bread and taking Kai'Sa to this matchup. So we kind of know what Kai'Sa does. We've seen a lot of Kai'Sa.
But we can see two different archetypes.
True.
So one might be the more mid-range based with like a lot more units, or we're gonna see the other one, which is Get Excited. Here we have the deck list. Let's take a look. The previous Kai'Sa that we just watched in the game before was playing Get Excited. This one, to some degree, looks like a sealed deck. What is going on here?
There's a Rumble
There's one
Rumble in here. There's a Gem Jammer.
Gem Jammer. Interestingly enough, you can see like some kind of usage of the rumble with the singular game jammer, because you can like replay those units, you can recycle them to get more value out of the mechs with the red rumble, and red rumble is still a 4-drop with no power cost.
I was going to say, we did see Mech Kai'Sa right at the beginning, like even in the pre-actual release Spirit Forge, people were like, Mech Kai'Sa is going to be a thing. And then it turns out that the other decks were kind of just better than that.
Yeah.
So a little bit of that flavor coming through here, but a legend that will get love even more so in the next set with Unleashed, Master Yi, coming in undefeated at this point. And there are 2 different Master Yi decks.
Yeah, this is not this Master Yi,
No,
by the way.
no,
we are not playing the experience one yet. We're playing the auto.
Yeah,
Here,
exactly. This one is the one we're playing. I was going to say there are 2 versions. The one we will not talk about is Aurora, because you do not see an Aurora listed here. This is mid-range Yi. So it kind of puts big units at a battlefield that are somewhat fair. You're not cheating them out. It's not huge units, but you put sizable things on a battlefield and then have a lot of spells to keep them alive.
If I'm not mistaken, I wasn't like counting fast enough, but I think he had 6 2-drops, if I'm not mistaken, in the mid-range Master Yi. There were also Guardian Angels, if I'm not mistaken, also 3 copies, so there's a pretty high chance of actually getting a turn 1 play from this deck, even though it might be a Guardian Angel. But still, if you go like Guardian Angel into a Stellar Corn Herder, that's something that Irelia players love doing, and Master Yi also would love to be doing, because this combination of colors, which is green and orange, kind of struggle with the card draw.
Yeah.
You have a lot of other stuff, right, which is like the passive that gives you just access to very high amount of might. By default, when you're just standing alone on the battlefield, it's hard to break for a lot of decks. And in case of Kai'Sa, she's going to have a problem dealing with combat when it comes to Master Yi units, but the thing that is going to be important for Kai'Sa is actually drawing the damage-based removal, because that goes around the Master Yi's passive.
Exactly, and it's important that you have to use it then outside of that combat situation, right? It's like that will only apply when the unit is defending, whereas if it's Kai'Sa, you're just using it anytime in your turn, you're good, as long as you're not in the middle of the showdown. Rumble comes forward already.
The one copy of the red Rumble comes in and is actually impactful because it has Assault 1. So if this Poro goes now to the Void Gate, then it can just get run over by the Rumble by default because it's a 5 might.
Yeah, that's actually very true, because once you start piling on that Master Yi passive, as you were talking about, would give you defensive statistics. So offering up the trade, saying you can lose your Poro, I want the card. That is what that two cost unit is going to be. Is that is an Irelia played.
And this Irelia is something that is very annoying for the Kai'Sa to deal with.
Yeah.
How do you deal with this? Like, do you just do a Falling Star in the back and lose 4 runes?
And
not the best idea.
It's an awkward mindset shift, right? Is normally you see Irelia and you're like, well, okay, she's probably going to move around battlefields, and then
here's completely different.
Exactly. It's like, okay, she might actually sit at a battlefield for a little while and then get a +2 when she's defending, and then you've got to worry about the normal Irelia stuff. So I'm excited to see this Master Yi. It's one of the reasons why this is picked for our feature matches. I'm like, I want to see how it plays out at a competitive level against good players like Louis Fischbrot, who, as we said, also 5-0 towards the top. So this is a very important game, because getting to 6 wins qualifies you for day 2, right? This is a win and in, because getting to 18 points.
X and 2 is essentially cut off to day 2. At least it was in Bologna.
Yes, it was the same in Bologna. Lots of rounds of Riftbound between then and now, so my brain is making sure I've got everything. Yeah, it's 18 points needed to advance, so going to 6-0 would be enough to qualify for day 2 for these players.
So, important match ahead of both of them, and here Irelia Fervent wakes up in the turn with the 5 might, which is now also important because we're playing against a Kai'Sa, not a Rumble, so this Rumble on the battlefield is a 4 might, and in this case, we have to pay 1 more for the deflect. We'll see if that is being caught on.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, we actually do not have an... this is a reminder for people at home. We are not influencing the game.
Yes.
The judges will be called if a player calls for a judge. A judge is not there to mediate the table. Part of that is because everybody else in the hall does not have somebody telling them every single rule. We don't have like 2,000 judges to follow on from
Imagine.
That. I know.
Every table with a judge next to it.
then you want the judges to play. Like they'll do the tournament on top of it as well. So we will, of course, keep our eyes on that as much as possible. But there are situations where the players, it is their responsibility to pick up on that as we go.
So the Hextech Ray is resolved. The 3 damage is being dealt to the Irelia Fervent. Now she is on 5. That means that 2 will kill her. Engard gives +3 in this case and goes out of the lethal range.
Yeah, you've always got to remember the Irelia target as well on top of that spell. I think that's one of those ones that trips people up. It's not just +1 and then plus another one. There's one more +1 from the Irelia being targeted, so we'll be able to get through that situation. Ruin Runner comes out, and this is a card that ruins Kai'Sa's day a lot of the time because so much of Kai'Sa's ability to clear things is targeted.
When you think about it, both of Irelia and Ruin Runner have kind of a similar function, essentially. Ruin Runner, to some degree, I would even say it's worse. Relatively
for Kai'Sa,
speaking.
you mean, right?
Yeah,
like,
in this particular matchup, you would rather have probably Irelias that are just capable of doing more on attack than the Ruin Runner, and also on defense. Like they're just less. Even if your opponent will interact with them, you can actually bait them into burning a lot of their resources because you can still have counterspell. Yeah. Right? With Ruin Runner, they will just not be played.
As good as perhaps it felt at moments for the Master Yi, we were talking about how that last exchange went. This has been a consistent route to 4 points now for Luis, who. It's a little early for what we would normally see a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, but in this situation, it has to break through the Irelia. You can get through without paying anything for Deflect. Of course, you have to pay for the acceleration on the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, which is why Luis has no blue runes available anymore. But from this point, normally it's a lot of red runes that get played out from the Kai'Sa. And here comes
that's a clear.
Master Yi.
With the Discipline, goes over the Watcher, and now both the board state is just cleaned up. And if Kai'Sa doesn't have a good way of coming back by deleting the units, but also building a board state, that is a problematic position to be in.
There's 2 things that make this difficult. 1, you can't Singularity anyway because of Ruin Runner. And 2, you only have 1 blue rune anyway, so even if you could target everything...
Well, you can pay with the Kai'Sa.
Ah, yes, that's always the benefit of Kai'Sa. Thank you. That's you know what, it's been so long since I've actually played Kai'Sa that it's like, I kind of forget that that's there. You're right, it is enough, but of course can't target Ruin Runner, nevertheless, with the Singularity or anything that does target. That will be a Stupefy on Master Yi.
That is not something that you see often, by the way. That we have a vision from a unit being played.
Yeah, I always love the ability to look at the top of the deck. As
another Poro, another 2-drop and in Noxus. So now Master Yi has an ability to set up defenses. This is a very big deal because he was completely tapped out. That gives you a moment where you have certainty of how much exactly power can be spent, power can be spent to buff up the might. But now, with such amount of resources, is that 10, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 resources, 10 energy possible. So not only that, if you use the Forge of the Fluffed, you can move the Guardian Angel without even spending your runes. So you're going to be able to go up to 12 in the follow-up. So you're going to be able to have a secondary wave of units coming from your base, even if those battlefields are broken for some reason, right? And Ruin Runner, most likely, is going to have to be attacked by a huge amount of might. And we already have seen 1 Watcher being gone, so that is one of the outs, a little bit like, you know, the odds of seeing another one are just smaller because of that. So we can play with this in mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so we played a Ruin Runner.
That will turn off the Master Yi. Okay, but when you move away.
But it would be reasonable as well to just still have 2 units, even in the Master Yi deck, on a battlefield. Sometimes it just makes sense, because when you think about it, it's just -2, but overall it's
overall
+3.
plus whatever else you're playing. Exactly that.
And also, it's very important to understand that even if one of those units can be like deleted before the showdown, then the other unit will get the bonus. Right, so you kind of have like an insurance to some degree.
Yeah, as we go back to Kai'Sa's turn. So stacked a board of decent units, at least. Well, I say decent. Normally you'd think that they would do the job, but against
but
the
that's
Master Yi, it does make it tricky to get past some of these battlefields.
So it's 8 might that is on the in the base from Fischbrote. And in case of the defenses here, we have a Ruin Runner. There's the second Watcher! Oh, that's crazy! That was actually our second one. So now we're going to have a 5 might on defense, Ruin Runner on Forge of the Fluff, and a 2 might, 4 might Ruin Runner on Voidgate.
And something for newer players, perhaps that don't see Thousand Tail Watcher too much, if you're players at your Nexus Knights don't do this. The reason that it still applies to Ruin Runner is Watcher does not target. The ability does not target any individual unit, therefore it gets around Ruin Runner's cannot be targeted clause on it. So still will give the -3 to everything. It's a really important interaction if you are on either side of that matchup and are less familiar with it.
Yeah, and it cannot be not so fasted because of that as well.
Exactly. So it will be an influential moment in the game now as Luis Fischbrot looking to get to 6. And Kai'Sa is always in that moment of like, all I need is to get to 6 and then Time Warp is online if I have it.
The thing is though, there's still 2 energy open for Phase, sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But if there's any punch first, that will actually make a huge difference.
Yeah, that's very true. Punch first, one of the significant combat tricks from Spiritforge. I will say maybe it's had a little bit less impact than I was expecting now that we're looking back on the entire set.
Well,
like
Fight or Flight was definitely making an impact against
Exactly. I think that's half of that reason, right? Is like when you punch first and you get blown out by
it feels horrible.
Recycling 2, and then you okay.
Well,
I
it's
guess.
actually punch last. Or punch don't.
Punch, yeah. Exactly. And now that Fight or Flight is out, we maybe have a little bit more prominence in the meta from some of our other domain types. We are in the middle of this showdown, so we will see what what actions are taken on either side.
So did we see a discipline in the hand? And
Yeah,
that's
there's
plus
one in
2.
hand.
And that doesn't make a lot of a difference for that defense, but it could be used to get additional card draw and also maybe kill an additional unit.
Yeah, could be. But
Actually, no, it wouldn't make no difference. Well, he would be able to kill the Noxus. Anyway, no point in discussing this anymore.
Yeah,
Let's go to the other one.
Yeah.
We have here a 7-4, and if you're new to the broadcast, you can see on the bottom, we actually have a very fast updated amount of might on both battlefields being mentioned at the bottom of the screen. So right now we can see it's 7 for the Kai'Sa, 0 for the Master Yi because he was the unit, 4 on the other battlefield because of the Noxus Awful. So you can quickly, at the glance of an eye, understand how much might is actually present on those. This is a very cool feature, by the way.
Yeah, thank you to the team working behind the scenes doing that one for us. It helps us all keep in check everything. That is another Irelia that has been drawn. As we get a Clockwork Keeper, we'll draw.
Show us the cards, bro!
Yeah, no, never show the cards. Just draw it to hand, don't even look at it. It looks like it was...
Zhonya's.
Yeah.
I think that's Zhonya's. Oh, no, wait, maybe that was Trinity Force?
It looked like a Trinity Force to me at first. I was going to say.
Yeah, it might be Trinity Force. Look, I'm old. I have the excuse of having bad eyesight.
The screen is
it
Trinity
is
Force.
Trinity Force. Okay,
now that
now
I can
it's
see
easy.
just the second half of the artwork, I'm pretty sure it is. That is tons of damage in the hand of Phase.
It's kind of funny because it's not.
No, I know, right? I'm like, thematically, Freak out there, League of Legends commentator, Freak would be crazy that they didn't just build in like damage on Trinity Force.
Or like giving plus stats to everything.
To everything, yeah. I talk about being old. I'm throwing you references from like 14 years ago in League of Legends in the middle of a Riftbound game in 2026. But Master Yi is going to go on the aggressive front. And of course, we do now have 2 energy up from Kai'Sa. So that is plenty to do with this deck. Stupefy is going to give you another look at the top of the deck as well.
That's about it. Now 1 energy is only open, so the possible interactions are limited. Typically on defense that would only be like Hextech Ray, in this case, a Stupefy and nothing else.
Yeah.
For the Kai'Sa. So now Master Yi has a lot more information on how to approach the fight on the other battlefield. So we're getting a Discipline, goes to 7, draws a card. We have Trinity Force, goes to 9 and attacks into the Watcher, and now basically cleans it up, but there's a retreat And that will allow, most likely, unless there's a defy, to set up a turn for Kai'Sa. Because now we're going to be able to... for 7... Okay, 100% he's going to have a
blue rune's coming off the top,
yeah,
right? Like,
so he's going to have the accelerate
certainly.
option.
Yeah, the math on the rune deck
he
is
already
gonna
had
have
a second one.
Yeah, they already did have a second one that maybe we didn't see. But it would come off the top
for sure.
as the next rune to be played.
But this also tells you, for Kai'Sa here, that there's absolutely no defy in the hand. So you can have that knowledge now in this rest of the game and play your spells accordingly as well if you're going to be wondering about it, and if you're going to be paying attention as well to how your opponent draws your cards, and if he doesn't shuffle them in the hand, although I know that almost never happens with top players, but you could read informations like which card was drawn, which card was played, and then maybe even getting more information like which one could actually be defy if it was drawn.
Yeah, shuffling your cards in hand has not been banned in Riftbound. It is still possible to mix it up with what you've got. As Louis Fishpot looking to turn the corner on this one. I think, though, with the bounce back of the Thousand Tail Watcher, yes, might be able to play it here. No surprises that it comes out of hand. What is on the other side of this, though? Where is the rest of the turn? Because you have to clear out both battlefields. So -3 applied. So you've got to go through the Ruin Runner with the Watcher, because you can't target the Ruin Runner with a spell on the back end. So it has to be Watcher kills the Runner.
Yeah.
Now do you have something to deal with the Master Yi?
We have seen Falling Star.
Falling Star would be perfect in this situation, and it lets you clear out a backline, but it's going to be the Hextech Ray. Falling Star still available to clean out the rest, or at least 2 of the units in the backline.
They don't count as lonely when in base.
And now that means our Master Yi player has to clear out a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. We know there was an Irelia in hand earlier.
And that is not impactful at all.
And no, because you're not playing Irelia, the legend, so you don't get the untap ability. Doesn't get to enter ready, so what else is available?
A charm would help for a little bit, because it will push away the Watcher to base.
To move it, and then you're not holding, you're just conquering.
Yep, correct.
Ooh, what options are available?
Is there something? It looks like he's cooking, but it's cooking slowly, so it's not obvious.
Well, one more card to draw. That's important to know.
Yeah,
because it is it should be the winning point of the game, but 7, of course, when you conquer, you draw a card off that first conquer of this turn.
He looks phased.
Didn't slam whatever it was that came out of the...
you didn't get my joke.
No, I got it.
Okay, it was just not funny enough. Okay.
No, it was. Okay, I need to... What I'm hearing is I need positive affirmation towards my co-commentator in this game. And some positivity out of the hand is what FaZe is looking for.
Would love to see his hand so we can see what he's thinking about. So we know Irelia. What is this?
That looks like, so it's a Charm and Irelia. Looking at what that second one is, that's a Thwonk. Yeah, so...
Thwonk, okay. Well, that actually is pretty decent, because pushing away, if he really does have a Charm, pushing him back
I'm pretty sure there is a Charm in hand.
He's moving the Trinity Force to one of his units. No, wait, what? Why are you not doing it? What?
With the Forge of the Fluffed, right? You
so
could
there's
tap.
Another equipment that we're thinking of attaching?
Potentially so.
Is there one in the hand? I'm not...
Let the players figure this out. So he's going to pay the charm.
Oh, we're actually charming. Okay. Well, that's actually smarter.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Yeah, with Thwonk in hand, it is going to follow up.
It's like, no, it's a good idea to put it in the base so it can attack them.
Doesn't actually use it. So looking to keep the Thwonk for an accelerated unit on the next turn, potentially. As
yeah, it's a good setup. I like it. It's way smarter than pushing the unit to base.
Hey, sometimes you just got to win in an unorthodox way.
We are casting for, I think, already for like, this is like 9 hours of casting, essentially.
Sure, but these players have been playing the entire time too, right?
Yeah,
so
but we're yapping all the time, so
That's
sometimes
fine.
you'll say something stupid,
I don't know whether it matters how long I've been casting for, that I can still say something stupid. Don't worry, I can do that day, like round 1 of the day for sure.
That was a smoke screen.
Yeah. not what they needed.
And we go
that is
into
going to be
game
the
2.
scoop for game 1, but a close game 1. Like, a really down to the wire.
Correct.
7 points against 7 points, right at the end of things for Louis Fischbrot, which is a very fun name to say. On the Kai'Sa will lose game 1, but now we get to see what comes in the sideboard. So
there's actually not that many cards that actually matter here. Like Brain here, sure, can help a little bit.
Sure,
but it's not as important as against Irelia, for example.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have actually more base might, which is important, and you can still reply with like buffs from hand, with discipline and guard and so on. From Master Yi's side, though, what do we have?
Do you look at Sabotage coming in here?
Unyielding Spirit, that comes in. Defy, probably.
I guess not so fast is pretty key. And
Yeah,
there's
not so
actually
fast.
quite a lot of cards here that I'm like, ooh, I'd quite like that in my sideboard in this match.
Yeah. I mean, there's like considerations. I would say like 3 to 4 considerations.
Yeah.
Not always everything, by the way, because it does depend, which is very fun about Riftbound, is that the uniqueness of sideboarding when you're going first or second.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you're going second, you'll have more access to runes. You can also plan if you want to like maybe sideboard a card that is uneven a number of runes, like energy. So you're able to play it on specific timing in the game. Or, for example, if you're going second, you might side out your 2-drops because you're having, like, for example, a champion unit that you can play on turn 1. So you don't have to worry about a 2-drop when you're going second, right? And in this case, you have more options when it comes to sideboarding.
And I always find, I know it's actually not really that impactful, but I always find that when I'm thinking about a 40-card deck and what I'm sideboarding in and out, I'm like, there is no room to make decisions around like sideboarding too much out because your main deck has to function. Very few main decks have dead cards. There are dead cards in certain matchups. But in general, you're like, well, these 40 are the ones that I need to play the game. So yeah, there's a few things, but I always find that interesting.
Kind of interesting because in set 1, not many decks even had any dead cards from what I at least recall right now. But in current metagame, some decks, for example, play main deck equipment hate.
Yeah, like Adeptatron and stuff like that.
Yeah,
or like
Salvage,
Action
for
or Salvage. Yeah, you can take those out in other matchups.
Rocket Barrage, but Rocket Barrage has like 2 options, so it's not that unflexible.
Yeah.
But now in the current metagame, there is some potential to cards that are not like completely unplayable.
Exactly.
In a specific matchup. So they are like dead draws, and you're definitely happy to sideboard them out.
So a really important game 2 here, obviously for both players, but for FaZe or Faze, however we're pronouncing it, this would mean having enough points to make day 2 already, regardless of their results in the next 2 rounds. Of course, you want to keep putting up the points because we are obviously looking towards the top start of the standings, and you know, there is always the conversation around best ofs. You want as many wins under your belt just to put you clear of everybody else that is playing the same legend.
Specifically when you play those 2 decks, because they are actually pretty popular. Both of them are in the like top 6 when it comes to popularity.
Yeah, it would not surprise me. Would not surprise me to see both of these decks represented within the top 8, which of course then is you know, that's what you're looking for.
Although I will be honest with you, I don't expect a Kai'Sa in the top 8.
You don't? That's interesting.
I don't because I feel like she doesn't have a good matchup into Aurelia and doesn't have good enough matchup to be consistent against Draven unless you build it in a way that it should punish Draven, but then you're just losing points in other matchups. So I am not personally expecting a Kai'Sa in the top 8, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I'm just, you know, I'm just saying stuff.
No, I think it's a very valid thought. I mean, we had, I believe it was the same in Bologna, where like Kai'Sa and Aurelio performed well day 1, and then as they hit each other in the second round of day 2, we had some really awkward matchups for each deck. But let's focus in on this, essentially a win and in, as we go into our game 2 between these two. Vilemore up against the Candlelit Sanctum.
And we have a Guardian Angel opening. So what's this the follow-up? We see Punch first and a Trinity Force as well.
I mean, if there's Aurelia, you got to feel pretty good if it's in hand. Or Ruin Runner would feel pretty good. Ruin Runner with Guardian Angel for Kai'Sa feels a bit nightmarish.
Yeah, but that's like 2 turns ahead.
Yeah,
so
true.
Not really that important right now, because in this case, we're going second as a Master Yi. So we're gonna be behind on board. We're gonna be behind on points as well because we didn't play a 2-drop. Right, so what is the plan on how do we catch up over here?
And is that perhaps, and obviously we don't know the sideboarding decisions, there is the Aurelia, perhaps the sideboarding decisions would say, okay, maybe we drop 1 or 2 2-drops as our sideboarding. Like bringing in our beneficial cards. So maybe you're accepting like, ooh, I'm gonna miss my turn 1, but I know that my late game is stronger than it was in game 1 anyway.
We would have to ask him.
Yeah,
because
I would
that's
be
very hard
interested
to
to know.
answer right now. What was the sideboarding decision making?
Which of course we don't show for
Yes,
people because
exactly.
that would give away a little too much information.
And there's Rocket Barrage over here that, let's see, it's actually 4 damage to Irelia. And did we pay the deflect?
Once again, referring, in that case, the players, of course, are in control of maintaining the board state. So I had glanced away at that moment. And I was going to say about the decision there, of course, some people might say, oh, why don't you just take out the Guardian Angel? Well, Irelia is going to score points. And you've already seen that your opponent perhaps is low on units in hand from no 2-drop.
Yeah.
So if you keep the units down, Guardian Angel does nothing on its own. It can just sit in base all game and it has not affected anything.
And I feel like Faza didn't attach the Guardian Angel because he was certain that if the opponent will just do a Falling Star to kill the Irelia, that's going to be so costly that he was actually going to benefit from it. But he didn't anticipate the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah.
That was really grim. Right, that was a really grim result for Faza. And now let's see if he for sure should attach the Guardian Angel to the Master Yi, no? Because that's gonna be important. The ganking is an important aspect as well of this character on one of the battlefields because the other units, the Kai'Sa and the Noxus, are actually stuck on the lair.
Right, because they cannot return to base from Vile Moor's Lair, whereas, as you said, ganking, again, for newer players, perhaps that don't play too much on Vile Moor's Lair, prevents units from moving back to base. That also means from spells and abilities doing it. However, ganking, you can move battlefield to battlefield very easily. Another Rocket Barrage, and that's where you're like, really? Really? You find it again? Rocket Barrage into, there's 2 runes turned upside down. The Falling Star is keeping on top of all of the units from FaZe, and this is very quickly going into Louis Fishpod's favor. I mean, 5 points to 1. No units have been able to stick from FaZe in this game so far.
Yeah, this is like a very standard Kai'Sa like way of playing the game. I'm just punching your first repeatedly with a lot of removal, a lot of base damage removal, damage-based removal. So for FaZe, when he was not able to counterspell anything or not so fast, the Guardian Angel didn't get even value because of the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're on mercy of your opponent. And in this case, Kai'Sa chose everything that was needed.
There's some tiny silver linings, I think, for FaZe as we are up to 7 points. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a tiny silver lining. Can't time warp this turn. Can't time warp next turn. However, you'll lose the game before that point because that is a Ferris Forerunner going on to the Candlelit Sanctum. 1 Ruin Runner is probably not going to be enough on its own with no Yi from the Chosen Champion zone. We'll see what FaZe actually ends up pulling off the top here. What's it going to be? Is there anything really that can turn it around? There's a lot of resources, but are the cards even there? I see
he needs to push away 2 units, so he would need 2 charms, not into base. And
yeah, exactly.
So you have to go over the Kai'Sa and the Noxus, most likely. But then again, even if you kill
Discipline
both
will
of the
give you
units,
1 draw. You have the combat strength in hand, you just don't have the utility. 2 disciplines, I think, in hand. So maybe you get lucky with like the 2 best top decks. Is that 2 on guards, 2 disciplines?
There's 1 on guard, there's a Trinity Force discipline.
I think
Punch
the bottom card is on guard as well, like the leftmost card. So
yes, he definitely has
you have the power, you just need the rest of getting everywhere.
So 2 charms back to back from the top, if he has potential card draw.
Maybe.
Let's see. And that's still not winning, by the way. That's not like surviving. Okay, we're playing +4. We're going in to the Ferris Forerunner battlefield, so we're aiming to go for the Sanctum to dig a little bit for potential answers. All right, there's the trade. I mean, sorry, not the trade.
The demolishing of the might in that battlefield.
Confront and a Poro. So the Confront can be drawn.
Can a Poro get... were there any other units in hand?
No.
No,
that was
so-
a Trinity Force. So how much energy do we have? We have still the punch first. So if we play the confront first, we set it up confront Poro. So we can play confront for 2 energy, then draw the power from confront, play the Poro, that's 4 energy, it's ready. We can go up to 9 with the Poro towards the Vilma's lair.
You're choosing between them, right? Well, no,
No,
you
it's
can
kind
lay
of like
you can lay
Sanctum, so we just
yeah,
so you're just setting them
you're
up.
right, you're just setting them
he
up. So
potentially has a way of breaking the other battlefield and
So it's-
living.
is it
So
discipline
now-
to draw the first one?
Yes.
You get the confront.
Yes. Confront. Now you play the confront. It's gonna be completely tapped out, by the way. So
Yeah, this
it is
being hell
problematic.
bent. So there is the second card. So the tension of the music as well. I'm trying to do the math. Is it even enough?
It is, because it's 8 on the battlefield as our...
He's going to show his colors. There's a Stupefy anyway. So Luis Fishblood lightning fast out of the gate on that one in order to get things done early on against the Yi. And that's one of the problems of this mid-range Yi is it has a lot of high-cost units, and if they don't stick around, you're very, very slow off the mark of actually having that tempo. You said that maybe, there's those 2 drops in the board. We didn't see them. We didn't see them in this game 2, dropping and making an impact on the battlefield early.
Well, we've seen Master Yi not equip the Guardian Angel to the Irelia on turn 2, and obviously was setting up to play the Master Yi on the follow-up, right? That was the idea. Your most likely Irelia survives because your opponent doesn't want to pay the deflect cost from like a falling start, so you're able to develop your Master Yi from the champion zone. Then after you do that, you can attach the Guardian Angel either to Irelia or the Master Yi and try to take control over the battlefields. Now the problem is just one rocket barrage just completely nuked that plan.
Yeah.
Because paying just one cost of the rocket barrage with your Kai'Sa and then the deflect was just 1 energy as well, 1 rune as well, it's not that high of a cost to destroy the Irelia from the base.
Yeah.
And because we didn't have a 2-drop, that's the reason why we just lost so many points sequentially, during this game. So it was really looking rough, but at the same time, Kai'Sa had really great answers in this game. It was really like perfect moment for every single card. The second rocket barrage was also
that's
insane.
huge at that moment where you're like, well, you got both of them, so I guess my luck has run out in that moment. Really interesting matchup. We, of course, will be going to Game 3 very shortly as the players are sideboarding everything. Hello, if you're joining us late in the day, or if you're in America or perhaps another region that has just woken up for the day. Hello, welcome. Join us for some Riftbound here at RQ Lille. We'll be watching your broadcast next week for RQ Atlanta, so
correct.
If you're in the area, make sure that you get yourself over there. I don't know whether tickets are available. I'm assuming not anymore. I'm assuming they have
I would be surprised
all sold out.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'd be surprised too. We wish you could join you as well, but we are having a great time in Lille as our players are trying to secure their Day 2 appearance. A win here for either one in this game is going to secure their spot among the Day 2 participants as they will reach 18 points. It's not all over for the loser. This isn't going home moment, of course. You only have to reach 6 wins throughout 8 rounds today, and we still have 2 more rounds to go after this. So, on to Grover the Godwillow, on to Zorn Warrens, and I would imagine FaZe is the one that is going first, as
For sure.
being the loser in the last one. Pretty
would
much you
imagine
go
so.
first. Don't believe the people that say you should play second. Don't believe them.
There was maybe some arguments to like go second with like Lucian, for example. But
I don't believe those people. I
not
don't
with
like what they're trying to sell me.
Yeah, with the 2-drops build, you definitely don't.
I don't like what they're trying to sell. Don't believe those people. Go first. Play your cards first and play quickly. As okay,
we have a
so
Stellarcorn Herder.
yeah, we have a 2-drop. Oh, okay, 2-drop into Stellarcorn Herder is like Value Town potentially.
And
Almost the only red available, but Kai'Sa is there for tapping for spells.
But the thing is, Grove of the Godwillow will push Kai'Sa to try to deal with the Lonely Poro. Oh, okay, well,
deal with the Lonely Poro, Kai'Sa will. Well,
That's one
I guess
kind of
we have
answers.
obviously combat tricks available.
Could be also Defy, but preferably you would probably do Discipline to
Yeah,
just
if you
draw another one.
draw a card, and potentially On Guard would help as well. As,
Oh, not so fast. We're thinking. There's On Guard as well.
everything does prevent you from playing the Stellarcorn Herder, though. So the other
Yes.
option is, do I just take the hit and say, yeah, okay, I hate that, but I want to play the Stellarcorn
But
Herder and draw a million
The thing
cards?
is, if you just play the Stellarcorn Herder, I'm the Kaiser. I'm playing a Falling Star if I have
Yeah,
it.
I was going to say, this is the time where you're like, no, actually, this is worth it. I will deramp, I will use a big spell,
No, there's
and
the
it's
Falling
in
Star.
hand, so
Yeah.
you just don't even give the draw. I'm like, I will deramp for one in order to prevent you
100%
from
worth
getting
it.
the card draw of Stellarcorn.
Yeah, this is pretty big. Like, imagine we had the Poro on the battlefield, now holding the Grave of the Godwillow, and the open of open energy for the not so fast as well, or potentially any other buffs, right?
Yeah.
Could have been pretty huge hold. And now Master Yi is again playing from the back foot. We're
From
gonna-
behind on
yeah.
units, yeah. This is the problem, is when you can only play one unit a turn, Ruin Runner will maybe slow down Kaiser. When you can only play one unit a turn, and Kaiser can use one spell per turn and remove those units quite effectively, it's difficult to stabilize. Of course, as we
Ooh,
said...
Ferris Forerunner on the hold, yeah. And now you can see that the Grove of the Godwillow actually will hurt actively the
Yeah.
Master Yi player. This is their choice when it comes to the battlefield, and now actually it pays dividends to the Kaiser player. That is not something that you expect, and when you have access to almost unlimited card draw as a Kaiser player, well, you're just squirming. Like,
But-
you just...
Do we have enough in hand for FaZe to get through this while the Kaiser's shields are down? Like, Ferris Forerunner, this is... You know that this battlefield is static at 8.
Correct.
So you're like, all I've got to do is get over 8 and then have enough on my next turn. Because,
There's En Guard only, I think.
yeah, there's an On Guard. I think there's a counter spell in there as well.
So En
Front
Guard...
doesn't do anything.
Confront would be able to draw a card, but the problem is if you actually just play the Master Yi with On Guard, then you're just losing your Master Yi, and your opponent still has 2 mechs in base.
Yeah.
And if you leave them there, then the problem is different kind of like this is another card draw given to Kaiser with the Grove of the Godwillow.
So you have to roll the dice, look at the top of the deck, and say, come on, be good for me. Be good to me.
I don't know about that.
Or is there a world in which you, Zorn Warrens, discard a card, you have a Confront to play your next Ruin Runner, and if it lines up, do you have enough energy in order to
But
to
Ruin
do all
Runner
that?
is not going to be enough because the Ruin Runner is a 5.
Well,
even if you unguard it, it's only going to be 7.
5, 6, 7, 8. If you get another On Guard, if you rip another On Guard, you barely do it, right? 5 plus 1 for Confront, plus 1 and 1 for 2 On Guards. It's like heart of the cards, top deck moment to get through it, if that's the line.
And even if you do that, you're still giving Kaiser the value of 2 mechs in base.
Yeah, that is very true. Who do answer a Ruin Runner on its own.
Correct.
So.
I mean, not exactly, because it's going to be 7, Might, and Max
Because of
are-
Master Yi, yes. That is a great thing to remember. See, I told you, these static abilities do have a habit of getting forgotten as you go through showdowns.
And what is the discard over here? Where, okay, Confront was being thought about being discarded.
Which is draw a card on it. I'm like,
Well, essentially, you just don't pay mana.
you just don't
pay energy
for it,
you know?
Exactly. I think that might be the thinking.
Okay, show us.
Oh, and Confront is 2 anyway. My
Yeah.
math was wrong.
All right, we didn't see what was being drawn. Oh, but it's a 5, so it's
playing the
something new,
other
I think.
Ruin Runner, or
Irelia?
potentially. Thinking about it.
Man, this angle is killing me. Like, we don't see the cards at all.
Oh, I think my math was wildly off, actually. Apologies to the stream for that. It's been a long day.
There's the Irelia and the pass. So another draw. I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, it's so hard to break this battlefield with this setup from Kaiser, but that's another card draw. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is a lot of value coming from...
Another
the
Ruin
Ruin
Runner?
Runner.
Sorry, Ruin Runner. Ferris Forerunner? I
All
mean,
the
it is
runners.
another runner. There's a lot of runners.
There's a
I
lot of
wonder what kind
runners.
of shoes they have. They do not have boots of swiftness, that's for sure, in this deck.
Well, you need 4 for a Ruin Runner. Yeah, that's an illegal deck. You're not allowed that one.
True that.
That is a stacked battlefield. With
12 might.
And if you get through it, it spawns 12 might.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, big old surprise on the other side of that battlefield. So, ooh, sideboard card in hand, that Unyielding Spirit. It doesn't do anything right now.
Doesn't matter, the two first runners are invalidating essentially whatever is in hand.
And this is a little bit of a situation where we see, maybe not in this matchup, but the Irelia style as well fall down. There are times when you have combat tricks in hand when you need counters in hand, and times when you have counters in hand and you need combat tricks.
Correct.
And being able to not have both is really punishing in a moment like this, where there's not enough utility to draw your way out of this.
And now we're attacking with both units into the Ferris Forerunners. We're losing one in this case. We're losing Irelia. That's an interesting choice. And still 12 might is being spawned into the base. That is crazy amount of pressure that is going to be hitting the Mastery back.
Is there any reason you'd pick Irelia there? Is it the deflect maybe? You don't want to have to think about
just
that?
Just the deflect, I think.
Because you know you'll get over the E eventually, and at least you don't have to pay for it.
And the ganking doesn't really matter in this particular spot right now.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we have here?
A lot of damage spells.
Okay,
that tells us why it's the Irelia that's gone, and not the Yi.
Rocket barrage can be used on battlefields, by the way. Just remember about that. It only works in base and on equipment. So we're going to start in with a Stupefy to see what we're going to be drawing.
And here's where using the spells and the damage abilities before combat means Master Yi will not yet be getting the +2 for being in defense. So you can maybe skirt your way around that. With damage to begin with.
And also, by playing Stupefy first, Master Yi doesn't really know what's coming. Like, should I maybe defy the Stupefy to deny the draw? Here we go.
That is what it's going to be. So, saying, all right, I would prefer to be at 6 for now, plus I don't want to give you the draw.
Yeah, because I already gave you 2 with Grove of the Godwillow.
And Kaiser says, okay, I've got all the rest of my my runes available. So 1 up, so it's like, do you have another Defy? We know the answer to that question, but obviously Luis Fishpod doesn't.
There's no way you're holding those battlefields.
No, it's too difficult at this point, you would imagine.
7 might on the Ruin Runner. So essentially, 2 mechs and a Poro runs that over. Right? In case of Master Yi, now we're going to be able to... was that repeated? I think it was.
So we've had the 3 damage and then looking to report.
Now
so this would be enough to take it out. Unyielding Spirit.
Yep.
Finally going to come out, forcing that out of hand. But now it's Master Yi that's shields down. So
he's still at 3 damage, by the way.
Exactly. The first ones will have applied already.
Yeah. So if it would not be, if this Unyielding Spirit would have been played for the first Hextech Ray, then there would be no damage on the unit. But the problem is there's already enough might to affect the battlefield in the base. So just trying to bait Kai'Sa into using more energy, into playing more spells and playing some of the runes permanently with the power cost as well, is making a little bit of a difference. But it does then mean that your opponent will be getting a point, or even maybe again the hold of the Grove of the Godwillow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this thing: not holding the Grove of the Godwillow is gonna decide this game.
It does certainly feel like that at this point in time. Now it's just a case of deciding which units go in, it really is just which do you want to survive for the next turn. Like, who do you want on which, whether it's the Plundering Power on the Grove or the mech or vice versa. We will, of course, see the mech go to Zorn Warren's. Decision to be made now on what to discard, what to draw off the Conquer trigger. We'll then get the Plundering Power as well on top of it. Is that only 2 cards in hand? So
correct.
Decisions to make.
Those are the 2 cards that are being drawn by the Grove of the Godwillow, essentially.
That, when you put it that way, when you put it that way, that's a very interesting situation to be in.
Yeah, and also remember that Master Yi did discard one of his confront already. I can't remember how many did we see in the deck list at the beginning of the match.
Same, I can't.
But most likely 1 or 2. So it's gonna be hard to get into this battlefield now on this turn unless one of your units is entering ready by itself or having a first mate that will untap a unit and then go in, right? But your objective now is trying to deny the growth of the Godwill. The problem is if you do that, then you're opening yourself to a potential Watcher.
Yes, which we're right around. That was what I was going to mention for Luis's next turn, potentially, is Watcher, which you have to be aware of. We, of course, can see the 2 cards that are being flicked through in hand.
One of them is being dead right now. The Rocket Barrage doesn't have even a target.
Yeah. So, it is... case in point, this might be a window to play some units. Telecorn Herder comes through. Is that a first?
No, it's not a first mate.
Okay.
Just the unit, and now 2 points for Kai'Sa. A card draw.
Plus the card, yeah,
the
you're
grave
right.
of the Grove of the Godwill.
Goes up to 7, and now we're in danger territory for, like, you know, Watcher or Time Warp, or like the big Kai'Sa game-ending spells. Not right now in the game, but nevertheless, the more you give Kai'Sa the opportunity to draw into and have the time to play them, the trickier it can get to hold on.
And what's fun is typically Kai'Sa would just retreat the units to the base, and that's it, and just probably just develop more units, pass, and just say deal with this, right? Because you have to set up your defenses. But in case against a Master Yi, you want to keep your smaller units even like on the battlefield because that will deny the +2 might.
Yordle into Yordle to get another draw. That was what came off the first lecturing Yordle draw.
And by the way, the tank keyword, I know it's not going to matter in this case, but there were so many examples of when you can just attack with a Watcher and the tank together to like kill a different Watcher and not lose your own Watcher because the tank just soaks up to damage.
Yeah, really important keyword to keep in mind. And I think a lot of people forget that it's on lecturing Yordle as well, because
quite literally.
Normally you think, oh, okay, now we're into Plundering Power. We're just stacking the one battlefield saying, okay, go, you've got to deal with this big battlefield and one mech. Who is going to win? Honestly, I think it's going to be a tough one. Maybe not impossible. There are a lot of combat tricks available for
one punch first
phase.
would push the units to 8.
And we
have 8 might on the Grove of the Godwill.
And only 1 rune available for Luis Fish.
So this is not unbeatable right now on the board state, but the problem is now Kai'Sa has 3 cards in hand, right? And you're gonna have to now deal with this very uncomfortable position where your opponent is so close to winning the game that you're not gonna have room for breathing, like at all. Unless Kai'Sa will just literally stop drawing any units, right? You will not have time to develop and deal with the board state at the same time because we see Master Yi is only at 3 points.
Yeah, that's always the most suffocating thing about Kai'Sa is like
Charm not so fast and Ruin Runner. Okay.
If you're playing into a Kai'Sa, have we seen Chosen Champion Kai'Sa this game, Game 3? It's off screen, but I think it's still in the Champion Zone,
I actually completely forgot, you're right. So that's another card.
Exactly, it's always there to say, okay, if the battlefields are clear, there's the charm to the base to remove the hold.
This time when I was not thinking about it, come on.
Telecorn Herder will get the draw. You were ahead of your time. You're ahead of your time.
Exactly. Now we're going to do this card. Oh, wait.
Not so fast. Comes through. We saw that one earlier.
Okay.
So, but there's still that Kai'Sa in the Champion Zone, right? To get the Conquer, you'll draw 2 off that. You'll see another 2 cards when if you were to play it on and take out the Telecorn Herder in a successful Conquer. Now you have to break this big old battlefield. So you got the draw. Now
we're doing the discard from Zone Warrens, I'm thinking.
I think so. I think you might be right. Yeah, Ruin Runner, you're like, that's not going to help me this turn. Get rid of that.
Again, we don't see what was being drawn, but I don't think it's a good card. There was a hedge.
It's a Discipline.
Is it?
Discipline,
That's
we get another
great
draw. Yeah, I know. I was going to say, that's a great draw. You get to see another card. Like, love that draw. Are you going to chain draws?
Is that a punch first?
Oh, no, that's a head shake. That's too... It's Guardian Angel being played. Doesn't help it enough.
6 might. Your opponent still is at 8.
So what was the head shake about? Counting it up. FaZe knows that this is essentially to make it to day 2 guaranteed from here for either of them. Taps it.
Oh,
it's
there's
an
an
guard.
guard.
It's +2.
I don't know. That was...
So it clears down, but Kai'Sa from the champion zone is likely to be it, because now FaZe is tapped out.
Because we still have 5 might on the Stalacon Herder doing defense.
True, true. So any spell for damage, it's going to be the Piercing Light. It's going to take out the Stalacon Herder. Tap enough runes, play Kai'Sa from the champion zone, conquer both, and Louis Fishpod makes it to day 2 already from round 6, undefeated on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, what a match. And it's not an easy matchup for Kai'Sa as well.
No, there was some thinking there.
And the inclusion of Irelia Fervent actually makes the matchup way harder when you think about it. There's also some builds that are incorporating, like Navori Scout, for example, which is a 4-drop with built-in deflect too. So it's not easy to target a lot of those units with those spells, but we have seen Kai'Sa here navigate the game 2 and 3 really well, I would say.
Yeah, very well.
Those were the small decisions. I mean, some of them were not decisions, like not drawing a 2-drop, but having instead like Guardian Angel on turn 1 is not exactly your decision.
If I could decide that my opponent doesn't draw a 2-drop, I would make that decision every game.
Yeah, exactly. But there were some decisions like, what if we just adjust the Guardian Angel towards the Irelia Fervent, and then there's no way that someone is going to clear her, because why would you pay deflect cost for killing a unit and then it's still there in the base, right?
I think that's such a fascinating thing about the equipment that came in with Spirit Forge is there's a cost to doing it, right? You're like, do I want to deramp myself? Do I want to set up for that? Does it hinder me on my next turn? Or is the benefit worth it? Is the benefit to save my unit enough? Really interesting game. Down to the wire in certain circumstances. I think we saw a little bit of the limitation that you have in the Master Yi deck, where when your turn is, okay, I'm trying to catch up by playing one big unit, and I don't have anything else, a deck like Kai'Sa is going to outpace you and just go quickly over the top. Yeah, but it was actually a very interesting game to rewatch, I would say, because, for example, when the Poro was going into the Grove of the God Willow and it was met with the Hextech Ray, that I feel like is a very nuanced position to be in, where our player chose here to go into the next turn with the Stalacon Herder, right? But there were other options, and you had to calculate which one is mathematically better. I'm not certain which one is better. No, and you know, you give you that option on paper. Do you want a Poro or a Stalacon Herder? Yeah, and the Grove of the God Willow, you don't know how much value you have to put on it. But is it worth, like, using your on-guard from hand and then not playing a unit and having only the Poro on that position on the Grove of the God Willow with the not so fast in the hand and the 4 might, then fight against the 2-drop for your opponent? Like, there's so many moving parts there that you have to calculate. But then if you just allow that unit to be killed and then you develop something in base and it just dies to Falling Star, you just feel like, oh, now this game is ruined. And then we consider, you know, that's us playing with almost perfect information on the game of being able to see both. Correct. You think you're in the seat, you're in the featured match, you're playing essentially a win and in for day 2. And then you're like, okay, I've got to decide, do I want to keep this Paro alive, or do I greed for the Stalacon Herder, which I don't even really think it's greed, right? Like, Stalacon Herder on that turn is any other deck, I would say you probably do it this way. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, just the Kai'Sa will pay less for power, and when you think about it, killing a Stalacon Herder in the base for 2 energy, 1 power, I'm paying that blind every time. Every time. It's just like I'm slamming it 2 times. Break the table, get it out of here. That's exactly that situation. But, you know, that's what we talk about, like, playing at the highest level of these players. Like, these individual decisions have that ripple effect through, and we don't have the luxury of saying, okay, well, what would have happened if it had been backwards? So for Louis Fishpod, the turn of events is that they will be in day 2, guaranteed, regardless of if they win or lose or draw the next 2 rounds. Of course, our Master Yi player, FaZe, will be continuing to play. Their tournament is not over. 5-1 is still a very respectable score at the end of round 6. When you think about it, it's like just the day 1 and it's not even finished. And we're going to still have Swiss rounds. How many Swiss rounds tomorrow? 5 tomorrow. 5 tomorrow morning. 13 total. 13 rounds. That means that this round 6 was not even halfway through the entire event.
So yeah, there's a lot of Riftbound to be played out.
And then we've
still.
got top 8 after that. So it's not just 13 rounds of Swiss either. We've got so much Riftbound for those of you at home. Thank you very much for joining us on your weekend. Let us know on social media what you're doing, how you're watching. Use the hashtag RQLille as well. If you're in chat, we see you too. Hope you're saying nice things.
Yeah, I hope so.
Please say nice things. Let's hear some nice things, I hope, in an interview. I'm going to pass it over to Amy to hear from our winner.
Thanks so much, James. I'm here with the winner of our Feature Max, Louis, who has come with this wonderful Kaiser list. I'm obsessed. Where did you start?
I technically started with just normal Kaiser after all the bannings because I wanted to play something else, but I figured Kaiser lost nothing. When I started with what is Kaiser bet against? All the green decks, Irelia, Yi, which I somehow managed to win because I figured out the only way you actually lose against them is if you try to fight their counter spells.
Yeah, that totally makes a lot of sense.
So I saw all the online lists. I played like Get Excited, even more spells, everything for the sideboard, also only spells. I was like, but the best part is just more might.
More might.
And when we went through a lot of things, figured out 4-1 is the best unit in red. And then we joked about playing more for cost cards, like more Kaisers or anything. But when we tested with a lot of friends who also have a problem in red with Ani or else, they can play more than 3 Kaiser.
Yeah.
So we needed a 5th or 4th 4-drop, and we figured out Rumble is the best one left.
Yeah, and then you're giving your mechs more advantage.
Yeah, and when I figured out, okay, Forerunner is good, it beats everything in the mirror because every other Forerunner is 6 might. I have 7 on attack. I get my Forerunners back. And when I just looked at all the 2-drops and was like, we can also play the Vision mech.
Yeah.
And so I had 7 mechs, needed a 7th 2-drop, and was like, we also have Gem Jammer.
Yeah,
because
naturally.
if you only stack one battlefield with a lot of might, sometimes you need ganking.
Exactly, and then you can just make that happen.
And then you stack all the Forerunners in one.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, I go to the other one my opponent says. And I was like, no, just gank over.
It's genius, honestly.
And that's how it went. And that's how all of my matches went today. It's like, all of my opponents expect a lot of spells.
Yeah.
And just go with might. Don't play a spell until turn 5 or so when it matters. And then I just blow them out.
I love it. I think it's absolutely genius, and you've shown through your straight in the tournament so far that tactic is working. Are you ready to go all the way?
I hope so. I also managed shoutouts to a lot of friends of mine who tested with me because the mech idea was mine.
Oh, okay.
But in the end, I was the one just saying, okay, let's do it.
I'm going to do it.
You say that's good. I trust you. Let's do it.
Are any of your friends here playing it too?
My girlfriend is here.
Oh, amazing.
She's right now, I hope she's 4-2 now with Ari, trying from Metagame. And a lot of friends from Berlin, like 20 people from our town.
That's absolutely incredible. The Riftbound love is definitely with you guys in Poland. Thank you so much for giving us a really brief catch-up on the inspiration behind your deck and how it works and how it fixes those awkward matchups. We're going to throw it back to the casters for some more action.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy. Did I hear Louis Fishprod say Berlin is their base? If so, hello
so.
Berlin, my old hometown. I should have played more card games when I was there, but I did not. I know you spent a lot of time in Berlin.
I spent a lot of time in Berlin as well.
My German, not good enough to translate cards, and my card gameplay, not good enough to know every card, just from the pictures at all times. We're going into another round. We don't need to talk about my history. We can go into another interesting round in round 6. We're still in round 6, just as we finish things up. We want to drop into the last game of our second feature match, and we picked another interesting matchup here as we've got Ari Inquisitive and Draven Showboat. So Ari was undefeated coming into this round. Draven does lead 1-0 in this series.
And we have now the game is most likely being started by the Ari because of the loss, right? So we're gonna have turn 1. Yeah, Grove with Godwillow, of course, it makes sense. Again, a game with Grove with Godwillow. Look at that, 2 games in a row. So we're gonna be having 3 and 2. Wait.
Yeah, I think we may have a slight issue with the scoreboard right now. I believe coming into this that the Ari player that we were looking at following was undefeated. So, nevertheless, we'll follow this game and we'll get an update on scores as we go through.
Because we definitely heard that there's an undefeated.
I saw with my own 2 eyes on the standings that there was an Ahri undefeated. As somebody who has an off deck of Ahri, I was quite intrigued as to see how it would play in the meta with players of the RQ caliber. Meanwhile, over the other side, Draven Showboat, that is a scary set of cards in hand. Draven plus, Darius plus some spinning axes there.
That is 10 might push.
Yeah, that is really strong.
Yeah, he will have a Titan. It looks like it's a showdown between him and the 2 Sand Soldiers, but it's not. It's just the battlefield is just a little bit pushed to the side. So first point for Thomas over here on Draven mid-range. And I'll be honest with you, this particular matchup is not looking that great for Draven for Ahri, because you're just giving. You want your character to do something which is holding and going into battle against opponents. But unfortunately, Draven wants you to do that. So he wants to get into the fights. He wants to utilize his tools to essentially turn them into card draw. And in this case, the spinning axes, the Dariuses, the cleaves, blood rushes, whatever you play in the Draven deck is going to convert now into card draw, because you most likely will push over the amount of defense that the Ahri will put out, unless the area has some really nasty setups being done, but without a Sona, that's probably very hard to do.
Which is fair. It is hard to do without a Sona. I know that this Ahri deck does, in the main board, play, they're in hand. Blitzcrank is one way of disrupting your opponent's battlefield, and that's what's going to happen here. Don't see a whole lot of Blitzcrank in general, but what it'll do is when you play it to a battlefield, only, it will pull an enemy unit and begin a showdown where the Blitzcrank is played. And then when Blitzcrank holds, he'll actually return back to the hand as well.
What is very important to understand about playing Blitzcrank is that it is a net negative tempo to some degree. Because depending on what is happening in the game, in this case, we're exchanging a 5-drop for a 2-drop. Because then this Blitzcrank goes back into the hand, and we're not getting, we're not getting this energy back, right? So the Defied tries to stop the right the wind that was trying to get another point during your opponent's turn. It's a very important Defy. Like, it's very, very important to play this right now, because otherwise Draven would have not only get the point, but then it would also trade with the potentially the Sand Soldier, because otherwise you would just be giving a card draw from the Grove of the God Willow. That cannot happen, as we can, see in the previous match. We have seen the Grove of the God Willow actually help the opponent so much.
Yeah, not allowed to let that happen. So, Falling Star in hand, if you care about dealing with the Blitzcrank, or do you just care about dealing with some Sand Soldiers and say, okay, we'll take both of those out?
We have the Darius, man. No, wait, no, we deramped.
Yeah, deramping is going to make that tricky. So,
yeah, deramping. We don't have any more access to Darius into the spinning axe. And that was potentially something that would break any of the holds, because I would attack for 9.
So if you Falling Star the Sand Soldiers...
board is essentially empty. Oh, we're killing the Blitzcrank.
It's going to be double Blitzcrank. I was going to say, Blitzcrank does return to hand, and then you don't really get the effect again. It is like going to get delayed, but nevertheless, we'll take the Blitzcrank out from the toughness. Blitzcrank also, another thing about it is it does have the tank keyword, so it does have to be assigned damage first. That's another good reason when you pull small units, they just kind of bounce off, and you just say, yep, go to the trash. I'll win that showdown.
The thing is, if you would just play the Darius, and that was one of the options, then the problem is that the Blitzcrank just pulls you in, and the Darius is a 4, and it doesn't kill the Blitzcrank. So you can't really just set up the Darius.
There's the second Blitzcrank. If at first you don't succeed, pull and pull again at this point.
Yeah, for a second I thought I'm seeing double. It was like, wait, he just got destroyed.
These are the 2 main board Blitzcranks. So this Golem is rolling. And it's gathering no rust as 6 runes tapped.
Never seen that coming.
No, didn't see that. 6 runes and 1 red. I wonder what that's going to be.
Well, and this hold becomes way less efficient now, because now trying to pull this with a Blitzcrank, it will trade 1 for 1.
Yes.
You would need more support. And we are building up runes here on side of Ahri. Because the Blitzcrank is costing us 1 green, so we have 3, 6, 7, if I'm not mistaken, over here, right?
Yeah, it's 7.
7.
I'm just double checking if there are any combat tricks in hand. Like even an on guard would kind of help here, because you can pull the Forerunner in with the tank keyword.
Correct.
You'd be able to withstand the Forerunner.
But the problem is, like,
if
you do this, your opponent again has 2 more units, right?
Yeah, you're very right.
Fortunately, in case of Ahri, those 3 drops are essentially 2 drops.
2 drops, yeah, exactly. That's the other thing that's happening at all times. It's the discipline that's going to come through. So again, will allow Blitzcrank to stay alive, trades against the Ferris Forerunner. And yeah, now it's 2-3 drops come through.
But the problem is, now you're completely tapped, and the Draven can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that is scary. Although, you know, Ahri is up at 6. That's what I was going to say. These holds, this one Sand Soldier on the other battlefield over on the Grove of the Godwiller has just been getting cards. He's like, cool, I'll guard this battlefield and just draw you a card every turn. That's all I need. And, you know, we said that a Darius plus the Spinning Axes is scary situation to be in, but if you can't play them both...
Well, now he has access to it.
Yeah, and that's basically going to be an all-in here in order to
I don't think it's even scary. It's like, okay, I'll clean both battlefields, I'll draw 2 cards, and just setting up the field as well. Potentially, now Ahri has a problem if she doesn't have a Watcher.
Yeah, which...
And even if there's a Watcher, you're only going to be able to clear one of the battlefields, and the other one is going to either draw your card or have a bigger unit.
And Ahri has been de-ramping throughout some of these turns with the Blitzcrank consistently, so it is difficult to deal with. So that will be that battlefield getting cleared out. Then, of course, we know the other one will get cleared out by the mechs as well.
So this is a bit of a problem over here.
Ahri does not stabilize particularly well from this spot. It is hard, as you said, without the without the Watcher in order to do the Singularity won't get the job done here because the Darius is too strong at this point.
Also, good sequencing, wanted to just call it out. Thomas over here could have attacked 1 by 1 because in theory in every other deck that would have made no difference. Right, he would still attack with a 2-might into a 2-might trade and then conquer with the second mech. But in case of Draven, you want to attack together because then you are actually winning combat.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That is a very, very good point. So I think that Hazugashi's main goal now is restock a base with as many units as you can and try on the next turn to double conquer. But it's only the one
Student Pass
doesn't even play the Ahri from the Chosen Champion zone. I wonder whether that is going to end up being too slow now, not playing it this previous turn.
But why do we save so much energy? What is the play?
What is the play?
Yeah, I'm curious now.
Oh, you're actually asking. I thought you knew what the play was.
No, I have no
Because I'm
clue.
trying to think of what is that much energy worth on my opponent's turn. Right? That was exactly my question, is like, you're saving this energy for something.
Yeah, but I'm not certain what for. It's like, what is the point exactly right now?
I guess, is the point, do you not want to de-ramp? It's 2, 4, 6. You've got 8, so you're going up to 10.
But your opponent is going to just... No, you cannot leave the battlefields because your opponent can have a Watcher into double conquer, right? So now the fan is set up to essentially play around at least the Watcher to some degree.
Yeah.
We have another set of Spinning Axe and a Ride the Wind, which can hold points, essentially, in case if you use the Ride the Wind during your opponent's turn. So Rocket Barrage to
deal with the Spinning Axe?
To deal with the Spinning Axe,
because then you're going to Singularity on the back end, is my assumption.
The Student goes up to 3.
Yeah, Student goes up to 3. So you're, I guess, looking to Singularity, Darius, and the mech.
Yeah, the problem is there's another Spinning Axe.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. The problem here is Spinning Axe, and you've just tapped out everything. You kind of have to at this point in order to make it work. So Darius is not going to fall here.
That is a crazy position right now because not only you have a live Darius, but also now you can try defeating the opponent here with the Darius if you just do the Ride the Wind.
Yeah, exactly. Although, yeah,
I mean, that would not get him a point because he's gonna just join the surprise.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be
as a surprise defender to some degree. So maybe it's not worth it. And now the Darius can go back to base. We play any 2 cards, readies, goes into Grove of the Godwiller.
And then on your opponent's turn, you can ensure you're going to hold. Like, if you
Exactly.
have to ride the wind to a different battlefield to
You
just
will draw a card for having
exactly,
to conquer,
but
like,
then you
from
might
7.
set up to hold
Exactly.
safely on the other turn. As it's going to be. It's not Darius and Draven that are showing up as a duo in this. It is just 2 Darius. No one needs the brothers at this point. It is going to be 2 Darius, 1 conquering each battlefield. That is going to put Thomas at
7.
basically the point, the winning point for the next turn. And I don't really know if there's anything that an Ari player can pull here in order to do it.
Double trump to base.
You're convinced it's the best play. It's the best play in the game.
It's horrible, man. It not even does anything.
I think was there a Singularity in hand? Without that spinning axe, you'd be feeling great. I mean, Singularity plus like a smoke screen or something? Anything? Singularity and just something?
Is that even... Wait. What
Is that against the odds? It is against the odds to pull the other one. Read the card. It's going to say give extra might, and it's going to go to the other Darius. So both Darius will...
No.
Oh, wait. Hang on. What did I miss?
No, you didn't miss anything. The against the odds works when there's opponent at the battlefield.
It's per opponent, right?
Yeah, per opponent, of course.
Exactly. The
So-
charm back to the base.
Come on. That's so funny. Okay.
Those of you that missed it, we're laughing because Lothar earlier in the day went down a rabbit hole on it, and
yeah, and then it turns
something
out
else happened.
it was not the best play,
But
definitely.
sometimes it's a thing that'll
Sometimes
keep
it
you
has to
there.
happen, you know. It actually happened twice now.
Yeah, it
during
has.
the day, you know.
I think it validates you, actually. I think you can be
Kinda, a little
vindicated.
bit, yeah. Although that one with the first attempt of charm to base was just that was anyway. Yeah. Okay. So do we have a follow-up? Yes, we do.
Yeah,
and that's double
there's the
conquer,
cleave,
and the
there's
game
the
goes
fist
out.
bump. And that is Thomas advancing in round 6. Looks like he will pick up the 4th win of the day. Against the odds.
Staying alive.
Just wanted to flex. Against the odds stays in the tournament as well, as that is the end of round 6 for us. It's been an interesting day.
I wanted to just quickly summarize this game.
Yeah.
So what I feel like that actually it kind of went exactly how I explained it before. Blitzcrank was effective.
Yeah.
It was getting you card value, but the problem is it was not getting you tempo value. And you actually, when you think about it, we had two times Blitzcrank getting a Tide Runner, which is 10 energy and 2 power being spent to kill 2 units.
Right.
Then it sets up defenses, but because we are tapping out and we're still potentially getting the Blitzcrank back into the hand, a Darius with a spinning axe or a cleave just is a complete blowout. And we are not able to come back into those games typically.
Yeah, that's a massive difference. And that's a very fair point about the way that the tempo played out. And we'll keep up our tempo by going over to an interview with Barcode.
And we are back on the floor right now with one of the key players of the room. It is Antonio Lopez. I mean, yeah, don't be shy. We all know that you're a very good TCG player. But on Riftbound, how is it translating?
It's translating pretty well. I've come from other TCGs where it's a bit faster, so there is more management to learn, more stuff to learn. But the tempo is still the same, the way you get card advantage. It all translates between each other.
I mean, yeah, this is some definitions that we all know, and they are all the same in every single TCG. Right now, you are playing in the main event, right? How are you doing in this event?
At the moment, I'm still 5-1, so I'm still in the race. So that is pretty nice. I'm pretty happy about it.
How long have you been playing Riftbound?
I've started since set 1. I did the very first regional qualifier at Houston, and I haven't stopped playing since then.
Okay, so, I mean, you've been playing for a pretty long time now, so you know the game pretty well. Which deck did you choose to play for this event specifically?
I pretty much chose a comfort pick because of the ban list. So I went with Kai'Sa because it's the deck I've played the most, prepared the most for Houston through the set 1. In set 2 it was still okay. And after the ban list I think it's one of the top 3 decks. And by going through the representation in the room, most people think it's the same. So
Yeah, it's a pretty solid choice, to be honest. I mean, there are 4 decks at the top of the metagame. I mean, most of players think so. And I think that Kai'Sa is a pretty solid one. Speaking about the preparation specifically, remove that smile. Speaking about the preparation, how did you prepare for this event specifically? And what do you do as a almost professional player?
It's mostly testing sessions with my good friend Inas, and also a partner in every TCG. I always test with him. Usually we play by remote dueling a lot of times, and sometimes I also play remote duel on Barcode's Discord. You should join up, guys. It's very fun in there. But I would say most of the preparation, of course, it's with Inas, my buddy from Think Twice. So yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So you have an overall very good preparation. And do you think right now that it translates very well into this event? Do you feel confident when you are playing?
Yes, but I think it comes from the experience from playing under high pressure in other parts of games. You just learn a lot and you just understand the game dynamics a little bit more, so you're not as lost, even though it's kind of new because it's impossible to have. He's seen everything in such a vast game because the game tree has so many branches in Riftbound, it's impossible to just know directly what is coming. So, yeah.
Makes sense. Coming into the tournament, what were your expectations? Did you expect to go top 8 to win it all, or did you just want to make day 2, for example?
Well, I'm just saying I'm here for the best of Kai'Sa, and we know Kai'Sa is the 3rd most represented deck, so I'll do my best.
You're gonna do your best, and I know that you're gonna do very well because of your experience and your preparation, which is, of course, very good. Speaking about preparation, there is going to be the set 3 Unleashed very soon. Is there any legend that you particularly like in this set?
Oh, I really like LeBlanc. I think it's going to be very, very fun. The signature spell, I love it. I just love the way you can just create game states out of nowhere with this card. It's amazing. Very good card design.
The mechanics are indeed awesome. I am myself a LeBlanc enjoyer and I'm waiting it so hard. But for now, what you are going to wait is the next round. So guys, take it away.
Oh, hi everyone. We're back here. RQ Lille, I'm Blevins. That is Amy. We're here in on the precipice of round number 7, which is crazy to say. We were talking backstage about how it's got to be, what, like noon now? Maybe it's, what, round 3 or 4? It's round 7. The day has absolutely flown.
I feel like I've just kind of lost it. I don't know where the day has gone. I need to find it because we've been having so much fun that it's flown by. Yeah. And I'm certain you guys at home have been having a similar experience.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of different types of decks. Even, we saw a Kai'Sa match when we cast. Last round, there was a Kai'Sa that was mech Kai'Sa. Like, I haven't seen that since before Spirit Forge was released. Like, people were brewing that deck.
Yeah.
So really awesome to see all these different types of decks do well. We're seeing a lot of players rise to the top, and a lot of these other decks. I did a little walk of the top tables in between, or while the last round was going on, and I saw a lot of different decks.
What did you see?
I saw Draven. I saw Irelia.
Like
I mean, we saw the things that you would expect, but I also saw we saw Victor. I saw a lot of Rek'Sai actually, a lot more Rek'Sai than I was expecting.
I like that.
Decent number of Fioras. There was a Darius up at the top, and when I'm talking top tables, I'm imagining that whole row is EXO, and probably the first few rows are EXO.
Yeah.
I did of course see Alan playing Ezreal with the full head cam on, and I'm like, I wanted to get down and ruin his shop, and I'm like, oh, he's playing a very important match right now. I should probably not tamper with this, even though I wanted to. But yeah, just really diverse up at the top tables. And then, of course, once you start going back, you can see literally anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what it's all about. And you can see that people really have brought their best. They've gone, this is my favorite legend. here I am to show that I am the best.
Yeah.
And that's why we've got these, even what some might call unusual decks up on those top tables, because they're proving it.
Yeah, well, I've talked about it publicly a lot, that my absolute favorite thing, and the thing that has gotten me way more interested in competitive Riftbound from a player perspective, is the best of
100%.
Rising. It's such a
100%.
cool thing to have that amazing commemorative trophy, for lack of a better word, but also I can play the trophy as my legend, which is amazing. And, you know, players are coming out in droves trying to get, you know, maybe they really love that legend. They, you know, we talked to the Lucian player from round 1, and they're like, I finally get to play my main in League, which is awesome. So going for a best of, having that awesome piece of Riftbound history is amazing, and we're seeing players have their own little sub-tournament in. You know, if you're playing for a best of, if you're Lucian, you're not playing necessarily in the field of almost 2,000 players that everyone else is. You're trying to win this little tournament of about 50 people, and that's way more palatable for a player like me.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And even though that's still a huge feat and it's going to take a lot of doing, there's a lot of players that are looking right at their way into day 2 of this event with those legends, with those champions that are less conventional, with the ones that have more to prove, because people go, you're playing what?
Yeah. No, literally, I need to read the card.
I guess so.
We saw a lot of that, and it really just makes, again, for me, I'm old school player, been playing card games for 20 years, been playing competitively for almost that long, and there's a lot of tournaments that really, if you don't win, it's kind of like, what was I doing here? Here, there's so much to play for. There's so much in the main event. Of course, there's a ton at the event itself. You don't even need to necessarily play in the main if you don't want to. There's a lot to that is going on in these regional qualifiers, including some really awesome stuff with cosplayers, and we're going to actually throw it to Barcode, who's going to talk to one right now.
Okay, I'm right now with Elusine, who is cosplaying this very beautiful Misfortune, and I can tell you, this cosplay looks absolutely incredible. First of all, how are you doing today?
Eh ben, ça va très bien, je te remercie. Et toi?
I'm actually doing absolutely incredible. First question that comes into my mind, how did you do this cosplay, especially the guns, which look absolutely amazing?
Alors, j'ai fait ce cosplay en 2 mois environ, et les guns qui t'intéressent tant sont faits avec une imprimante 3D et c'est du PLA. Le reste du costume, un chapeau avec de la mousse, du cuir pour la tenue, hop, et de la suédine.
And that looks absolutely awesome. I've got a question for you. Is Misfortune your favorite character?
Alors, ce n'est pas mon caractère préféré, parce que mon préféré c'est Vel'Koz et c'est un petit peu compliqué à faire en cosplay.
It's a bit hard, yeah.
Mais c'est le deuxième. Donc je suis pardonnée?
It actually makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So maybe one day you will be able to do a Vel'Koz cosplay. I'll be waiting to see if you can do it. But another question that comes into my mind, have you ever done another cosplay than this one?
Alors, j'ai déjà fait 15 cosplays de League of Legends. Voilà.
Wow.
Mais sur l'événement, je vais porter que Misfortune.
Okay. What are some other characters that you've actually done as cosplay?
J'ai fait une Kayle Pentakill avec des ailes de 4,50 m motorisées qui se déploient. Oui. J'ai fait Vayne, j'ai fait Syndra, j'ai fait LeBlanc, j'ai fait 5 tenues, 5 skins de Misfortune. Voilà.
A lot of Misfortune.
Ouais, je l'aime beaucoup, oui. Xayah aussi.
Xayah as well.
Ouais.
One of my favorite characters, to be honest.
C'est vrai?
Yeah.
Ok. Bah, Xayah et Fiora. Il y en a tellement que je sais même plus. Enfin, je fais du cosplay depuis 10 ans.
It's been 10 years already?
Yes.
That's absolutely incredible. And finally, I mean, this is an event in France. How does it relate to you and how do you feel here in this event with the French audience and the French crowd?
Alors, je suis super contente qu'il y ait un événement en France parce que le but, c'est d'inclure aussi la communauté FR dans les prochaines cartes. C'est pourquoi je parle en français, voilà, hein, c'est pour vous habituer à la suite, à ce qui va arriver. Mais non, la communauté française est incroyable et on est vraiment ravis de pouvoir avoir nos cartes et d'être ici et de vous héberger.
That's actually very nice. Thanks a lot for your time. That was absolutely wonderful having you here. And for you at home, don't go anywhere because we've got some more content coming your way.
Welcome back, regional qualifier, Lille. I'm still Blevins, that is still Amy, and I've got to say it was almost super, super awkward because I was actually going to cosplay as Misfortune for this right here, so it would have been a really awkward, like, who wore it better, and so luckily I just went with some regular clothes instead, but we avoided that. That snafu was avoided, but here we are again, on the precipice of round number 7. We've been talking about meta diversity at the top tables. We've been talking about what is going on in this tournament. We actually have a little bit of a look into the standings here. Who at the top is doing well and what are they playing? Let's take a look. Here we've got some featured players, of course. We've got Marshall from Riftbound Report at 4-2 with the Rek'Sai. Still alive. Still alive. Anyone else jump out to you, Amy?
Well, here we go again. This feels very familiar territory. Alan ZQ 6-0 with Ezreal. Obviously, we have to have a little bit of a different build, but we're there. Rap Solo 4-2 with Draven. Vins, of course,
who we
6-0.
saw. Yep.
We've just seen 6-0, Draven. And then we've got a few on the right-hand side there, of course. And we've got a second page for you. We've got some alternative legends here as well. My boy Set, sadly going 2-3 at this point. Becky 3-3 with that Teemo. Lucian doing good. Casanova bringing that home.
Yeah, we've got my buddy T, who has won multiple best of Garens there, not doing so great right now. But here we go at the top tables. We've got Kaisa in here. That's who we just saw. That's the mech Kaisa that we just saw. We've got Extasio, who is actually a Legends of Runeterra player from back in the day. Of course, we see Alan as well. But we got a lot of different players on there, and even more interestingly to me, a lot of different legends, Amy.
And I think that's the beauty of it right now, is that we do have a plethora of legends, and even within that, we've seen so many different builds today, like that highlight of the mech Kaisa that we've just seen. So even within this, you see repeats, you see Draven, you see Aurelia, you see Kaisa, but actually, when you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, these could be entirely different from one another.
Oh, yeah. We saw 2 Kaisas on stream, and those 2 Kaisas were absolutely not close at all. If you were playing against, if you were playing around one thing, and then they play a bunch of mechs on turn 2 and 3, going, oh, I have prepared very poorly for what is about to happen.
This is not it.
But we are here into our match, round number 7. We've got a Fiora finally, and Aurelia on the right side here.
Yippee, I love Fiora. Set was my favorite deck from set 1, and Fiora felt like a natural transition. Of course, we've got body and order domains, lots of removal spells, but then we also have some big units. It's all about being mighty.
Yes, absolutely. We can see here 3-set brawler on the side of the Fiora, and this is a relatively standard looking version of the Hook Fiora. A couple extra cards here. We've got the Buru Captain and Sea Monkey, who you don't always see in those versions, but nice to hit off of the Hook. And then Aurelia there with the main deck Draven and the main deck Vex. You'll love to see it.
Aurelia can be a little bit troublesome. Forcing you to pay extra for some of those spells is not that fun.
Yeah, no, not fun at all if you have to pay extra for those there. But really, really interesting matchup coming here. Hook Fiora is one that I was actually looking a lot into when Spirit Forge first came out. At first, I thought it was a meme, which is, of course, why I gravitated towards it. I thought, oh, no one's going to want to look at this. And then it did well in some Chinese events. And from there, it was actually played quite a bit and became a relatively sort of tier 2 meta deck. And now I think with the bans, it's actually a decent pick here as we see animation module actually still here in the event as we jump on in to round number 7.
Round 7, a colossal matchup between Might and Calm. We've got two very different playstyles going into the fray against one another, but which will prevail? Both starting off strong with those low-cost, cheap units to get into the board, to start making a board state. It would be typical of Fiora at this point just to push forward and start taking some points on those battlefields.
Yeah, and speaking of those battlefields, we've got Trifarian Warcamp, which we saw really do well in the Draven last round. We've, of course, got the Zon Warrens on the side of Aurelia. Trifarian Warcamp, really interesting one for Fiora, because if you have a 4-might unit and you move into Trifarian Warcamp, that counts as becoming mighty. And we see that right here. There's the Fiora going to be mighty there.
And that's what we love.
Yep.
It's such a beautiful combo, being able to immediately make yourself mighty by using the battlefield itself. You didn't need a buff, you didn't need a spell, you didn't need anything special. You just moved on in and became mightier. And when Fiora is mighty, she gets deflect, ganking, and shield.
Yeah, so good. And that shield is one that I have seen forgotten many times. And yes, many of those times have been from me. I am like counting. I'm like, okay, she's 5. I got that. Yep. Deflect. Okay, I don't want to target her. Ganky, she can move over. Okay, I'll attack in. And they go, yep, she's a 6. I go, wait, what?
Wait a minute.
I did not want that to happen, but it did happen, and we moved on with our lives there. But we see a very strong battlefield. 8 might on the side of the Trifarian Warcamp. You don't normally see 8 might on a battlefield this early in the game.
Nah, but that's exactly what these mighty style decks excel in. Putting big, tremendous board states, putting a wall in front of your opponent and saying, can you deal with this? Because my guys are pretty big, and you want to get them out early and flourish. You want to be able to overwhelm your opponent with might alone.
Yep, and here is a card that I think started off in a lot of decks, Aurelia decks when Spirit Forge came out. The previous pre-ban meta did not really have them as much, but Heart of Dark Ice is a very strong card, giving you 3 might. You're able to activate it to give 3 might to any unit that you would like, and that, of course, can trigger the Blade Dancer of Aurelia. It effectively can give any one of your units accelerate every single turn if you need it, and of course adding that 3 might as well is very, very strong. We're seeing this Poro go in and tussle.
That is the biggest Poro I think I've ever seen. A Defiant Dance plus this Dark Ice is absolutely phenomenal. An 8-power Poro, Might Poro, going into now just 6 on animation side, taking out that really early lead. The answer was clear. Yes, I can deal with your mighty guys.
Yeah, I was talking about how you don't usually see 8 might on the side of a battlefield. Well, how about on the other side, and it's one singular Poro.
Though he be small, he be mighty.
He be very mighty indeed. But one thing to note, though, we look at the rune count on the side of Aurelia. It is 2 runes. So, you know, you ask what it cost, and the answer may just be everything. But it was a board clear indeed. And now the question is, what is Fiora going to do here to rebuild that board and keep the pressure on?
So it looks like we've got a lot of choices here. There are a lot of units in hand. They have a lot of good effects, but I think ultimately we need to start with a big boy. So I think this is likely Set Brawler. It is indeed. And when they are played, they get a buff, and you can spend that buff to get +4 might on a turn, so it can give itself an effective 8.
Yeah. And it's a really cool unit with Fiora, because when you play it, it comes in as the 4. Its ability is a triggered ability that gives it a buff. That going from 4 to 5 with the buff, that is becoming mighty.
It is.
That procs the Fiora. The second time you can do this is you can remove that buff to give him +4. Well, you remove the buff, that brings him down to 4. That puts an ability that, when it resolves, will give him +4. When that happens,
mighty.
he becomes mighty again. So you get to double dip the chip. That is that.
Oh, it's the best when you get to reactivate abilities like that and just keep going. And honestly, is one of the reasons I really enjoy playing this deck is because of that synergy between Fiora and Set.
Right, it's really good. I mean, ironically, Fiora is the best user of Set Brawler, including even of Set himself. So it's a really, really strong card in this deck. Once you start using Fiora worthy, you can start accelerating him, or rather, you can start readying him, and it gets really, really strong. And he's just able to control the board, and he's really hard to deal with because he's massive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And you can then just kind of keep piling that pressure on, because even if you spend that buff, okay, well, I'll put a pit rookie into play, and then I'm going to just keep going with all of this nonsense. I'm going to make sure that Set is giant. He's ready to go straight away, thanks to Fiora. And then we can just move him straight into a battlefield, and we are scoring a point.
Yeah, we're scoring a point. Not going to contest that 8 might Set, who's now going to be a 9 might with the buff. We did, of course, see that Fiora legend proc there to get that channeled rune exhausted.
And we drew some cards. Thanks, Zorn Warrens.
Thank you, Zon Warrens, indeed. And now this is really, I mean, we can see the rune disparity. It is massive. 4 runes on the side of Aurelia and a lot on the side of Fiora. And we're seeing our good old friend, first mate, to just bring Set back into safety.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad thing at all. That's exactly what we want to do, is be holding on to Set and be able to make him kind of, oh my goodness. Oh, that board state became huge very quickly.
A lot of units, and our good friend Baited Hook, an absolutely fantastic card. Reminiscent of cards from other games as well. You're able to turn your units into bigger units is the long and short of it.
Which, I mean, who doesn't want to do that, especially when you're playing a deck that revolves around being mighty. Whenever a unit is above 5 might, it is considered mighty.
Absolutely. So you're able to turn your units into better units. But the thing that I found was actually very, very strong about the hook specifically is you're able to go in and conquer a battlefield. Then you can hook that unit at the battlefield away, get a better unit, and put that unit in base. It's build your own Lucian. You can get in, get your point, and then get out.
And you're like, yeah, actually, I don't need to be here anymore. I'm going to jump back out of here. And it works ever so well. It's been used in a plethora of decks, and I'm not surprised to see it in this one now.
Yeah, it's been a really, really strong addition to the deck, and really Fiora has weirdly enough become the de facto baited hook deck a lot of the time. I think, you know, outside of maybe Renata Hook, which I think there's some believers out there in, has not seen a lot of success at the top tables, but the Fiora Hook deck certainly has, at least in early Spirit Forge, and we may be seeing it here at 6-0.
Oh my goodness.
You really can't say much against it.
You really can't, and we're in round 7 right now. We could see a progression of that. Aligai has been just slowly getting Aurelia ready, putting on our equipment, keeping it safe, giving ourselves that little bit of protection, but staying in base because it's not safe out on those battlefields yet.
Yep. Speaking of equipment, there it is, our BF sword there, going on the Unsung Hero. That is the Wombo combo of Fiora. We're making her mighty. That's going to proc the legend. And also, if this Unsung Hero dies while mighty, you're going to draw not 1, but 2 fresh cards.
What?
Really good.
Lunacy.
Especially in a deck that tends to be card hungry. That is a really great thing to do, is get that BF sword on the Unsung Hero. And what's even better than that is sometimes you just get to hook it away.
Sometimes, and that's the nice thing about this. Actually, this is, I think, one of the things that Fiora decks have struggled with the most is card draw.
Yes.
Like, statistically, that is what they have faltered to. That has been the most difficult thing to overcome, is actually just being able to get into the cards you need. And this is one of those combos that just helps push you ahead. And obviously we get the trigger of Zorn Warrens there as well, and that continues to help our card draw. So this is going very well for animation right now. plenty of power, and we've got the card draw that we normally can suffer from.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to potentially score this 4th point here, keep up that point tempo, get to those even point thresholds. But first, let's take a look in the hook here. We're going to hook away the unsung hero, see what we can get off of the baited hook, and go from there.
Let's see what we're going to reveal. What's going to replace that down? The BF sword is still lingering, waiting for a new friend.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is the baited hook checks the might of the unit when it is destroyed with the baited hook. So the unsung hero was at 5.
Yeah.
So it's going to look for 5 or up to 6, rather, in terms of might. And that is basically every unit in the deck.
Ooh. Who we got?
Maybe have made a decision here.
Who's here? Who's here to play?
I have to imagine it's not a Harness Dragon, because that would almost certainly be a Windmill Slam. It's actually just another unsung hero.
And honestly, that's kind of fine. Like, it's not the best, but again, we're cycling through the deck, and that's one of the many things that this deck has had trouble with in the past. And by removing another unsung hero from the deck, you're lowering the chances of that being your top deck when you go to draw cards. Thinning the deck is helping us to get to winning.
Yeah, and even just moving it off of the battlefield is good in this case. It also frees up the equipment if you so needed it. Not really needing it right now, but you can re-equip that unsung hero with a BF sword and yeah, get the card draw engine going again, which is really how this deck gets humming and really can take over a game.
Yeah, that's how it kind of digs its teeth in a little bit. And Aligu's going to be looking to try and jump back in there somehow, but it's going to be a little bit tricky because you're playing this kind of Protect the Princess, Aurelia, and at the moment, at very least, we don't really have the power to move Aurelia itself around without being a little bit of danger. We do have the equipment that will save us once, but going forward, it could get a little bit sketchy. Really don't want to be putting her in danger when the coast isn't clear.
Yep, and we're equipping the set with the BF sword, making him even larger. And this, well, this smells like a challenge if I've ever seen one.
And that's going to circumvent the fact that it's just sat there in the base. Here we go.
Yeah, challenge
it's
cares
so
not.
Scary.
Challenge cares not whether you are in base. And there it is, the challenge going to try to kill that Aurelia.
Targeting between the two, we kind of compare the might. And of course, luckily, Guardian Angel's here to save the day. Aurelia does stick around, but now with even fewer. Oh my goodness, another challenge back to back, and Aligood couldn't do anything about it. We are completely wiped out. Aurelia just nowhere to be seen, no units in play. Severely on the back foot now, even though Animation had to spend a lot of power and put it to the bottom of the deck to do that. It seems like it might be worth it if they can hold on and rebuild from here.
Yeah, the good news is that I did see Stellacorn Herder in hand.
Ooh.
We have that Heart of Dark Ice, which is effectively going to be able to give it Accelerate anyway, so we can at least contest the battlefield here, get that 4th point, draw a card if we would like. I don't know that we're going to very easily be able to contest the set here, especially with 2 energy open and having drawn a lot of cards. There's a lot of cards in the range that would potentially throw that off. The biggest of which is, of course, Punch First. And, well, Aurelia got punched twice last turn with the challenges. I don't know if they want to get punched first this turn, too.
Here we go, here's our Stellacorn Herder, who we know flew around and was a menace earlier, so let's do it again, everybody.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to start the battle off here, and there's
my goodness.
A Defiant Dance. That's going to swing the tide of battle.
Yep, that certainly does. Not only is it a big spell, but it's also one of the most powerful signature spells on the block that can really pump your own damage while also lowering your opponent's might.
And one thing about Set, we talk about how large Set is. He's really not that good at defending. Yes, he does have a BF sword and he's got a buff, but one spell's enough. But there it is, punch first. Punch first, punch hard.
Oh, I know we're going to hard bargain. That has animation spent too much power and energy doing that. We're down to just the 3, and now the shoe is on the other foot all of a sudden, where Aligu has more than enough right now in comparison to Animation, who might struggle to make a comeback now.
Yeah, that was a big point here. Of course, we're now tied up at 4. The issue, of course, is that Aurelia has no energy up. That Stellacorn Herder is a sitting Stellacorn. I think that's the turn of phrase. You're there like a sitting Stellacorn. Well, that is exactly what they are. And this first mate or even the unsung hero can go in there, clean that up, and all of a sudden we are back in the driver's seat as the Fiora.
That was quite spectacular to be able to use enough pump spells to get that Stellacorn Herder quite so big to be able to kind of take Animation Module down a notch. It might not last, but they gave a really good go of it, and I'm very impressed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that hard bargain play right there is what is keeping them even close to staying in this game.
Absolutely,
I mean,
yes.
We're not so far behind right now that we won't at least take another look at another turn and see where we're at. Don't know if that's going to be the case after this next turn, but we will see. The top of the deck can always get you back in.
It can. We've already had it a lot during this event so far. Those top decks have been quite spectacular on a multitude of occasions, and it can just happen to you as well.
The unfortunate thing for Aurelia is that we are getting to that oh-so-scary 6th point on the side of Fiora. We've got a lot of might. We've got the baited hook to potentially even put more in play, and a bunch of cards in hand.
And still the energy to be able to use them. So actually, even though we spent a lot and had to recycle a lot last turn, we have managed to use minimal resources to be able to take back these battlefields, to be able to score extra points, get to that pivotal 6 point, that turning point of most games. And then it's just how much you want to reinforce that position to try and prevent your opponent from being able to take back what you have worked so hard to achieve.
Right, yeah. At this point, you're feeling quite solidly ahead if you are Fiora. So it's not a matter of, oh, well, I can win this game quite easily. It's what do I do to set myself up so that I don't lose to the worst possible thing?
Yes.
Because that's what you need to be, that's what needs to be going through their mind right now. Not, I'm just going to play a bunch of stuff and see what happens. Like, no, Aurelia is a very, very tricky deck. And if there's a deck that can do it, it is Aurelia. And, well, getting another set brawler in play after drawing 2 cards from the unsung hero and effectively moving it off of the battlefield, that's a pretty good way to stay ahead in this game.
I would say so. Again, it's about protecting our assets at this point. You're ahead. You just need to stay ahead and doing everything you can to protect your power, to protect the things that are keeping you in this game is so valuable right now. So keeping that set with the buff safe, great. First mate, okay, we're going to have to leave him there. It's not necessarily a problem. It's a low-cost unit, a low-might unit. You might be able to contest some things, especially if we've got some pump spells in hand. We might be able to help punch first if something little comes our way. But also, you've got to remember, we're currently looking down at an Aurelia board state with no units in play. Doesn't mean we can't ready them, but it does require extra hoops to jump through to do that.
Oh, and we talk about putting some might into play. How about Spectral Matron, who's going to bring back another first mate to ready the other first mate?
To bring him back.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to leave him there in potential danger. In peril no more. First mate does come back to base, and now we're in a really strong position. Being at 6, you only need 8 points to win. You want to take both battlefields. Well, that's exactly what Animation set himself up to do next turn. He's got every ball in his court and can maneuver those units in any way they like. And that's what spells out the win.
Yeah, we see Fiora taking down game number 1. That is a thing that can happen to Aurelia, is you just run out of gas. If all of your units go, it's a tough one to come back from. But we see the sideboard here. We've got the Fiora worthy as well as Akshan, which we saw come in against Aurelia's before. Those Harness Dragons also very, very tough for Aurelia to deal with. Really only the not so fast that can target it. But on the side of Aurelia, we've got some Adaptatrons to potentially deal with those baited hooks, the Charms, which we've seen be very good, as well as Rebukes.
Even Factory Recall is going to be able to prevent those gear from being so pesky and making the units mighty, which hopefully might slow animation module down a little. That's all you really need to do. You need to react to what your opponent is presenting. And in the case of animation, the units themselves, apart from our late game units, aren't that big. Like, everything is kind of manageable when it doesn't have equipment and it doesn't have a buff.
Yeah, even the Harness Dragon it's 6 might, and Aurelia goes, that's nothing. When I ready, I'm already 5 might. I mean, if you look at me, I'm getting another might. Like, it's very easy to deal with the Harness Dragon. The Harness Dragon's ability, though, it's a little bit tougher to deal with, but with not so fast, you actually can deal with that. And if you are spending resources on the hook and you are hoping and needing for that Harness Dragon to come in to deal with an Aurelia or something, and it gets not so fast, that can really shift the tempo of the game.
Exactly that. And so that's, as our Aurelia player, that's what we're going to be looking to do. And it's just about timing. It's about the cards that you draw, because we're going to need the optimal cards to be able to pull that off. We're also going to need to manage our energy incredibly efficiently, because we need to be able to react in tow when those threats come to play. And we want to be getting things like that Guardian Angel on the board really early.
Yeah, and if we look back at that game, we think about it, there was multiple unsung heroes with a BF sword that are keeping the cards flowing in a Fiora's hand. If you've ever played Fiora or any of those body order, I always want to say body odor, body order decks. Oops, did I say that on stream? If you are going to play one of those decks, you know that the card draw is the tough thing there. You end up playing a bunch of units, and you're like, this is awesome, and then they go away, and I go, wait, I have no more units to play. What happened?
I have nothing. Yeah, where are they all? I swear I had them just here a minute ago. And the problem is that there is so much removal in this game. There are a lot of ways to push and pull your opponent's units around by the scruff of the neck kind of thing. You're like, come in,
dragged, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of ways for your opponent to interact with your units, and so what you've got to do is just not let them. And if you don't have the card draw to back that up, then it's just gonna be a no-go. So it looks like Animation Modules made a really great case for themselves in giving themselves enough card draw with this build of the deck, but also utilized his opponent's Zorn Warrens to gain card advantage. The Trifarian Warcamp was a great play for round 1, for game 1 here in round 7, because you're bolstering your own ability to become mighty, but then utilizing your opponent's Zorn Warrens, going, oh, actually, I can draw cards over there. Yeah, I'm going to wiggle over there for a minute, actually, because that is what I need right now. And that's the problem. Your opponent is accidentally giving you an advantage. The Varian Warcamp doesn't particularly help Irelia much. It's not something that's pushing Irelia to these numbers that matter, that do something. They don't have an extra effect, whereas Fiora's units get extra effects from that quite often.
Absolutely, and if you have even one extra unit, that's already a +1 on your side for the war camp. So no, a really good call out there where, you know, Zorn Warrens is basically the definition of a symmetrical battlefield. Any deck is going to be able to take advantage of that battlefield, whereas, yeah, Trifarian Warcamp was pretty much one-sided for Animation Module, and we saw how that played out. Well, speaking of one-sided battlefields, how about Monastery of Hirana? That is a battlefield that procs specifically off of buffs, which I think, if I had to guess, the Fiora deck is a little bit better at getting their units buffed than, of course, the Fiora. Though there is Adaptatron, which for some reason buffs itself and also destroys a gear. I'm not mad about it. I don't play Lucian, and that doesn't completely destroy me. Couldn't be me. The card also buffs itself, so in this case, they could conquer, buff it, and then also, you know, sometimes be able to spend that buff if it is already there and draw a card.
We were just saying that one of the problems this deck can encounter is not having enough card draw. First game, cool, yeah, Zolmoran's my opponent played it, that's great. Game 2, Monastery of Arana, I'll do it myself this time, and then you guarantee it.
Yep.
Brilliant choice there of our battlefield for this game 2, I imagine. Alligator might just be wanting to be there to prevent animation from using it.
Yeah, and this is an interesting change up here. Fiora is one of the decks that actually quite regularly will change its chosen champion. We are using Fiora Worthy, which is the 3-cost Fiora. When a unit becomes mighty, you can pay an order power to ready it. That is different. We saw the other Fiora used as the chosen champion last game. Fiora Worthy now coming in, and now the BF Sword all of a sudden becomes its own Heart of Dark Ice, like we saw on the side of Aurelia last game. If you can play it, make these units mighty, you can effectively accelerate them or move them back or whatever you need. It can happen with Fiora Worthy.
Playing Fiora early can be a bit risky, but also it's a relatively low-cost unit, so actually you kind of want to get that out of there, get it into play, and just start being oppressive. Although it's really tempting to keep your chosen champion over there and kind of have it when you need it, equally, these two work really well together. We've now got the Set Brawler down with his buff.
Yep, and now you can see that they spend all of their energy, they play a unit, and then immediately go into the tank because there's actually 2 decisions that need to happen. Well, there's one decision that needs to happen. They're going to always use the ability here on the side of the Legend. They got a rune, and then they got to choose whether or not they were going to actually ready the Set Brawler there. I think they were actually looking, if they got another order rune, they might have done it. That is at least what the body language led me to believe, that they got another body rune and said, nope, can't spend it.
Not yet. Gonna have to wait. Yeah, and honestly, sometimes that can be it as well. You've got to manage your resources, and if you don't get the rune that you need, then it's a no-go.
Yeah, and here I think I saw a brief look at the hand of Aurelia, and I do not see another unit, which, I mean, the good news is that you've got your chosen champion. The bad news is that we saw what happened last game when it was a double challenge and the game effectively ended at that point.
Yeah, that's the problematic part. Challenge is a problem. There are units on this board right now that can challenge an Aurelia.
Yep.
Aurelia can be challenged in base. We do have the Guardian Angel out early, as we assessed earlier. That was a really important element, but it's not going to help her for long.
Yeah, that's the look of someone who has been painted into a corner. They know that they have to do this. You can't really, yes, you want to protect your Aurelia, but you can't really just wait forever. Just going to equip the Guardian Angel and say, please, 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 please don't have 2 challenges.
Yeah, if this is another back-to-back challenge, that would be unbelievable, to be honest with you.
Salvage also works as one of the challenges because you just need to get rid of the Guardian Angel. Salvage does that good enough. I didn't see if there was a challenge or not.
I think we're going to try and draw some cards. It's like we're going to spend the buff
why not?
Here to be able to draw cards, because I think we're going to try and get into that challenge. I didn't see what the top deck was. We're going to go ahead, channel a rune, ready, set, with the ability of Fiora.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a shortcut there. If you blinked, you may have missed it. We saw the Conquer with Set. The triggers go on the chain. The Monastery of Arana, you can spend Set's buff, and then when Set conquers, he gives himself another buff. So they just shortcutted it. They didn't take the buff off and then put it back on. No need to do that. However, there is that window where Set loses mighty and then becomes mighty, which is why we see the Legend there exhaust it to get an additional rune. And when it became mighty, it also procced Fiora Worthy, which then spent an order rune to ready the set again.
Just keep telling me about that combo. I love it.
It's
I
so
love
good.
it. It's so good. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then oh wait, I basically get to just double my money. This is fantastic. I'm gonna go again.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's that beautiful part where you never run out of buffs. You're always buff.
You just always buff. It's like Set's going to the gym all the time.
All the time.
We also saw the Fiora worthy, who normally won't get into the fray. It is fine to do so if you have a good old first mate. We see a Sea Monkey and a Doran's Blade.
Wow.
Let's just put a lot of might onto a battlefield and say, yeah, Aurelia, do what you want.
I think when you see your opponent struggling like this, you kind of get the notion that it's safe to just go, cool, I'm just going to go wide with this board. I'm going to create this completely just undefeatable amount of units and try and basically say, well, I think I've got this game in the bag if you don't do something about it.
We do see the Charm there, which is going to kill a Set Brawler. Charm the Set Brawler.
Great idea. Really want to be removing that effect of being able to spend the buff to be able to increase his might. Being outside of your own turn, animation won't be able to activate that, so the set does go down.
Yeah, Set goes down there, and that is a good chunk of the might that was on the side of animation module now gone. Also a mighty procer for the legend, and a lot of other things really kind of come offline when you don't have that Set Brawler. But we see a salvage, and that is not something that Aurelia wants to see when you are trying to get rid of the Guardian Angel. Very scary.
Yep, you go ahead, kill a gear, and draw a card. It's a 2-for-1.
So good there. Just being able to not only kill a very important piece of gear, but also draw that card, which again, we talked about is a really hard thing to overcome on the side of Fiora here. But we need to see, are they actually going to be able to try? Are they going to try to take on this Aurelia in combat with all of their runes up? That is
It's
tough.
scary. It depends what's in the hand, right? If you have things like Punch First, it's worthwhile. You think, okay, well, you know, this is their only unit. They've presented one singular unit this entire game, and I don't think they have another. So if I am able to do this now, that's great. But equally, if animation module needs to take their time, I think that they've taken the nod from their opponent that no other units are coming into play particularly quickly.
Right.
So I think you have the time just to build up this board. It really could go either way. I think it thoroughly depends on what cards are in the hand right now, what we have access to, what we're going to be able to use to kind of minimize the effect that Aligu might be able to have with the cards and the amount. Oh my gosh, okay, and Akshan's coming down and just immediately equipping that Doran's Blade.
Yep, that's a Weapon Master, which then equips the Doran's Blade, which then makes Akshan become mighty. I have to imagine that the Akshan was drawn off of the salvage, or else I feel like that Akshan may have yoinked the...
I'll have that.
Yeah, would have yoinked the Guardian Angel, but... I mean, still fine, even if it wasn't, it's still a fine unit right now. Gets mighty, is
that
big.
works. We like it. Akshan's a menace when it comes to being mighty, but also just having another strong unit in play. And again, not overextending, passing the turn on to Aligu. It's going to bring Aurelia back. Try and, yes, put another Guardian Angel into play, especially right after that Akshan. Actually, really fortuitous timing there.
Yeah, very, very good timing there, because when Akshan steals the Guardian Angel, it basically never goes back, because if you kill the Akshan, it saves the Akshan and the Guardian Angel dies, so not great.
No, we don't want that. So fortuitous timing there for Ali. Probably feeling pretty smug about that one, I gotta say.
Yeah, and we're seeing a hard bargain there to stop the Hidden Blade. Absolutely needed there, because again, there are not any other units on the side of Aurelia here. So really just grasping on to this princess. Absolutely needs to protect the princess, or else the whole kingdom may fall.
really clutching on here. Everyone's trying their hardest and utilizing every resource. Oh no, there's another Akshan in it. No, you gotta be kidding me.
And a punch first and a
no.
Oh,
A rebuke.
boy.
Oh my goodness. Look, a riposte even. Look at this. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, this could absolutely spell the
there
end.
it is.
Yeah, say it with me. Yoink.
Oh, Akshan goes ahead, takes that equipment. We were talking so highly of Guardian Angel being just that, the Guardian Angel of Aurelia. Aurelia now stripped bare, is just a little bit exposed to the elements now.
And we are seeing the full complement of Akshans here. We've got a lot of might in the base. The Aurelia, I mean, there are some pump spells on the side of Aurelia to take this fight, but it is going to be tough to try to navigate this, especially through Punch First, which we know is there, especially through the Riposte, which we also know is there. I mean, this could be the end of Aurelia right here.
It depends whether you're brave enough to go into battle right now. There's a lot of power still standing on Aurelia's side, and I can see a lot of dances in that hand. And she does love to dance. And when she does, she gains might, and your opponent loses it. So it is a very scary position to be in. Is it time? It's time!
That is the, I'm crunching the numbers here.
No, I'm just going.
Yeah, I'll let you figure it out.
I won game one. Let's just do it.
Yeah. I think we could all agree that we've all made that exact same play. Yeah,
I've played this deck and done that play.
We've all done we're trying to put our math class on, and I'll make you do it.
We still have the Guardian Angel. That's going to help out if you're animation as well. Ali has a lot of decisions to make themselves now as animation module has kind of forced the matter. Of course, we get that first Defiant Dance.
Yep, Defiant Dance is going to make it 9 to 15 if my quick maths is correct. 10 even, there we go.
So we've still got a ways to go.
Still have quite a ways to go.
And we don't really have enough energy to back it up, but I don't know. We can do one more.
Yeah, we can play one more Defiant Dance, which I believe will make it 13-13, I think.
But then we do have the Guardian Angel, which will save Akshan.
Yep.
At least, so then we're not left completely dry.
Yeah, I mean, this is not factoring in the Punch First that we know is there and the Riposte that we know is there. We're not factoring that, and animation module just says, okay, let's let this happen.
Sure, yeah, go for it. I get Doran's Blade just comes back to base. Akshan just chilling there, and there we go. We are just going to have managed to tackle down the beast that Aurelia can provide for this. Honestly, being able to overcome that is phenomenal. When Ali made such a great comeback to the initial impact that animation was providing with all of those units.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, this is a nightmare scenario for Aurelia. However, I really like the play there of not committing that second spell there, because
I do too.
You know, you can make the fight there and you might win, but you can win the battle, but are you going to win the entire game is the question. And I think they said, yeah, I can spend these resources here, maybe make a run, but I'm not actually going to be winning the game. I'm going to be spending way too much to not do enough. I'm just going to take what I can get here, kill off almost all of your board, and go from there.
Boots of Swiftness come down, and I reckon, we're just going to start building up. Just taking the, animation, you're not going to win yet, so that's okay. We're going to just let this happen for a bit. I'm going to build up my board.
I'm going to Heart of Dark Ice your Akshan.
Why not?
Here you go. I want to use my card. I played it. I get to use it. Why not?
I got to respect it. I gotta respect it.
Sometimes it's about sending the message.
Akshan jumps back to base. We've got 2 open battlefields. Ali doesn't have anything to put in them right now, but that might not last forever.
Yeah, I think I saw a Stellacorn Herder in the hand, so we may actually start being able to claw our way back, and we do actually have quite a few runes, but that is a Spectral Matron. That is going to be bringing back your pick of favorite smaller unit in the trash here. Looks like we may
Who's
be going.
Our favorite?
Yeah, I think it's got to be our first mate. And that's going to ready Akshan to be able to dance around the world here. Over to the Monastery of Fiora, get up to that 6th point and keep up the pressure.
Wanted to hop on over to the monastery, check out if anyone's there. Has anyone got a buff I can spend? Not right now. Okay, but still good for later. And we still want those precious, precious points getting up to that pivotal 6. And hopefully we'll be able to close it out soon. It would just simply take that hold point and then taking the Aspirant's Climb. But we do need the extra point due to the Aspirant's Climb. So we are going to need at least 1 extra turn on top of that. So Ali does have a little bit more time thanks to their own battlefield.
Yeah, this is the pivotal turn here. Even though next turn, like you said, Fiora is not going to win next turn per se, but it's about how can Aurelia set up here to actually put themselves in a position to win.
That's it. They've got time.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of time.
A little window.
Not a lot, but they've got
sometimes a little
some amount
all
of
you
time.
need.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you can get a little bit of time with a Stellacorn Herder, sometimes that can lead to a lot of great things.
A little bit of Stellacorn in my life. Pop those booties on and off we go to Aspirant's Climb.
Yep, we shall see.
There's a lot of decisions. This is a we've been a long day. We're on round 7 here at the regional qualifier for Riftbound and Lille. Oh, hello
Adaptatron.
There. Well. Haven't seen that card yet today, but I'm very glad that I now am. And we got the opponent reading the card. That's my favorite. We've done it twice now today.
Oh, yeah.
Have a little look. Just remind myself what that does. Fantastic.
Yep, it's when the Adaptatron conquers, you can destroy gear if you do buff it. Wyatt has all that text again. It's an evil card is all I can say as the Lucian player.
We love that for Ali because finally their opponent's battlefield might be quite useful. We could use that buff to draw a card. And that's unusual for an Aurelia deck to be able to use the Monastery of Fiora. But for now, we're just going to utilize that to jump on over to Aspirant's Climb and score a point because we got to start doing that. We need more points. We need to get back in the game. Otherwise, it's going to spell disaster. And we know that animation can't win next turn. Akshan isn't that scary right now.
Yeah, he's not that scary. He's still
scary.
He's still a little bit scary, but he's
over there. It's fine.
Yeah, he's all the way over there. We are seeing animation module in the tank here, deciding what they want to do. Can they do anything? Maybe Hidden Blade or something might be an option to potentially try to stop this Adaptatron. It is likely going to hit the Doran's Blade, I would imagine. Maybe the Guardian Angel, but I would think the Doran's Blade
is probably a little bit more troublesome right now. It's a tough decision.
I could see it as either, I suppose.
Do we have a response to that?
That's what I'm trying to wonder, if there is a response. I guess we could see something like Challenge. That is action speed, so we could... It's Akshan speed in this case, where you can challenge the Akshan onto the Adaptatron. I don't know if I would want to do that.
No.
Very
it was
scary.
A consideration, but yeah, we're going for the Guardian Angel.
Okay, reasonable.
And there we go. We get a buff.
Okay, we get to the other ability of Aurelia Blade Dancer is that when you conquer, you can pay an energy to ready the legend. Of course, allows you to dance around the battlefields, which is what this Boots of Swiftness is going to be able to do.
Challenging that Archon, who now is a little bit squishier now the Guardian Angel isn't there helping it out, and we've got some significant... Oh, wait, I say significant, maybe not. Punch first coming in to add an extra 5 onto that Archon, bolstering us up to 11. Defiant Dance coming in tow to bolster Adaptatron and debuff Archon from that punch first. God, there's some mathematical jump rope going on here.
Yeah, and we talked about it just a couple of turns ago where they could have actually used that Defiant Dance earlier to maybe win a combat or tie a combat. I don't quite remember, but they said, you know what, I'm just going to cut my losses here. I'm going to destroy some of your units now. I'm going to save this Defiant Dance, and here it is absolutely massive. Having that might lead here is going to not only destroy the Action, it's going to also destroy the gear. Doesn't matter if the Adaptatron's already buffed. It can only be buffed once, but yes, I found out the hard way. It can kill multiple gear. It doesn't matter. And to add insult to injury, it cost our opponent a punch first as well.
It did. And those punch first are so imperative for a deck like this to be able to hold on to for the right moments. And Defiant Dance just kind of came in and went, actually, no. I'm going to make that a lot weaker because I do not fancy letting that resolve at all. But we are looking like we've got
Yes, the salvage there is going to be able to destroy the Boots of Swiftness, which is going to put us back at what looks like potentially 9-9.
And drawing one as well. On guard, boosting it back up again. This is endless.
This is back and forth.
Both players are expending a lot of resources. Whoever wins this showdown could set the pace for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if Aurelia loses this, it is not good for them.
It is very, very bad.
A lot of resources on this fight, and they are not going to have a lot left over. If they win, it's still an uphill battle, I would think, considering the amount that has been lost, but they're at least going to be able to take down this auction. They're going to be able to take down that additional gear. They're going to have a big, well, they're going to have a 4-might Adaptatron here, and, you know, from there, they are going to be in an all right spot, but it's still an uphill battle. At least they don't lose right now.
Exactly. Adaptatron has put in so much work right now. I think it deserves a pat on the back regardless. Going up against this Archon, and so many spells have been slung back and forth. And it's about noting whether you want your opponent's spells to resolve and in what order, but we're going for the riposte.
Oh, riposte is absolutely huge. It's going to be that 1 might difference. Insane is going to be enough. That is going to prevent the Adaptatron from conquering. It is going to destroy the Adaptatron itself.
No.
That is going to have completely decimated the runes on the side of Aurelia. It's completely decimated the cards in hand, the resources, everything. It's kept the Akshan in play. We're going up to 7. We're potentially even going up to 8 with only 6 runes and a single card. Well, we'll have 2 cards next turn. It is not looking good for Aurelia.
Animation Module might only have 2 cards in hand, but they have 3 units in play, 1 equipment, and enough energy to at least play something out of their hand. They're going to be going up to 8 here, and they need 1 extra point because we do have Aspirant's Climb in play. So, yep, just bolstering that top 1 there. Basically saying if you can't take 2, then that is game over, and it's doubtful, but we'll take a look at the top deck, see if it saves us.
Hey, I see Stellacorn Herder. That's a start. It all starts with Stellacorn Herder. We've got the Heart of Dark Ice. It's not. It's going to cost us a rune. That's fine.
We can ready it.
We don't need to save these runes for later.
Stellacorn can draw us the card.
Yep.
It could be it. Could help us out.
Okay. What have we got? We've got 12 versus 6 right now. There it is.
Animation Module comes to be mighty themselves, winning round 7 of our regional qualifier here in Lille.
Yeah, and more importantly, that is a Fiora at 7-0 at an RQ. I don't know that we've seen. I'm going back through the database here in my mind. I don't know that we've seen a Fiora perform this well this early in an RQ in recent history. The last time I remember it doing well was in the Chinese regional events a while ago. Early Spirit Forged. I don't know that we've seen Fiora really perform since then.
Well, there we go. It's the first time for everything, at least over here in Europe. And I'm very thrilled to see it doing well. It was just such a shame that Irelia didn't manage to quite put up enough of a fight, even though that you could see it was there, the push and the pull, and it was just which cards were in hand.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, the riposte at the end there really did just cherry on the top, and just you could see the writing on the wall from there.
Yeah, it's so funny when you're playing a calm deck. You're like, well, I've got access to all of the counter spells, and then your opponent plays their own counter spell. You go, wait. I'm the counter spell deck, and they go, sorry, bro.
Yeah,
don't know what to tell you other than that Adaptatron is gone. And it was absolutely crazy. I mean, this is just like the last round we cast, where it's not just the cards you have in hand, it's when you are choosing to play them, picking your moments. You're doing the psychological dance of hey, do I have it? Do I not have it? Are you going to go in? Am I going to go in? Am I going to be able to get a 2-for-1 off of it? All this stuff.
It's important.
It's
everything matters.
Super important. All of those little values that you can accrue over the course of a game really end up paying off.
And all of those micro decisions when you're thinking about what you're going to spend and how much you're going to put into a combat, how much you're going to say, how much am I committing to this showdown? Is it important that I win this one now?
Yep.
Can I just let this one glide by?
Right.
Can I just let that happen? And those are the really key impactful moments that can spell out a game's entirety. And that's kind of what we saw there, where Irelia just wasn't quite able to keep pace. And every single time we thought, oh, a comeback's coming, it just didn't quite happen. Like when we finally had that wonderful equipment, and then Arkshan came down. Even after a first one had come down, we were like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. So it was just a back and forth that just seemed never ending between the two.
Yeah, and we saw Irelia, really kind of struggled in that second game. They only had the Irelia at first, and they really valiantly defended the Irelia, but we saw the dust settle. It's like, where'd all my runes go? I thought I had aren't I supposed to do these a turn? Where in the world did they go? It was like when I first started playing Spirit Forge. It was just all of my decks. I just spent all of my runes. I don't know what happened. That's what happened there to protect the Irelia. And then when you're able to get that little bit over the top, take out that unit, all of a sudden the Irelia player is playing from behind with very few runes, and still played very, very well. We pointed out a number of times where they made decisions that were like, okay, I am playing to win this game, not to just win this combat.
Exactly, and that's exactly where we saw like the pause with that Defiant Dance. Could have been played earlier, but actually it was more advantageous to leave it until there was that back and forth of a combat where they felt like, oh, actually, no, I am going to put my all into this. Unfortunately, in that very slim chances of those last few cards in your opponent's hand being exactly what they needed, that huge counter spell, being able to come back actually was really almost disappointing, because you held on to that Defiant Dance knowing it was the right thing to do. And then it still got countered.
It's so funny when you see riposte, you're like, oh, I'm gonna counter a Time Warp. I'm gonna get +10. It's gonna be so great. It's like, no, I just need to counter a 1-cost spell to get +1.
Go on then.
That was enough to win by exactly 1 and still be able to get the win there. But we have got a nice little interview here for you. Let's throw it on over.
Thank you very much, Blevins and Amy. I'm joined by Animation Module. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. That was a round 7 win on the Fiora.
Yeah.
How was the game for you?
The game is the most turns I had for today, and even including yesterday. Okay. and it's hard to believe that you can win the combat from Fiona.
Yeah, you made the comeback happen with Fiora.
Yeah.
Why did you pick Fiora for this tournament? What makes her good?
Because there was one big reason. I think most of the people don't understand how this deck works, and that is a huge advantage for me. Also, it's closed deck list, so I have some spicy sideboard cards, which can be very good. And also, I think this deck has a good meta against. How can I say? Has a good matchup against the meta decks.
Okay.
Okay.
Which decks do you think is good for Fiora about the meta?
Yeah, I think in main deck is for sure it's Draven, because I can dodge the combat very much by first mate or hook. So we're just accumulating the power on board. Yeah, on the base, and apparently I'm doing that better than Draven.
Nice. Well, I mean, that's the way to win right now
exactly.
in the meta. Congratulations on your win. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Great.
We're going to
Thank
send
you.
it over to Barcode.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am here with Casanova. We are used to hearing his voice usually, but now he decided to step into the spotlight. Casanova, so happy to have you here. How are you doing?
No, I'm doing well. I really enjoy getting a chance to play. I mean, I'm often in the booth. I'm often standing with, like, we could change spots. You know, I can interview you in a second here, but yeah. We'll have to. After this, we'll do the reverse interview, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been nice. I mean, I decided to pick up Lucian like 3 days ago. I mean, I was playing Rek'Sai for a while. I was winning some skirmishes, and then I started playing against like my teammates and some of my friends that I test with, and I couldn't win a game for like 3 days. So I was like, well, let's try some other stuff. Didn't have much time to prep, and after playing like 1 or 2 games on Lucian, I fell in love with the deck, and I was like, why have I not been playing this before? Like, why did no one tell me this deck is fun? Like, nobody told me this deck was fun at all. Blevins definitely never said that it was a fun deck, I promise.
No,
yeah.
Never, ever. You hear that, Blev?
Yeah, absolutely.
But not only the deck is very cool to play, but it's also very strong indeed. I mean, it is not a tier 1, but I think the deck can sneak into the top 8 probably, or maybe in the day 2. How would you rate the deck right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like probably like a high B tier. It's like right under all the top decks, but it attacks the meta in a pretty decent way. It's pretty good into Aurelia, it's pretty good into Draven. And then I think you kind of struggle with some of the spell decks, but you have all of these tools at your disposal to still get around it. And because it's a combo deck, like sometimes you just draw it and you have it, and you just you could beat anything when you find the combo. So, yeah.
Exactly. And speaking about beating everything, how is your tournament going so far?
Yeah, it's been going pretty well. You caught me right after a loss, so kind of horrible timing. I don't know why you guys would do this to me, but no, it's been a lot of fun.
We tried our best.
I'm 5-2 right now, so I'm about to go play a win-in to see if I can make it to day 2. Overall, it's been great. I've been beating the matchups I expect to win. I actually lost the matchups I expected to lose. So it's really gone as I anticipated with Lucian, and from here, I just feel like I need to lock in and win one more. I think I'm playing pretty well, so I'm excited.
So the next one will be pretty intense for you because you have to win it. But on the other hand, I mean, of course, it is cool to perform well. But speaking about the atmosphere in general, how do you find the atmosphere here in the venue in Lille?
It's been amazing. I've loved Lille. I had a nice little walk over here in the morning, and there's like a nice little cafe by where I'm staying. And I mean, it's been just incredible being out here. But also just in the venue, plenty of people coming up to me, talking about, you know, letting me know they love the content, or even just wanting to talk about Riftbound with me has been so much fun. I absolutely love it. There's nothing I like more than talking about Riftbound, and I think people could guess that from how much I yap when I'm on the desk or how much I yap in my content. So I love it. I love being here with everybody, and it's just great that I get to experience the full event, whereas oftentimes when we're working, you know how it is. Like you kind of get stuck just doing all the work, and you don't get to fully embrace it all and enjoy it. So.
Exactly, and that's absolutely cool to see you. I mean, this smile and this the experience that you have, it's absolutely insane. But for now, we are going to let you rest a little bit and to prepare yourself for the next round because it is just around the corner. Don't go anywhere and get ready for the last round.
We've got a moment or two to get ready for the last round, but we're nearly there on round 8. Thank you very much, Barcode, for talking with Casanova. I will say, of all of the broadcast team, I would put you up there as being able to do well on the day. Cass is doing really well. I know I would not. I would
You need to
definitely
put more effort into playing your deck and learning it.
Utrecht, my game plan is to show up and try and play.
Really?
To like sadly, I'm not in the main event, but I'll go beat up people in side events, and I'll try and win one of the prize wall metal cards.
So
and if
what's
I
going to
do
be
that,
your deck of choice for now? Well, actually, no, it's already going to be in Unleashed.
yeah,
right?
exactly.
So
That's what I mean. It's unleashed, so I kind of have to change up. I want to play LeBlanc, but at the same time, I feel like there's some really like weird Aurora decks that could come out. You mentioned Aurora Poppy earlier today, right? I like legitimately think I might try and make that work. Just
Aurora Poppy
to
with
do well.
Vanguard Armory and the Elder Dragon just chilling in the base.
That sounds the right amount of jank for me to play. That's what I want for that scenario. You know, we're getting close to the end of day one. And I think looking at the statistics, there's pretty much every champion, every legend still alive for day two. I know we were looking at it was like an Ornn, was
We were
4
looking
and
from the round before, because
Yes,
we don't have
exactly.
yet every single result from this round, so we can't really be certain about it, right?
Yeah, there's still a few tables playing in round 7 right now, so we don't have that data yet available.
But in the previous round, I remember checking like the road for every single legend that is, you know, when it comes to the metal foil.
Yeah.
And the best legend, the best worst legend.
Yes,
This-
with the
this,
lowest
right?
performing score currently.
Exactly. Was 4 and 2, and that was on. And there was another legend that I can't remember. which
But
one.
still alive for day 2. Of course, if you get that 6 win point or 5-0 and 3, you can, of course, qualify.
Actually, I lied.
through.
Garen was 1 and 3. Oh no, wait. But
that
someone
was
else.
earlier.
But someone else could have been better with the Garen. So no, I did not lie.
Well, we'll see how that ends up playing. That also is one of those things that I think is a little bit different for seasoned competitive players, perhaps from other card games, where you know you have a bad day and you just go, I'll 0-3 drop or I'll 1-3 drop. But if you play out the rest of your rounds, you
There's
can
a chance.
still be the best of your legend if you're metal card hunting.
It's one of my most favorite things about playing in Riftbound tournaments, because you see more people actually try till the end. You know, it's like you're playing a little bit less of a known legend, a less popular legend, right? And you're gonna be able to maybe fight for that grand prize because you're just gonna win 4 last rounds.
Yeah,
you know, and
exactly.
then suddenly you just skyrocket in standings, and maybe someone else who played the same legend as you lost 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah,
you never know.
Exactly,
you know?
and then you'll end up better on that best of placement. So it is one of the unique things we have with regards to prizing, that keepsake, that you know, big celebratory moment of like, you are the best of from this tournament. Love that we have the ability to crown not just one winner of the tournament, but winners across all brackets throughout. We'll keep a track of those stories as we go through tomorrow as well.
Correct. But I wanted to say one more thing. Before this round, there were still few players, of course, with 6-0. There's going to be more than few of them. But I didn't see that many Dravens.
Yeah,
there
that's
were like
true.
2 Rek'Sai in the top 5. There was a Alan with the Ezreal, of course, at 6-0 as well. No surprise over here. Then we had Master Yeez, we had Victor. Colin was 6-0, and he was playing on the secondary show matches. I'm not certain if he actually won or not.
Yeah, I haven't seen that result either.
Yeah, but there's very wide array of decks that are being in the top right now, which is awesome to see. So this tournament is really exciting to watch from a perspective of viewer that wants to see different type of decks.
Yes.
And right now, I was not casting this Fiora match, but I was watching it without sound, and I was like, yeah, this is really awesome. You can see different play styles. This is the baited hook Fiora, but it still has some kind of mid-range when it doesn't have like this baited hook setup. The play, the level of quality of play from the Fiora player was actually very high. It was a pleasure to watch, you know, and it's not something that you were enjoying in the previous metagame, maybe when there were, you know, just more prevalent popularity of other like legends like Draven, and was just flooding over everything else.
Yeah, and you mentioned the diversity of the decks being played. Of course, that means they have to come from different domains. And for newer players, while we've still got a moment before we get into the next round, we have been breaking down the domains and their profiles all weekend long. So Amy and I had a moment to chat about some yesterday.
Back, pals, poros, and pro players. We're here back once again to shine the light of Riftbound upon you. And we're going to be chatting a little bit about the domains, what they do, what the differences are, and how you might employ those strategically in your decks. My name is Amy Wasley, and I am joined by the wonderful James.
Hey, Amy, let's talk about some domains from Riftbound.
Do it. So first up, we're going to have a little look at the body domain. That is our first one that we're going to be chatting about. And it's a very aggressive start. Do you want to give me a bit of an overview about how you see body employing in the game?
Yeah, so body as a domain has a lot of late game power, especially when we look at kind of like set brawler. These three cards do represent three different parts of the domain, so I think we'll kind of take it step by step for each one. Set brawler, everybody in set 1 is very familiar with this card, can really close out games with immense impact. The ability to kind of play around buffs, to get him to power himself up with extra might makes combat very, very difficult to overcome. So body, one of the basic things is just like playing really big units or units that can get very, very strong and making sure you're going to win showdowns before they even really start.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. It's about having those high strength units, utilizing buffs as best you can. It's a fantastic mechanic, but only when utilized well. And that's exactly what units like Set Brawler do. And you want to build these large, resilient board states that create a kind of wall that your opponent just cannot overcome.
Yes, and the one thing I will say, the downside of body units does tend to be either some setup to get there or high cost.
Yeah.
So body needs a way of getting around high cost units. And one of my favorite cards, I am a degenerate Dazzling Aurora player. Dazzling Aurora kind of helps you just, cheat that out. How do I get a high-cost unit on the board really easily? Well, I'll just play it basically for free. You get that Dazzling Aurora. It is obviously high cost to get to Dazzling Aurora, but once it's on the board, once you're able to get that trigger to pull creatures and units from your deck, you just get to kind of, as you say, build a giant wall of units and just stand there steadfast and basically assume your opponent can't get through you.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's exactly what Body's trying to achieve. It's not necessarily the most aggressive in the early game, but in the late game, that's when you kind of make that comeback. So it's okay to have that slow start. You allow your opponent to do their thing, and you're kind of doing your own thing in the meantime. You're kind of like, oh yeah, don't look at what I'm doing for a minute, la-di-da, and then all of a sudden, your board state's just out of control.
Yes, but you got to get there, and one of the ways of getting there, you mentioned letting your opponent do their thing, and I'm a player that doesn't love letting my opponent do their own thing. One of my other favorite cards is from Body, is Sabotage.
Yes.
It's an early game card. It does, of course, make you recycle one, but what you get for that is you get to view the opponent's hand, you get to pick a non-unit card and say, no, you're going to discard that. Get that out of the game. I don't want you using that early.
I don't want to see that anytime soon. That's so right, and that's the thing. You do have a little bit of control. Not a lot, but enough just to allow you to keep ticking over.
Yeah, it tends to be just enough to last through that early game. I think for me, Body also is one of the most, not undiscovered, but I think there's a lot of flavor in the units from Body, especially for like kitchen table Riftbound is the way that I would say, of like jamming games with friends, 1v1, like free-for-alls and 2v2s. There's some interesting units in there from Origins, from Spirit Forge, where I'm like, try some stuff out. Yeah, okay, a lot of Body cards aren't necessarily in the meta right now, but there's some fun stuff to play around with.
There really are, and there are a lot as well that have Deflect as well. We can utilize that, and that then kind of slows down our Spellslinger decks in the format. So that kind of gives you another element of controlling what your opponent can achieve based on your units.
So we've talked about slowing people down. I think that is probably where we need to look at our second domain for our discussion. We're looking at Calm.
We are.
Calm is a domain that is a lot more about controlling your opponent, and whether that's through slowing them down with counter spells and things like Not So Fast, which of course was brought in with Spirit Forge, or just spells in general, really spell heavy in the Calm domain.
Yeah, Calm, quite the opposite of Body, seeks to have balance, hold positions, and use defensive tricks and disruption to bring that game to a close. Kind of not letting your opponent achieve what they're trying to by using these kind of combat tricks like on guard, and then holding. We're using stun to prevent damage going through. And then obviously lots of action and reaction cards, which help it just to function freely.
Yeah, I will say Calm as a domain, I think, is probably one of the domains that relies on your experience with Riftbound being a part of what factors into the cards you choose.
Yeah.
That sounds really strange, and for those of you that may be newer to TCG players, when you're playing a deck that contains counter spells, you need to know what is the worst thing my opponent is going to do to me and hold my counter spell and stop that. Because if you use it on just a card that's going to draw one or something like that, that's not good. If your opponent has a rebuke in hand, for instance, that's what you want to not so fast, because that's the big game-ending play. So it's difficult because you need to be able to balance what's coming next while playing Calm decks. So I think that's something that newer players definitely need to dig into, is hey, you got to know what your opponent's running too.
And I think in that respect, the domain is very aptly named.
Yeah, you gotta be calm.
Down. Don't play everything right away. You need to almost envelop that element of calm yourself and think, okay, what's the strategy I need to employ? What are the potential cards, you're so right, that my opponent could bring against me that's really going to mess up what I'm trying to achieve? And that's why Calm, I think, quite often is the domain that relies a lot on your own knowledge.
Yes.
Your knowledge of the game, your knowledge of the cards and what people can achieve. Whereas we just looked at Body, that is a lot more free in that you can probably deal with anything that comes your way. You don't really mind what it is.
Yeah. I'll say it as the Aurora player. Everybody always says, well, Aurora players don't win the games, the deck wins the game. And I'm like, no, I win the game. I get to play cards too. I'm all right. But I will say, compared to playing something like an Aurelia who leans into Calm,
absolutely.
The second card we had there, Discipline, or we had On Guard, but Discipline is the same principle where you have to think, okay, well, if I'm using this spell and I'm getting a target, okay, I can untap. Now I've got to think 2 more game actions down the road in order to decide, okay, is that enough to win the game this turn? And for me, as an Aurora player, I'm not in that mentality. I'm just like, let's wing it off the top of the deck.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more methodical. You have to, like you say, it's like a game of mental chess, but just for yourself. You're playing the mini game there, and really successful players that are coming with Calm into an event are just that. They are coming in with that methodical, meditated approach, and they know that they can take their time and they're just going to react to what their opponent is doing and then kind of play this almost protect the princess strategy of, I've got a few units, they're the kind of core of this, and then I'm going to use these spells and actions to really put the pressure on my opponent.
Yeah, it's exactly that, where you're like, you have a lot of spells, a lot of actions that you can utilize in order to keep something safe, but it's understanding that game plan around it. And one thing that I think players are going to have to understand as we go towards Unleashed a little bit more is the stun mechanic, which has been pretty much within the Calm domain for now. We know Vex, of course, is going to have that coming into the game with Unleashed. I'm expecting to see it a lot more. We had Rune Prison already as a card as one option for stunning, but that ability to say, okay, no, you're not really going to be able to participate in this combat. I will correct myself slightly. We, of course, had Leona from previous sets, which relied heavily on stun. But it is within the Calm domain. We'll see more of it within the Calm domain. People got to get used to saying, okay, I'm going into a showdown, but maybe I'm not going to be able to survive through it because all that might's going to go away.
And that's what it's all about. It's about managing the damage that's coming your way and thinking about how you're going to reduce that or stop that entirely so that then you are swinging the advantage back into your court. And that's what Calm's all about. Being calm, being mediated, making every move meticulously, and knowing when to utilize all of those cards. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We're going to scoot off back to the action, and we'll catch you up soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in between rounds 7 and round 8. I know that there are a couple of rounds still going on, or a couple of games, I should say, still going on from round 7. I believe there have been a couple of judge calls and stuff like that that are, you know...
Not surprising.
Exactly. We're getting right down to it at the end of the day. So
I have some breaking news, though.
Oh, breaking news.
Yes. Alan lost the match, but that's not the breaking news.
That's
actually,
bad news. Well, if you're Alan,
breaking news,
anyway.
actually, the fact that Garen is locked in for day 2.
Garen is locked in?
Garen is locked in for day 2.
Are we confirmed? Do we know
yes.
that?
I mean, I'm saying that with 99.99% certainty, so hopefully I'm not wrong. But from 2 different sources I've seen that Garen is confirmed for day 2.
Drop another old League reference and say confirmed on Saint's stream. That's the real old one. If you're with me on that one, yeah, your age is at least beginning with a 3. Anyway.
Oh my God,
old
I'm a
references.
4.
Well, we don't say you don't look like it begins with a 4. You're all good.
Well, I can shave and I will be then like more like a 3.
That's very, very fair. Well, it is a close shave for players now that are looking to get their final points to join everybody in round day 2, I should say. Round 9 begins tomorrow morning. We're waiting for round 8 now. So remember, in the way of competitive Riftbound, 3 points for winning a series, 1 point for tying a series, 0 points for a draw. So you need to reach that 6 wins or 5 wins and 5 draws. Sorry, 3 draws. Don't be in the draw bracket if you can help it. Try and get out of that mess.
Yeah, if you're in the draw bracket, then you're actually meeting more people that are drawing, so you have a higher chance of drawing.
So
it's not great.
Yeah, yeah, you just win is the easy way of putting that. That was one of the things that we thought coming out of Bologna. Like you mentioned, Alan, his Ezreal deck. I think so many people were like, "This looks like such a good deck. I'm gonna play this deck. I cannot wait. Draw a lot of cards." And you finish game 1, and you look at the clock, and you're like, "What do you mean that took 40 minutes?
45
what do you mean?"
It's like, oh my God.
Oh, now I'll sideboard. Okay, and now I've got to make decisions and get through games. So that's half of it at a tournament, is finishing your round in enough time.
But funnily enough, one of the 7-0s that we have currently in the game is on Ezreal, and he apparently has one of the best tiebreakers, if not the best tiebreakers, but we cannot be certain because, again, the round didn't finish yet.
Okay.
But overall, I can tell you, like, from right now what it seems like, we have Ezreal, Fiora, Irelia, Fiora. That's crazy.
That's a lot of...
Then we have Draven, Victor, Colin, who was already featured on one of the matches, is 7-0 with the Victor.
Nice, okay.
Then we have Azir, but that's Giovanni, which I don't think is Rock, who was...
No, I don't believe so.
Then we have another Irelia. Then we have a Kai'Sa. And then we have Irelia, Azir, Irelia, Draven, Rek'Sai, Kai'Sa.
So, were you keeping track of that at home? Because there's going to be a quiz in like 5 minutes. You're going to have to recite it all from memory in order. I want to know all of those. Submit your pie charts, your graphs on social. I want to know the breakdown. Somebody...
But even if you just superficially listen to what I said right now, you're going to be like, oh, that's a lot of different legends.
Yeah, that
is. In the 7-0 bracket. Like, really, there's quite a lot of, like, the spread is pretty big.
Not a lot of you saying Draven, Irelia.
And 3 Fioras in the top bracket. Like, that's pretty fun, because it's one of those decks that I feel like was under the radar, kind of similar to Annie. So I'm really looking forward to the rounds tomorrow when we're going to have the best players playing against the best players.
Yeah.
And then we're actually going to see proper results between some of the matchups.
Yeah, because I think that is one thing. Again, we're talking about the highest as yet level of Riftbound. So I'm looking forward to getting the clash of styles with the top players tomorrow as we go through our top 8. But we got a lot to get through before we get that. As you said, we're getting things ready for round 8. And while we have a couple more minutes, let's head over to Barcode.
Absolutely, and I'm with a very special case actually here in the venue. I'm with a guy, Romain, who was very tired in the morning. I saw him, we had a little talk together, and he told me, oh, I think I'm not gonna do well because I'm very tired. And now, tell us a little bit more about the tournament.
Well, it seems that being tired for me is when I'm the best, because at least now I am 7-0, so it seems that I'm in good condition finally. For the moment, the tournament goes well, obviously, but I didn't expect to be that far in the tournament. I'm pretty surprised, and I think it's mainly because my opponents are doing mistakes, other me being strong, but I'll take it.
Okay, I think that you are actually very strong. This is always the good, the bright side that you have to choose. But yeah, speaking about your preparation in general, how did you prepare for this tournament? Because there was a ban list recently, so everything got just shaken a little bit. How did you choose your deck and how did you approach the preparation in general?
Honestly, here I'm playing Aurelia today, and I was playing Aurelia since the beginning of the set 2. So even if the ban list hits her a bit with Dreaming Tree, obviously, or maybe Foth.
Always done power as well.
Yeah. But to switch, I was playing firstly President Aurelia, and I switched to an aggro-ish version, which is not rely to protect the queen. And I think the deck is very more versatile. And with the ban list, it was only a matter of because we are losing drawing power with Dreaming Tree and Scrap Heap that I was playing in the first version, and we were. With a friend of mine, we were building the deck list with some training, and today it seems that the new deck list work well.
I mean, actually, it seems to work very well. We wish you the best of luck because there is still one round before tomorrow, but at least you are ensured that you are going to be there tomorrow. We wish you the best of luck to be in the top 8, and seeing your smile is very good as well, considering the fact that you are not expecting that at all. But that being said, we are going to go back to the desk. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Barcode. Yes, I have had confirmation. You can probably hear some noise in the background as well. I've had confirmation round 7 has completed. Pairings are getting drawn together, and that means we're very, very close to round 8. We can't make it go any faster, is what I will say.
I'm very excited, though, to see the undefeated decks. We're probably going to get an undefeated deck on the feature match. So that's going to be probably something spicy.
Yeah,
I'm very excited to see it and break it down because, one, we're going to see the deck list as well, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to be happy to see what potential techs people are doing in their decks to have an edge over some particular matchups. And I would love to see another Fiora. What about you?
Yeah, I could do with seeing some more Fiora just because we don't really see it very often. We haven't crossed it yet today. And I know in previous times there have been multiple versions of Fiora. You had the version that kind of had Hook at the beginning of Spirit Forge, somewhat dropped off a little bit. I think people went, actually, you know what, Fiora's just pretty good playing good units and just making them quick.
You can play, I would say successfully, both archetypes, both the mid-range version or the Hook version. It really depends on your own playstyle. I feel like the non-Hook version might be a little bit more stable, but the problem is that the most stable Fiora is like has the floor and the ceiling very close to each other, while the baited Hook has like a floor that is way lower, but a way higher floor.
The ceiling allows you to go up and up
so
beyond.
You're able to pop off less consistently, but actually sometimes you just need a day when you're going to be popping off in multiple games, and that's it.
Some people just have that luck, right? You go into a tournament and you're like, I hit my perfect hand like most of the day. I'm playing Hook, and I get Hook every single game. And like if you have that luck.
From Bologna, like you were casting Bologna with Sabic, who went to second place with the MF Aurora, and he said
always had it.
Yeah, he was like, I always had it. That was like one of the best days of my life. You know, it's like he had it. He had every time, and because of that, he was winning so much. That's the heart of the cards. You know, sometimes you'll just have that stride where you're gonna be having always the card that you need.
And then you'll also have the days when you're playing Aurora or Hook, and it'll be at the bottom of the deck every single time, and you'll never draw it, and you'll be like, well, I went.
But no one is talking about that, so we don't hear about it. You know?
Exactly. No one tweets about their failures. That's the other thing. So.
You remember when someone pulls out a Baron Nasher, you know, and then someone else pulls a Baron Nasher, and someone else pulls a Baron Nasher. No one else is making posts about not pulling a Baron Nasher.
Yeah, I would quite like to pull a Baron Nasher, an ultimate Baron Nasher. Riftbound,
I will post about it if I will get one.
Riot, UBS, you know, yeah, I would love to pull that. If you can sway that in my favor somehow, it's not going to happen. That's not possible. It's all randomized.
What are the odds of actually opening?
Probably very, very slim odds, and very slim odds for our players that are not finding themselves so far, at least with 5 wins. wins, because of course you need to get 6 to make it onwards. So let's take a look at the standings, see who is at that tipping point of going through to the next day for day 2. Only 3. Oh, we're going in reverse order.
Updated stats.
We're revealing this
this
in
is
reverse
17, 18,
order.
19.
So
Okay.
we get a little bit of suspense as we go through. So obviously this list of players are in a position where they have already qualified for day 2. That's the important thing. A 6 in the front column means you're good.
Yes.
You can be in a good standing regardless. But some big names in there. We saw Vin's earlier on the featured matchup there. There's a lot of players. Luis Fishpot, 6-1, has ended up dropping 1 game, but still finds themselves in day 2.
Ooh,
We saw that
Yasuo
game
at the
earlier.
bottom there, 6-1.
There is a 6-1 Yasuo. There's a Darius in there as well.
Lovely to see the Darius. 2 Ezreals over here. 2 Dravens.
So Master Yi, yeah.
Yeah, there's 4 Irelias on this page.
That's because I think we're going to swap over and see a few more Aurelias. Yeah, on the next page. There's
not
a few more.
But that's still like, that's not that many.
Yeah, that's
8
actually
out
not
of
that
top
many.
32 after 7 rounds, because it is the most popular deck.
Yes, it is.
Right? So you expect them to be converting anyway, like just because of statistics.
Yeah, that's very true.
Look at this, Squirtle is in place 1 with the Azir.
Evolving as we speak. Waiting to...
But it's more like a sand turtle right now, you know?
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. I see it, I see it.
Extasio playing with the Rek'Sai. Maybe we'll get him on stream. Who knows?
It's spoilers, maybe, I guess. Is
I
that
don't know.
what you actually don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
I thought this was one of these ones where you're like, do you know? And you actually know.
Maybe I do, and I'm lying right now.
Maybe. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
No, never.
Here's the day 1 metagame of, as said earlier, Irelia, the most played deck of the day. Interested to see what the conversion rate is into day 2. Draven follows up with Kai'Sa as well. There's a bit of a shelf there with Victor, Master Yi, Rek'Sai, which I think if you polled people at their Nexus nights, I don't know that Victor, Master Yi, and Rek'Sai would be the next 3 decks under that people would say are like the most played. Maybe Victor. I think Victor's had popularity for a while, but
Victor has a lot of people who love the character and a lot of haters as well. It's like love it or hate it, essentially. And because of that, I feel like it's popular. It always was popular. Even in set 1, when the deck was not doing that great, and it was not really favored into like the most popular deck, which is Kai'Sa, people loved playing him. Because it's just an arcane character, I feel like there are also people just connecting with the idea of creating tokens and so on.
Yeah.
So the identity behind the character is pretty cool.
And some people pulled the alternate art.
Look at that! We have
really
Petro
pretty.
on Azir, so I'm assuming that's Squirtle. Is that? Or is that someone else?
We'll find out as we go through.
And we have Extasio on Rek'Sai. Awesome. That is, I'll be honest, I think this is the first time we see this matchup ever on screen at regional
that
stage.
we've casted. Let's put that caveat, and that way we're right regardless, because
at
we
least
haven't
maybe
casted
someone will
it.
fact check me and say,
Maybe.
maybe not.
Who needs the truth? Let's build our own truth.
No one will check that.
Yeah, exactly. So we had some Azir on screen earlier today. So obviously that works across what we call it is cascading equipment in line with utilizing a lot of tokens. You send one token in with an equipment on, and then it ends up trading, and then you put another one on. Really efficient use of the additional buffs from things like Brutalizer, that when you equip it, you get the extra bonus.
Yeah, and then we have a Rek'Sai, which seems to be the red hybrid version, so very similar to the one that we have seen already on the show match. But the thing is, there are 3 Blood Rushers over here in main, and also Void Hatchlings, which is not something that you always see. Many people prefer Pautipora in the current environment because they do die less to Kai'Sa, for example.
And interestingly, a difference to what we saw with Marshall in round 2 of the day, this is Darius instead of Ferris Forerunner. Where the version we watched earlier today was only really recycling for Forerunner. This deck, at least in the main board, just saying we don't need Forerunner now. I wouldn't be surprised to see one maybe in the side.
I would guess maybe like 2
unit.
or even 3 there, because you essentially would side it in against everyone who's not purple.
Yeah, I imagine so. As you said, Rebuke in that dynamic is so important. So we'll see that as we go from game 1 to game 2. But for the main board, we are expecting... That's, like, aggressive. Like, when you put a Darius in there as well, that maybe shortcuts past the needing Rek'Sai for Accelerate in that moment, because you just played Darius and then followed up with something else.
Yeah, and you also... The access to 3 Blood Rushes allows you to be when you're going second, you have access to a fill card essentially.
Okay.
Because when you're at odd number of runes in Rek'Sai, you don't really have a typical way of using that one.
Right.
Because almost everything costs 2.
Okay.
You will have most spells costing 2, you will have most units costing 2, but then suddenly you have that one odd rune that is just floating there to be
So
used.
you can threaten with something.
And then Blood Rush is perfect for that, because not only it allows you to be repeated when you need it to be, so then it goes into even number, and you have more impact to it, right? But the +2 will change a lot of the potential conquerors, which then will trigger Void Burrower. So that's why in the Rek'Sai deck you probably also play not Pouty Poros, the Daring Poros, which have built-in Assault, because it's so important to go over your opponent as early as possible to trigger the Void Burrower to potentially start your card draw engine, right? In Rek'Sai. That's why Assault is one of those key mechanics that you're going to see in the Rek'Sai builds. And as I explained in the first hours of this broadcast 9 hours ago.
A long time ago now.
Yeah, there are 3 different archetypes typically over Rek'Sai, but in this particular one, Blood Rushes are very important because you're going to go wide. So Blood Rushes are going to be having the most impact potentially because you can change the outcomes on both battlefields by using just one card, right? Because you can split the directions, like 2 tokens. One gets 3 might, attacks into the battlefield A. The other token gets +2 with the assault and attacks the battlefield B. And now you're able to impact both of the battlefields at the same time. So
wow.
This is a very neat addition to the Rek'Sai, and I feel like Rek'Sai and Darius are utilizing those strategies the best because of the yellow inclusion in the archetype, which creates the tokens.
That is an in-depth look into Blood Rush there. If you followed Lothar down that Rek'Sai tunnel, congratulations. You probably are good enough
good
to
one.
be...
I like the tunnel.
Hey, I come with some jokes. Sometimes it works. I'll tell you that much. Right, no, this is not something to joke about, though. Both of these players are locked for day 2, of course, but really important to know, your score carries over in the sense of like where you're looking for highest placement for the top 8. You're accruing the maximum mana points, so looking to be 8-0 at the end of the day.
I know it's super far away from the top 8, but it also matters in the top 8.
Of course.
Because the highest seed in the top 8 will choose, am I going first or second in the match? In most cases, that's going to be like, I'm going first. If someone was first and after Swiss, he's most likely going first
the entire
every time.
tournament. Exactly. All the way through to the finals, should you make it. So it is really important. So here we go. Azir comes out with the first Sand Soldier from Desert's Call already. Now we get to see how much of this go wide strategy comes from the Rek'Sai. Both of these decks very similar in that way that these board states might get out of control.
Yeah, pretty fast as well. And also playing the Rek'Sai is a heads-up play because it allows you to go into a battlefield with 4 might, which might be something that Azir will not try to like battle, right? So, for example, we know that most Azirs are going to play Disciplines and they're going to play Ungard, for example, right? But the Ungard is like a secondary choice. In this case here, we're gonna leave one of the Sand Soldiers to die, which will trigger then the Conqueror from Void Burrower, right? But the problem is with this, that you will lose your potential accelerated unit that you typically also want to have to like finish the game, right?
Okay.
But if you play a 2-drop instead of the Rek'Sai, then you cannot kill the Sand Soldier, so you have to go to the other battlefield and you give your opponent a point.
Right,
So this is the decision that Xasho here was making, because he had a 2-drop, if I'm not mistaken, on turn 1. Now he's playing the Void Hatchling first. First and foremost because of the fact that Void Hatchling actually has an effect which will give him another option to look at the card, but also you typically would like to play a 2-drop before you activate the Void Burrower to potentially have a Noxus helpful from the top, but now this is crazy.
I did Xasio recycle from the Void Hatchling because he looked at it. I didn't see whether it went top or bottom, but
I'm not certain, but I think he did. And
if it went bottom, that means the Under Titan gets revealed from that 1 extra. I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't quite thinking down that rabbit hole on that, but yeah, wow, that 2 extra energy is going to light this game on fire with the ability to just play out a bunch of units in the board and then be in a great spot. We said like units will come really quickly in this matchup.
That is a crazy opener. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens, then the Rek'Sai feels like unbeatable almost, you know?
Yeah,
And
because that is one thing Azir does struggle a little bit with, is actually dealing with multiple units at once.
Call the Weak is essentially like, oh, I'm not going to play this card in this matchup almost at all. Like, what,
I'll
you're going
trade
to
a
kill the
token.
1/1?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's going to get stuck in the hand for some time. Maybe there will be a moment in the game where you can play it, but it's going to be hard to find that moment. But what's even more important is that I don't know if it's going to matter actually in this matchup, but it can potentially come up. The Hall of Legends, that is the battlefield chosen by a Azir player, can actually benefit the Rek'Sai as well, because you can first conquer Hall of Legends, tap for your Void Bearer, put it on the chain, and then do the Hall of Legends, untap your
so
Void Bearer.
you get it a second time.
Yeah, and you get it a second time. The problem with this is that that potentially costs you more, even more energy.
Right,
Because
right.
with each cast of Void Bearer, you are looking to play a card from the top of the deck anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, but it is something that can come up.
Worth considering, for sure. Like, there is that aspect that may very well come to fruition. Now we're in that situation, as you said, you're trading your Rek'Sai away, but it was to get that early tempo, deny the Azir
well.
the point early on.
So now we have Azir with a... Again, can we put the Brutalizer on the bottom and the shield, please? So we can see the might number.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about. Now you can just, it covered up completely. You don't get to see anything.
He just put a blanket.
Gotta keep those
going to
soldiers
sleep.
warm
Just
in the
going to
night,
sleep,
in the desert. Exactly. I will say, just a little bit of housekeeping, not for here, but if you're playing at a Nexus Night or Skirmish.
Here we go.
Hey,
Thank you.
there we go. Thank you. I think the judges stepped in and said, no, we actually probably should see that game information to be played out here. It is a courtesy to your opponent to at least represent the public information in the game in a way that is accurate.
So this unit has 4 might in this case. Brutalizer only gives +2 when it's being equipped during this turn, right? So
yes, yeah.
Was that 3 energy open for the Azir or 2? I'm actually not certain. But the hand of... This is one of the biggest skill when it comes to playing Rek'Sai. You have to make a decision. What kind of cards do I have on the top of the deck, and are those cards actually potentially impactful in this position of the board, of the board state, right? So is it worth, if I attack first with the token to the Trifarian, to activate Void Bearer, get an additional option?
Yeah, what am I likely to see? What are those 2 cards going to be? Because when they're revealed, I've got to use it or lose it at that point. So
you need to know your deck in and out completely to understand what are the odds and what are you looking for and how does it impact with the context of the board state.
Yeah, and that's the sequencing down to your own rune availability as well, right? Because if you're tapped out, or if you're low on economy and you've not tracked that all of your cheap stuff has come out already and you're more likely to hit expensive units, expensive spells, that kind of thing, that's where you can really mess it up in the end of a turn and say, oh, now that has to go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, let's say the Blood Rush will come up, right?
Sure, yeah.
So you can attack with the token to the Trifarian, you show the top 2 from the top of the deck, and there's a Blood Rush, and suddenly now you have an option to change your mind about attacking the other battlefield.
It's going to be hopeful into the battlefield to absorb
its guards.
Yeah, that is the beginning, and is going to be able to activate, I believe that was a Brutalizer that swapped over.
And this Brutalizer now gives +2
Yes.
for this entire turn, so this particular Sand Soldier is now 5 might.
Yeah, that of course comes from the Weapon Master part of Azir, plus there is Blood Rush, we talked about it quite a lot.
With the repeat, so it goes up to 8, and that is 7, if I'm not, is it 7? 3, no, it's 8 to 8, so it's exactly the same, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that is correct. As we will follow the math. Everyone's like, yeah, let's just get rid of everything. It's trade it all away. At least now you can conquer on the back end of that with the likes of a recruit or whichever you should do. As you said, with the Trifarian Warcamp, it will now give you the activation if you wanted it. Void Hatchling is going...
The Void Bearer was tapped, but that was just a clerical mistake.
Oh, from the beginning of the turn?
Yes.
Okay, wasn't in the Awaken phase.
So see, if this was the case, like, maybe it was worth attacking first to the Trifarian to see maybe there's something that actually changes my mind. But the deck, that's something that I learned very quickly. When it comes to anticipating what a player can do in this game, in Riftbound, it's not easy. Players can have different mindset, they can have different playstyle, they can also have completely something in their mind that they want to execute.
Yes,
That you're
yeah,
not
yeah.
going to be able to read just from the board state, because maybe something in the deck is actually affecting the decision making. Maybe something in the hand that we don't see is affecting the decision making. What we can do here is just try to understand what the player is trying to achieve.
Yeah, that's always one thing about casting games of Riftbound and watching them and being a third-party observer, is you have such different information on the game to the players. And we may follow a line and the player isn't even considering it because they have one thing in mind that they are trying to avoid. And sometimes that obviously pays dividends in time. So just remember, players being in the featured match, being 7-0 at the same time, not that there has been any mistake so far, but it is all pressure that builds and builds and builds at this moment of playing for the undefeated streak of 8-0 so far.
Yeah, I mean, being 7-0 in such a big tournament is already a feat, I would say.
Yeah, massive, massive. The beginnings of building a real full career out of this. We're only on the second event, but these are names that we'll be
keep our horses
etching.
over here. It's still far away.
Well, what I'm saying is, you know, performance like that is the beginning of etching your name into
I can argue with
competitive
that. Specifically,
history.
if you can also turn into a day two performance as well, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. But
this start is very, very good for you. Like 7-0 is incredible.
I like building stories. I like a little bit of hyperbole, a little bit of exaggeration for people.
You know what's funny is that this Preparing War Camp is actually beneficial for both of those archetypes.
Yeah, it really is. You're going wide on both of these decks, so Trefarian War Camp is pretty handy there. It also means that it does nothing for both of them, if the units are even.
Well,
neutral.
one of the sides will still have more units. In this case, we have the Rek'Sai with +4, while the Azir is with +1. He equipped this Brutalizer, if I'm not mistaken, so that's
This
going to
turn,
be
yep, exactly.
6 might altogether.
Yep.
There's a hidden blade, if I'm not mistaken, on the Trefarian, but it's not being activated for now. Remember also one more thing. Rek'Sai kind of wants to conquer every single turn. They don't aim at holding the battlefields unless they are certain they can just conquer the other one in the upcoming turn, because you want to activate that Void Bearer as often as possible. And what if it's even important, you want to activate the Void Bearer even when you don't have like energy open, because it gives you information.
Okay,
well,
so
I mean,
you're
it also
actually
gives information to the opponent, but you will know your deck better, so you will be able to
make better
decisions based on the information.
That's an interesting concept, because as we were talking about earlier, it depends kind of what's left in your deck. But yeah, I can definitely understand that. I can understand that point of view. BF Sword coming through this time, Weapon Master attached, and that'll be another conquer for Azir. Really low on economy, and all order runes as well, so that means Brutalizer won't be able to be re-equipped on a further turn.
But if I'm not mistaken, he's guaranteed 1 green in the upcoming turn. I think I might be a little bit off, but I think he should be getting at least 1 green.
You know who should know? Our Azir player, Bedrock or Squirtle should. You know, that would be in your mind. If you've been, you know, doing reps on this deck until this point, should have that fully in mind as you are recycling. And that's one thing that going from a novice player to a pro or, you know, expert player is one of the things you got to keep in mind.
We have 2 battering rams in this hand. So basically every single time you play a 2-drop, you get -2 energy in the cost of those 2 cards, but you need to squeeze enough cards to actually make a difference for them both to be played.
Yeah, playing both.
Essentially, that's what you're trying to achieve in the same turn. So another activation of Void Bearer. We're looking here for some cheap cards.
Ooh, all the cards
actually, it's probably still Void
I still think, yeah, exactly.
But I would say it still could be a consideration.
So this is now the second spell of the turn.
Correct. And now he's going to be...
the chain!
Does it matter?
Yeah, I was going to say, does it matter?
Because you have -2 already on the cost. So this is going to be -3 on the ram cost after playing this Void Rush.
Yeah,
and
that's
if you get
what
another 2-drop...
Oh, you get an
jackpot!
The chain! Back to back to back! Oh, the reveals are satisfying.
All right, so he gets 2+ energy. Remember, this is Void Rush. One of those cards is going to be drawn. The other one can be played. So here we'll have overall 5 energy. The Darius will not go ready because 3 cards were already being played.
It won't be the second card of the turn.
Correct.
But that is that's some value.
And the cost is correct. He needed to pay 1 energy for him, and still should have
Oh,
One more.
is that how the math works out? Double battering ram? Oh, that is disgusting.
That under Titan hit there was a big change. Essentially, it allows you to play those two battering rams on top of the Darius. Otherwise, the Darius will be in hand. But this is a vile play.
That's disgusting. Well, that'll tilt the favor back in one way if we had a who's in the lead bar on the pace of the game. It obviously doesn't affect it in that exact turn, but the awaken phase, suddenly Rek'Sai looks really scary.
Yeah, now you have potentially 15, 17, 19 might.
That's a lot. Some sand
if we count,
soldiers.
of course, the Darius untap, right? So
yeah,
he's down to 4 runes, but that's okay. Goes up to 6.
That was going to be my question: is the economy damaged from that? Do you care when you have this much might on the board?
What was the most expensive card in the deck?
Yeah, Darius, and
Darius.
it's there now.
And
yeah.
that's the second Darius, because one is already at the bottom of the deck, if I remember correctly.
I believe you're correct. Yeah,
so
earlier.
You're gonna have every single card now cost you like essentially 2 or 1, maybe 3 if it's a captain. But I believe 2 captains were already being played, so that essentially leaves it to 1 copy. So most of your cards is gonna cost you 2.
Oh, that still feels like that is wrong.
But what I wanted to say though, Azir is at 6 points.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is potential, like, you cannot leave now the battlefields as Rek'Sai. That's not the ideal scenario, because you want to leave the battlefields to
and then
reconquer them.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But the problem is now when your opponent is at 6 and still has access to the Azir Sovereign in his champion unit, here we go.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to move your units more efficiently to close out the game. So he's setting it up.
Are we setting up
an
a Rise turn potentially for the next turn? And then you sweep in with Azir and do the old Shurima shuffle to win. As you said, a lot of this Rek'Sai deck does want to be attacking. A lot of the spells as well, when you look at like Blood Rush and that, they're all helped out when you're the aggressor, that type of thing. Like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't help hold outside of just the might printed on the card.
Yeah, and the problem is that, as you said, Rek'Sai is not the best at holding. But if you have like cards of Blood Rush, they don't really, literally,
exactly that. They don't help. Maybe you're casting it just to get the +2 when you cast a second spell on Darius, and we're really delving into the depths of like how do you squeak out another might.
It might have looked like a crazy turn.
It did. It looked great.
Yeah, but it is not great if there's an Arise being held in the hand for Pedro. Yeah,
Rek'Sai's burrowing. You can see the table shaking underneath. Something's going
and something is in the sand.
Yeah. Ooh, thematic. The shifting sands.
Did you watch Tremors?
Maybe a long time ago.
This is like the perfect combination.
Oh yeah.
It's sands and worms and.
It's like Dune at this point. Potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Shout out to Kevin Bacon. But if you didn't watch Tremors, you should.
Although now that we're talking about Dune, I'm like, Kevin Bacon was not in Dune. That would be a very
How
different
do you know?
movie.
Maybe he was.
Maybe he's an extra. This is far too serious a game to be going down that hole on, as both players are 7-0. This is game 1 of this best of 3, trying to secure an undefeated streak through day 1. Battering Ram will go towards the Treferian War Camp.
That was quite actually interesting assault. Combat, yeah, because there was one open. If there was an Engard, that could have actually go the other way around, because it would have been +2. Well, actually, no, never mind. It was a free might unit, so it would just be that trade.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have Rek'Sai potentially representing things like Blood Rush and a few other things. So there's some extra questions to that. I would say probably not the best 2 units you're seeing off the top at this point. They kind of help, but maybe not.
I'm not certain what's in his hand, because at this point it's like you have to pay. Probably you will have to play the captain.
So one card we know is an Under Titan in hand. Because it got revealed from the
but that's
the
not
Void
really
Rush
helpful.
Earlier. I think the Color Week earlier went to the bottom, because I think that was revealed via the Rek'Sai.
But the first. If that was in the Void Rush,
something else was in the first Void Rush, and I can't remember what it was. I was far too hyped about the first Void Rush to remember what the other card was.
I think there's a Colder Week in the hand, but I'm not certain.
I can't remember whether that was from the Legend ability or from the Void Rush.
Are we paying for Hall of Legends? Probably not. Are we? He's thinking about it, I think. there's one Blood Rush in the hand, which is basically useless for this particular turn.
Yeah, as in for the following turn. Yeah, everything that you would use that on is gone. Now Pedro's going to look through the graveyard, which is important. The other thing is it's somewhat important as the opponent. He's
counting the Blood Rushes. He's counting the interactions over here.
It's also important to remember what was revealed and recycled earlier in the game. It's hard to do. Like, it's so hard to remember.
It's one of the matchups when you're if you're not accustomed to this matchup, you're not used to the fact that you have to pay attention to what your opponent is doing that much with his deck
to put to the bottom of the
information.
Deck. Yeah, exactly. Because it's as good as knowing it's in the trash for a while. You only have to remember it later in the game. But knowing that it's not an option is really important. And here we said Rek'Sai can take battlefields really effectively. Not so good at holding, and with only one rune available, we know there's only really one piece of interaction. That's gonna ready Darius, go back to safety, just in case it is necessary next turn. Is this a massive Arise turn? And even if it is it enough to get through this Treferian war camp where all of the troops are stationed for our Rek'Sai?
Well, we have 1, 2, 3 equipments. So Arise will spawn 4 creatures. That is how many units we have on Treferian right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
Yeah, Darius is not there.
23 might on the Treferian war camp for Rek'Sai.
So it then comes down to the math on the equipment plus the Azir.
There's also the second way of playing out the round for Azir, where you will juggle the same piece of equipment.
Oh yeah, not go in at once. So you're actually going to cascade, as many people call it, and you can go, okay, I'll go 1 brutalizer in, 1 brutalizer in. It looks like we may be having a judge at least question or call at this point in time, as both players.
We should have like a listen in right now.
I know. I wish I could.
What's the question, huh?
Yeah, it would be good to know. As it looks like, to explain to newer players what is happening here at the table, this is something that I think veteran players will understand, but newer players may not. When you are playing in a competitive environment with a judge, you are allowed to ask a judge a rules question specifically about the rules, not about the game state, but about the rules away from the table, so that you don't give your opponent information. So for instance, if I was going to ask you a very basic question, it could be away from the table, of can I equip Brutalizer to a unit multiple times in a turn and each unit will get +2? That's a generally fair question. That's a very easy one that a judge would be like, yeah, you'll get +2 every time you equip Brutalizer.
Well, that question was definitely incomplete.
Yeah, it was, but I was giving you an example because I was thinking one off the top of my head. Obviously, at this level, a lot of them are very complex. But
I do wonder, what is he asking about?
Same.
What is very interesting about Azirs is that because of how the entire archetype works, most of the decks have the same fundamentals like cards that are always implemented because you are required to have the equipment. So almost all of the Azir decks are essentially almost the same at this stage of our game. We're gonna have more cards with more expansions being added.
Yeah.
But I'm just like thinking nothing comes to my mind that was actually the Guardian Angel, maybe some interaction over here.
Is it potentially about Guardian Angeling a recruit?
Being recalled and then it can be like brought back to the battlefield with the Azir.
It should survive, right? Like that's fine because
it's gonna have still the equipment attached to it.
Yes, yeah, that is. I'm pretty sure what happens with Guardian Angel. We've seen it on other things. Normally not with tokens, but I'm pretty sure that the token doesn't leave the battlefield.
No,
it just comes back to the base.
So now we have potentially, if I'm not mistaken, this unit has 4, 5, 8, 9 might.
It's hidden underneath.
Yeah, but it should be 9. If this Brutalizer was equipped this turn, it's 9. Okay, so it goes to Halls of Legends, and now it's going to be brought into the...
With the Azir when it moves. Oh, okay.
And now we can re-equip the yellow equipment. Oh, no. Wait. It goes back to base. It doesn't re-equip anything because it's still alive,
right?
It's
still alive.
But it adds the full might. So it added the 9.
Right. And you're trading the Guardian Angel for the full might of the stack of equipment on the Sand Soldier. Now we're going to bring it in. This is a lot of might coming into the battlefield, and we're going to do the math as we go. This is important to count it, although Extasio's just going to say, that's a lot of might. It's 25 to 23. That is going to be game 1 going over to Azir.
This is where you can see how impactful Death Grip can be in decks that can use equipment and essentially double the amount of might that you're getting out of one equipment.
Yeah.
Right? For example, Fiora and Azir are great examples of that. To some degree, Set as well. Like Set Brawler can, like, for example, buff his own, buff his own might with just burning the buff, and then Death Grip gets +8 on something else, right?
Yeah.
And so in this particular case, this was really nicely played, a nice usage of a Guardian Angel, and then reusing the same amount of might and the same amount of utility on the equipment attached to go to the other battlefield and finish up the game. Really nice sequencing.
Really good sequencing, doubling up, and that's what we're talking about players having a specific line in mind, and of course, wanting to clarify exactly that. I imagine it was that Death Grip interaction, just to confirm.
With the Guardian Angel.
Exactly, and again, maybe my example was bad, but as long as you're only asking a judge a rule question and not a game state question, typically you will be given the correct answer about a rule specifically. We talked earlier about would Extasio have Ferris Forerunner in the sideboard,
and he does.
The answer is yes. That is not a surprise. I feel pretty good. Hey to everybody in the crowd. Thanks for joining us. To those of you that unfortunately did not make it through day one, commiserations. Hope you are enjoying the event as it is. Those of you that are still in, hopefully give a cheer. I guess you're actually playing if you're still in. That's actually kind of silly.
Look, people waving. Let's wave back.
Wave back to the people.
We're on camera.
We're here.
Fantastic.
That's lovely to see you all. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't been able to make it to either Bologna or Lille, first of all, we wish you were here. We wish you were joining us. Utrecht is coming up soon, and then more events throughout the rest of the year. We showed you at the beginning of the stream. So after we're done, if you want to find out where else you can find Riftbound close to you, either use, search for it, Riftbound events, or go back to the beginning of the stream. We talked about it to begin the day on what's coming up.
And if you want to know, the viewing area here in the arena is very nice. It's a big LCD screen that is actually, I don't know how big, but it's
big.
Way bigger than what we have here behind us.
Yeah.
It's a really nice setup. There's a lot of people enjoying viewing it in the arena.
And you get to dip in of doing side events, and if you want to do as many of the different events throughout the weekend as possible. I'll be in Utrecht. Luckily, I've been selected as one of the creators going, so I'll be there playing side events, not playing the main event. I don't want that smoke. That's not for me.
I will be either competing or maybe casting.
Fingers crossed on either way for you for making day 2. As I said, this tournament you're making day 2.
When you're casting, I'm making day 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So far, from Bologna, I'm like, I made finals. I feel good. It's me, Alan, it's all good. And yeah, we'll see who makes finals in this.
That is a
I was going to say, that's the Void Burrow going at it again. Void Rush. We'll see if we can get the back-to-back-to-back again.
Right, so this is a pretty quick start. We have Arena's Greatest, trigger for both players. We also have Seed of Power again in the game. It's working for both of those archetypes, right? You are playing a white deck, so Seed of Power makes sense. You have potentially a free card draw, which is something that Azir wants more than Rek'Sai.
The struggle is real on Azir sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the struggle is real with this hand though as well.
Oh, it is always painful to have to pay full price. No discount option available for the Noxus Hopeful.
And there was no 2-drop as well.
Exactly.
Right?
This is a real struggle.
This is rough. This is rough.
Especially on Arena's Greatest, where you're like, I really want to get out of the gates quick, and I want to, conquer as quick as possible. My opponent is actually just going to play Azir, saying, okay, I don't see any threat from you yet.
Look, it's only fair. You got 2 Under Titans in game 1. Now you're getting
nothing.
You're paying for this with the sub bar.
Oh, and the On Guard is going to match it and just say, yeah, I'll take that trade. And we'll see whether Extasio has a Blood Rush or something. I see a salvage in hand.
No,
I think, was there a face breaker there as well? Not 100% sure. I know that. No, it is not. I'm hallucinating cards in hands.
Most likely we're going to just see it developing here. A Ferris Forerunner, 6 energy and 1 red. What can it be?
I know, right? But it also, on its own, sure, it's going to be good.
Ooh,
but that's
2 Arises.
Yeah, multiple Arise. BF Sword is going to, be good for this turn, and then even better on the Arise turn. Because it's going to give you that extra presence for the Arise Soldier. So BF Sword goes onto Sand Soldier. Of course, that is coming from the Legend ability that Azir is able to make once you played that equipment.
this is it's kind of funny because we have the arena's greatest, but both players had definitely not ideal hands to open the game. So the game kind of slowed down by default. But the thing is, now there's potential swings, and they can go both ways. The Salvage in hand is an action speed spell, so it can flip one. Oh, never mind, it's already being played.
Oh,
and there's
Defy.
and here we go. Now, this does make a huge difference because one, you know that one Defy is already gone.
Yep.
And two, one of the Salvages is already gone.
I was going to say, both
players get information that is very crucial. But what is even more important, Extasio here has to think about it, the fact that if I put the Ferris Forerunner on one of those battlefields, it will most likely die.
Right. Yeah,
Any
exactly.
equipment is gonna basically make that Sand Soldier enough to trade, right? And now Rally the Troops was being played, which draws you a card, and then if you play any unit this turn, they get instantly buffed.
Okay.
So you want to play as many units as possible. Ideally, it would be the yellow 2-drop that creates 2 tokens.
Yeah.
That will create 7 might in the base instantly or on the battlefield, depending on what you want to do. So
seeing not wanting either the Void Rush or the unit there from it. Obviously, as you said, you want the one that is going to create multiple units there.
Yeah, here we go. That's the ideal scenario for the Rally the Troops.
Yeah, so now they get buffed up. It's pretty useful at this point for rebuilding into this game, or at least building in. I guess we should say that, as Rek'Sai hasn't yet established control of the game.
It's build your own Sand Soldiers.
It is, yeah. They're actually the same. They're like
same but different.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
The Spider-Man meme at this point, like
that was from the comedy with. Oh my God! who created the studio on Apple TV? Did you watch the series? Never mind. All right, we're going too deep again. But all right, so we get the trade, or not trade even, just defeating the Ferris Forerunner. 2 mechs are being created to the base, and it's still awkward. You still have a lot of might, but dealing with the first Forerunner without losing anything, that is probably as impactful as it can be.
There's a Rise coming through.
That's a big tell, by the way. If this turn you play a Rise like this, that means that you do have a second one.
You got another one.
Yeah, there's no reason to play it yet, not right now, right? So it's like you're trying to establish like a turn. You probably had something else to play from this hand, but if you play just slam it like this, this is most likely a tell that you have a second one in the hand.
And is this just trying to smother out the game at this point of, say, I'm just going to create 2 turns worth of giant units? I will say, though, with only 2 equipment on the board, and one of them being Brutalizer, we're in another situation where it's like holding is not the easiest with this board state for either player, because like Brutalizer, once you pass the turn, is going to drop off, or at least the active added bonus of being equipped that turn. So yeah, it's some interesting math is about to come through on Extasio's turn, because you have to deal with both battlefields, which means the Arise ends up not doing all that much.
No, when you think about it, he paid 6 energy and 1 rune for the power to draw a card from the Seed of Power, right?
Yeah.
And create 1 unit.
Yeah.
Because the other one will die.
Yeah, because you'll end up trading around and
not even trading, it's just the mech is going to go over.
True, it'll go over the top.
Like basically, the board state dictates that the Sand Soldier dies without doing anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the player plays deliberately the Arise to change it to 1 Sand Soldier and a draw card. That is 100% a tell that you have a second Rise in the hand.
Yeah, that's fair. And gonna look for. Is there a Blood Rush in there? I don't believe so. Haven't seen it this game. At this point, we are right down to the key moments of a series like this. So taking the time to check through the trash. It hasn't been all that much for now, and we do have 28 minutes left still on this round. So. Good to do your due diligence while there is time still to do it. At this point, not the end of the world, but that will be the trade coming through, or at least the conquer coming through for Extasio on the arena's greatest. Will now get
thinking about triggering it, because there's a small difference if you would trigger it from the second battlefield.
Okay.
Because you would draw a card first.
Ah, okay, and then you see 2 more.
Yeah, and not even that. Depending, like, if you draw the card first and then you trigger Void Burrower, then you would affect the decision. It would affect the decision potentially what you can play from the Void Mirror because you get
got
one
the
more
top card and then you see one more.
So it gets you more information. You will have a more informed decision. But at the same time, if you does this Blood Rush like change anything over here? Most likely not. Like it would only change the fact that I want to push with the token instead of the mech, right?
Right.
And that's essentially it.
Whereas now you get a mystery card.
And we still have 5 energy open, and it's so interesting.
That's hopeful.
Yeah, it's so interesting because essentially Rek'Sai works like this. I sacrifice my units that are worth nothing, and I get more units, and I just play cards. I almost have no interaction during your opponent's turn, at least by default. In game 2 and 3 that changes. But the Azir plays a similar strategy.
Yes.
His units are also mass-produced, but they are worth more. But they're being supplemented by the cards from the equipment, or they're supplemented by instant speed, either buffs or like counter spells like Defy and maybe Wind Wall in some decks. It's such an interesting archetypes because they kind of similar,
but
in
different
not.
ways. Yeah, exactly. I was getting excited for a moment there because I thought that Battering Ram was quite cheap, but it actually cost 3. Every time I see one, I'm like, oh yeah, you're gonna play lots of things. You got it reduced by 2 cost.
I remember people locally played them, and they've played like they have no minimum cost. And
yeah, do you know what? I actually thought that for the beginning, for about a week. I was like, oh, just play it for free. No.
That would be absolutely mental.
Yeah, there was a point as well where I thought Fizz could be played at reaction speed. Based on some historical knowledge of cards in the past, I was like, no, it's not that. It's not that at all. I went to do it in a game, and my friend was like, no, don't do that. And what we're going to do now, though, is focus on this one as Azir goes in. We'll bring, with the Shurima Shuffle, over the Sand Soldier to Cedar Power.
Now we have Desert Call. Calls in 2 Sand Soldiers. Now, the hold is pretty big on that Seed of Power. That is 10 might. But on the base, we have already 5, 9, 11, 14, 16 might waiting in base. 2 open energy for Azir signals maximum +4 might, because that will be double Enguard. But we already saw 1 Enguard being used, so we know it can only be 1 Enguard because there are only 2 in the deck.
The other thing it could be, right, is Hidden Blade if you're looking to take out a unit, right?
Correct.
Like
which is basically
the old-fashioned way of from hand.
You just stab it, actually.
Yeah,
you know?
That blade is hidden.
It's not that hidden.
No, exactly. But not in the game sense.
Frontal blade.
Yeah, that's with bravado that you're stabbing them at that point. But at this point...
You know what? You know what's funny? The hidden blade, when it's actually hidden, it's not that hidden.
It's not hidden. That's
but
the point
in the hand, it's actually hidden.
Because in the deck, you're like, I know what that is. But 2 mana represented is, two runes represented is way more of a hiding strategy. There's a Void Rush in hand for Xtasio. It won't be the card of choice for this turn. It's going to be the Darius. Could very well be followed up with the Void Rush.
Now he's playing it first because if he chooses to play a card from Void Bearer, then it's important to have like if could be another Void Rush, and then the Void Rush will play 2 cards, and then Darius cannot untap.
Yeah,
there are some clunky things that can happen to a
and this is the sequencing of like you are kind of like. There's a Gambit aspect to the top of the deck at this point where you're like, oh, what do I get? This will be the second spell of the turn cast, or at least the second card played.
You can hear the modality of Blood Rush actually affecting this, this board state, because one assault goes to the big Battering Ram, the other assault goes to Darius. Now Darius becomes a 9.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we get to resolve the back end of that Conquer.
You know what's funny is that I do play a lot of Rek'Sai myself, but there's no way I can predict what's going to happen this turn, or even read or anticipate what the Rek'Sai player can do, because there's so many options.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean about there being an aspect of randomness to it, is you are somewhat at the mercy of the top of the deck. You are at the mercy of what is my deck doing.
But it's like a... Think about playing Rek'Sai like building a branching out tree of decisions. So essentially, every step you take gives you another branch like that you can take after that decision. So
like burrowing tunnels?
Yeah, kinda. I made the comparison to a tree. I should have made that comparison to like
the roots can bury. Yeah, that's all good. So it's going to be a big old trade over a lot of the units on Cedar Power, but it will result in the buffed up recruit staying alive. So draws first.
Yeah, good
Oh,
sequencing here.
hits the Void Rush as well.
But
so-
now the question is, do I actually play the Void Rush?
Yeah.
Because if I don't hit a 2 cost from the top, I
Yeah.
cannot advance my board state.
Exactly.
So you might not want to risk it, and maybe you'll just play something from hand and send. But
Spin the wheel.
We go for the Void Rush. It's
It
a
happened.
super high odds of actually.
Happened in game 1, and we'll see what the reveal is. Is there going to be an Undertype
Hidden Blade.
reveal?
And
Hidden
the
Blade.
Yes, see? Now, maybe there was something in hand that was actually playable instead of this, right? So maybe
Yeah.
there was a unit that could have been played. But this, we lost the discount, essentially.
Yes, yeah.
On the Hidden Blade and the Blood Rush over here, because Void Rush does give you the discount.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this Hidden Blade, not so hidden anymore,
No.
can be played still within this turn, even though there's no
True, because
energy,
you could
right?
just hide at
Yes,
the
you can
battlefield.
still
Yeah.
just hide it. And I think it is a solid consideration of actually holding this. sorry, I laughed. Some slapstick comedy. What happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the judges.
There was the card draw
working
from
through.
Seat of Power and then the Void Rush.
Yeah, it looks like the players are confirming that everything is okay. Yeah, as you said, you can hide the Hidden Blade if you want.
Yes.
Again, not
and
very
with this
hidden.
board state, when it's 6/6, right? The Hidden
Yeah.
Blade actually matters for tempo.
It does.
And not. It doesn't matter the opponent will draw cards. Like
Yeah.
the game will quickly end.
Gonna hide
Is that
two?
two Hidden Blades?
Oh, that one's hidden.
They're not so Hidden Blades.
That one's hidden as well. Guess what it is?
Yo, I wonder what this might be.
2 hidden cards in this list, and one of them got revealed to you already this turn. But I think
That's 50-50 where it is.
it's really important. Yeah, we track the Hidden Blade.
Also, one Defy was being played already.
Yes, that is, these things are actually significant, having them there with the resources that were available, because, as you said, we're at 6, so Extasio is trying to hold here to go potentially up to 8, or at least to 7 and put the pressure on. We know that our Azir player, Pedro, we believe that second Arise is still to come, so there is still some potency left.
Those are 2 ready units, maximum. You cannot do more from Arise. Imagine if every single unit would...
That would be nuts. So
anyway, but he doesn't have even access to the Azir Sovereign anymore, so you cannot like just go and finish up the game with movement from the accelerated unit.
So now is about cascading potentially. Yeah, here we go. The equips for the recycles to begin with. What does the math dictate? Of course, that
This is
brutalizer
an 8.
gets equipped now. That's a big old sand soldier.
Yeah. And using
Hey,
the Hidden
Blade.
Blade on the first unit, this actually draw might matter because the energy is open.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. But of course, to re-equip now, we're either looking at Arise to create sand soldiers that then weapon master their equipment onto them, and that's exactly
so much might.
what is going to happen here. So shortcutting that way through. I feel like at the end of this turn, Pedro is going to have limited runes available, but is in a make or break situation. It doesn't matter at this
It might not
point.
matter because he might just win.
Yeah, exactly that.
So we have the Weapon Master on 2 weapons, so we're also saving a little bit of energy. But the thing is, you have to count. Do you want to use the second Weapon Master already, or maybe you use it on the shield instead, and then you attach the Brutalizer by just paying the green, so the unit goes to 8 again? Because on the board state, on Seat of Power, it's 8. So but you kind of need 9. But if you do 9, then your unit doesn't die. So your equipment
you can't
is
re-equip.
stuck. So
Yeah,
you
you
have
can't
to go
attach.
to 8 and now go to attack to the battlefield, go for 8, and essentially have the ability
Clear
to
the
track
battlefield
equipment.
so that you can then re-conquer afterwards. Now,
Then
this
you
is
can
where the
attack the
Hidden
second
Blade,
one.
though, makes a problem on the second battlefield,
does.
because you have to
Does.
then have another unit in order to clear it out. And a
And
battering
you
ram
only have
plus
3 units ready.
and a battering ram plus a buffed up recruit is surprisingly difficult to deal with while cascading.
I'll be honest with
equipment.
you, I didn't realize there's a token there.
Yeah, it's there. It is indeed there with a buff up. So
This token is more hidden than the Hidden Blade.
That's so true, even though it is right there. But we're going to switch things upside down and actually focus on the battering ram first. So that's threatening with, 8 might above the 7. So sequencing it this way.
That's Death Grip.
Death Grip is going to be enough to transfer a massive amount.
This is an insane amount of might. That is 8 transferred to the Sand Soldier. That Sand Soldier's
So
already
now
10.
that will
He
survive
doesn't
on the
need
other
anything.
battlefield. Or I guess you have to cascade this first one, right? Do you
doesn't
have
matter.
enough?
Like, this should be enough to clear
Yeah, it is,
everything,
right?
no?
And then you equip the other equipment over to the remaining Sand Soldier. Handshake
Oh, what a
comes
finish.
through. The math was there for Pedro and advances 8-0 on day one at RQ Lille.
Really good sequencing by Pedro over here. Well played by both players. But
Yeah.
really enjoyed this match. Death Grip being the final push that was needed for this game to actually finish. I think without the Death Grip, he didn't have enough, no?
And that was both games, right? Because you had in the first game, there was attaching it with the GA and having it bounce back, and then you still had the unit available. So really impressive Azir performance. And, you know, we were speaking earlier to Azir players talking about how sometimes it goes in an inconsistent way. 2 games consistent, even with a bad draw in game 2, and Pedro is able to get through.
Well, it was a bad start, but had 2 Arises in the hand already, right? So there's like this kind of making it up aspect of like the card draw at the beginning was the best, but then you have the ability to keep up with the tempo. And also we have to remember Rek'Sai didn't have a 2-drop, and then the turn 2 play was Noxus Hopeful. So the opening from Rek'Sai wasn't the best.
Yes, we did, however, have the highlight moment of
on the
Void
Titan,
Rush,
Darius,
Void Rush into
2
the
Void
Titan.
Rams. Yeah, it was
Loved
crazy.
that. Sadly didn't end up winning the game. But again, that was a game that we were looking at where one player was going to be 8-0, the other was going to be 7-1. So still in a fantastic position for Extasio going into day 2. Ooh, that has been a lot of Riftbound so far, as we're going to find out how the rest of our evening plays out. I will find out very shortly whether we'll have any more for you or what is coming next. But I think for us, I am really happy looking now after one day of competition at the meta, where yes, some of the faces are the same. Some of the decks are the same archetype in theory, but I think the pace of the game and how Riftbound has been playing out at a competitive level has changed significantly following the way
I would agree with that statement. Definitely less cold shots equals less looking at the top of the deck and making a, you know, an informed decision twice, and then replay with Fizz and so on.
And it feels like you're able to play smaller units to a battlefield. Set to, like, the beginning of Spirit Forge was like, you play a 2-might unit to a battlefield, it gets run over, your opponent draws 2 cards and laughs at you as they get a gold token.
Yeah, so I feel like in current state, even though that is true what you just said, I feel like it still benefits the mid-range Draven that much, because now people actually leave units on the board, right? You have actual fights more, and Riftbound is about those showdowns, is about fighting on the battlefields, it's about that kind of interaction. So inherently speaking, I think Draven is still incredibly powerful, maybe to some degree even better than in the previous spot, because you have to look at this power level being brought down because the bans, and now does Draven lose more than the other legends gain? And
good question.
That is not possible for me to answer. It's just me just rambling about it. But it is a potential situation where the mid-range Draven deck can actually gain more from the bans than lose.
Yeah, I guess I would say one of the other things that is really noticeable in the field is Fight or Flight not being here. It is a real big change to multiple archetypes, both playing the card and playing against the card.
Just think about it this way. If an Azir would be playing in this metagame with Fight or Flight, if you would just Death Grip something and that unit gets Fight or Flighted, it's like, okay, well, I guess I just committed so many resources, and for 2 energy, you just said, nope.
Yeah, I just love like looping back on our big conversations to begin the day about like, okay, how are they going to like how are the bans going to change the meta? What are we expecting as the presence in the meta? I think it's been quite refreshing so far. As I know, obviously we in day 1 we do track a wider array of decks. We've had a couple of champions and legends who we thought were performing well and then have since kind of dropped a little bit. But that is the joy of also following the best of storylines throughout the event. And I think we got some good contenders for Best of Azir. Obviously, we've got you know, players that are aiming for multiple best ofs, like Alan is aiming for another Best of Ezreal.
Yeah, it's a side quest,
Yeah, although has lost the game, so not undefeated on day 1. You know, that's when expectations are so high on a player, where you're like, ooh, they dropped a game on day one.
one round,
oh,
bro. Oh,
no, one round.
Tragedy.
We'll catch up, I'm sure, with Alan tomorrow on day 2. But now, let's catch up with our winner from our final round of the evening over on the stage.
Thanks for that, James. We are here. You talked about someone throwing a round earlier in the event. Well, here's someone who has not dropped a round. It is Pedro. We just saw you go 8-0 with Azir. How are you feeling right now?
I like it. I think Azir is a very good deck. Of course, I didn't expect to be 8-0, but
Yeah.
I had good hopes for the tournament.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you know, Azir is a deck that has been on the fringe, to say the least, before the bans, but we've seen a lot more Azir and a lot more of these order decks. What were your thoughts picking Azir for this event?
Well, Azir got a big problem against Draven because Azir is made, so you need to give combats and stuff.
Yeah.
But the main problem was that you couldn't get the last points because of fight or flight.
Right.
So now that fight or flight is gone, you know you can end with Arise, you can end with the accelerated Azir.
Yeah.
So that's the big game changer, I think.
Well, another way to end a game is the way that you ended that first game in absolutely spectacular fashion with that death grip with the Guardian Angel. Talk to me about that. I mean, you even had to call a judge and be like, hey, does this work the way that I think it does?
Yeah, I was pretty sure it worked like that, but didn't want it to mess up
Right,
the camera.
yeah.
So, but yeah, that's the power of Azir. It can break holes of 30 might. So that's one of the main reasons to play it, because you force the opponent to waste their tricks on attack your soldiers. That doesn't matter because you will re-equip.
Yeah.
And that's the main power of it.
Yeah, so you've obviously done very well so far. You said that your matchup against Draven has been better. Are there any matchups that you're maybe not wanting to see going into tomorrow?
I'm comfortable against everything. It's true, Draven is not perfect. It's better than the hard. But I feel good about the list.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you are in the best possible position you could be in this event. I mean, you said you weren't expecting to be 8-0, but how do you feel right now having actually achieved this monumental thing in this tournament right here? The biggest RQ that we've ever had, by the way.
Yeah, I want it to be tomorrow. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
I like how I have been playing. I like the deck. In fact, Rek'Sai was my first option. Azir was my second.
Really?
So I knew how he could attack me. But yeah, both were close, and finally I decided with Azir.
Yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about that. You know, you were between Azir and Rek'Sai. I've actually, been talking to a lot of players who are in that same boat, and I've actually seen a lot more people go towards Rek'Sai. So what made you lean towards that Azir?
It's mostly what I talked about Azir being able to break holes of a lot of might. Like Rek'Sai got a problem. It is very good attacking. It's not good at holding. And cards like Ferroes, you waste everything to attack, and then they are to make us ready to get the battlegrounds back. With Azir, you attack, and then you have a 6/6 defending, so you make it waste extra cards to retake the battlefield.
Absolutely. One other thing I want to talk about, because this was another crazy play, actually from your opponent into that game, where they had almost nothing on the battlefield. I was watching in the backstage going, oh, well, this game is over. And then they conquer, they get the Void Mother, they get a Void Rush into a Void Rush into a Under Titan into a Darius. How are you feeling going from basically nothing on the battlefield for your opponent to, I think it was 23 might on a battlefield?
Yeah. To be honest, I laughed, but it wasn't that scary in my side because I got Azir in my background. I was only caring about Falling Star or Pull the Wick. Those were the cards that destroyed my plan. I knew I could get through any might.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, ideally he didn't get that, but happens sometimes.
So absolutely, I mean that is really crazy. So obviously, when you're 8-0 in a tournament, obviously you're on the top. You're thinking, oh, you know, what are we going to do going into tomorrow? But take a step back. What are your thoughts here on this event itself? I mean, being in this gigantic floor, obviously it being the biggest RQ, what has been your experience with this event as a whole so far?
It's very nice. I'm also with friends, so it's also a very good experience. I was also in Bologna, and I like a lot of these events. Yes.
Yeah.
They are very good. People are friendly everywhere, and you know, competing with the friends, seeing what your friend has done in each round. Congratulations. It's not an individual experience only, but you have a people with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, really fantastic performance so far. Now, answer me this. You know, you're obviously playing Azir at a very high level. Have you thought about the metal card, the best of card? Has it come into your mind yet? Or am I cursing you right now?
Yes, of course I have thought about it.
Yeah.
Like, I made top 22 in Bologna.
Yeah.
So the goal to qualify for the European Championship was already made.
Okay.
So I wanted to compete, but also have chances with a metal card.
Yeah.
So Azir was a very good option for that. I think Rek'Sai was too.
Yeah.
The friend I beat was 7-0 with Azir. So yes, of course, it's something everyone takes into account. The metagame is super varied because of that.
Yeah.
So it's a very good incentive.
Yeah, absolutely. I love, I mean, it's one of my favorite things about competitive Riftbound in general. Of course, we get to see all of that so far. Now, I don't want you to spoil anything, obviously, for the event, so I won't ask you more about that. But have you looked at Unleashed at all? Have you thought about any of the set 3 cards? Anything exciting for you?
I am not sure, because to be honest.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I haven't checked much Unleashed because I wanted to
because you're
test
testing for this event, yeah.
But for now, I like LeBlanc, I like Pike, but only because I have seen them.
Yeah.
I have no idea in truth.
Absolutely. No, not a problem at all. I did the same thing. I'm like, this is the event for to focus on for sure. Now, if you had to pick your path to a potential top 8 or to play through to tomorrow, what would you want to see? What would you want to face going into tomorrow?
You know, I didn't want to see Irelia, but I saw 3 and won them. So I believe I like the 3 meta decks, Kai'Sa, Irelia, and Draven. I think Draven is a bad matchup, but I'm comfortable because it's the one I have targeted the most.
Right.
So even if it is still bad, I feel confident about it. But I think if I had to choose one of them, I think I want to see Kai'Sa.
Absolutely. Well, makes a lot of sense. And again, congratulations, Pedro, on an 8-0. An absolutely spectacular run, and good luck tomorrow. But with that, we're going to throw it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Blevins. You may think that we're done for the day, but we're not.
No.
We got one more game. Let's go. Let's get right into it.
One last cast for today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, nobody can actually do this, but give me more rounds. Keep going. Keep going.
Volibear.
Everyone will leave, and
5-2. Oh, it's an in.
It's a win and in.
Win and in for day 2.
Annie versus Volibear. Win and in moment. Unfortunately, one of these players will not make it to day 2. Okay, I did not prep too much on Volibear, so I'm excited to see what version of the deck this is going to be. I see, was that a catalyst? I think that was
double punch first in a challenge?
Okay, then I may have just pretended I saw.
There's definitely a punch first. There's definitely a challenge there.
Okay.
Annie goes second. Well, let's see if there's a deckhand over here.
There's
a deckhand. That's a very aggressive opening over here. Already basically at 2 points.
Yeah.
Because what can the Volibear do if it's not a Hextech Ray?
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay. That is actually pretty big.
But importantly, we're playing Annie, right? So Annie can recycle, can return the thermo beam. Not
if you recycle
no,
the hard
no,
bargain,
no.
that's
the
pretty big tell, I would say.
But I'm just saying, you want to have access to that thermo beam, right? So you'll be able to grab it back later on in the game. That's actually really big. So important.
Pass with 4 open for Volibear.
Means no catalyst. I was wrong.
Oh my god. Double deckhand.
Sneaky.
Double. Oh, there's an Aurora in the hand. There's nothing else.
And I think a Volibear signature spell. Oh, I'm going to have to remember what that is by name.
It allows you to move a unit.
Is it Stormbringer? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's something about that. I have not remembered Volibear stuff for a long time.
I'll be honest with you, it's not going to get used in quite a while.
Stormbringer, we got time. Choose a friendly unit in your base. Deal damage equal to its might to all enemy units here at a battlefield. Then move your unit there. Yeah, cost 6 with 2 recycles. I remember that all from the top of my head and definitely didn't read that from anywhere else.
I'm paying attention to Otsu's body language, and I think he's giving his opponent a tell that he doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, sometimes this happens with Aurora. Oh, that is painful.
Yeah, that is painful. He can't even play the removal spells over here. Oof. So basically, Annie goes up to 4 points, will concur Minefields to up to 5 points. And Volibear still didn't play a singular card. And remember, this is not Unleashed. There's no way of summoning an Elder Dragon from the Aurora to clear, like, 3 units.
This is, you really need to hit a curve of getting your Aurora on, like, turn 3, if possible, and get it out with the Catalyst and that type of thing. You know, you're looking for mobilize into Catalyst into Aurora as soon as possible. I mean, Obelisk of Power not being a factor in the meta anymore does change the Aurora matchups. You don't have that definitive 1 extra game where you get the extra ramp from your deck. It is Aspirant's Climb. It's worth us paying attention to that. So we are going to 9. So if ever there's a game for a late game turnaround, this might be it. But I think with the Thermo Beam already in the trash and units being developed consistently for iCarly, I know. I saw it and I'm like, I have to say it. Developed consistently. I think Otsu, unfortunately, this is going to be one of the rare games where just not a lot happens. Is that a Dead Bloom Predator as well?
That could have been played.
When your opponent has flashed their units back, you
that is
cannot
very
just
conscious
play
decision. That's a very conscious decision.
You're like, well, my opponent's done nothing for 3 turns. So when they inevitably have a Dead Bloom and it goes to base, you can see iCarly nodding as well at this
What
point.
an outplay with the flash.
Got him. Got him. Yeah, so Volibear will, of course, come into effect here. This is honestly one of those really unfortunate games. I mean, it's not over at this point, but you've doing nothing for like 3 turns and then playing a Dead Bloom in base is really punishing.
And then potentially we can't even play the Aurora next turn because we will be looking at maybe using the removal for base. So then we have to use the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, what else is in the... Are you trying to hit another Dead Bloom when they conquer? So if you play Aurora, you have to think, what's the most likely unit coming off the top?
Yeah.
We haven't had
deck
list, unfortunately. Yeah, so that was what I was going to say.
It might be the version which plays a little bit more mid-rangey and has like Ferris Forerunners in the main. Maybe the Yone as well. I'm actually not certain. So
yes,
there are possibilities of what kind of build can it be. More traditional Aurora or less traditional Aurora?
Yeah, because that is the difference between Purple Aurora. Purple Aurora is just like you play Mind Splitters and then 1 or 2 big orange units and you give your opponent a thumbs up as you take everything out of their hand. The orange and red versions are a little bit different. So we'll just have to see how the cards come from Aurora. But nevertheless, the back end of that is having access to Thermo Beam, having access to a lot of units to be able to get to 7 already. It means we're representing a game-winning turn as the end of Otsu's coming turn passes. So we're still in iCarly's for now.
And you're right about the Thermo Beam in the graveyard, in the trash, because now with the 3, 6, 7, 8, 10 runes next turn, you're able to play the Annie from your champion zone, get the Thermo Beam, and just destroy the potential Aurora, even if it's being played.
Yeah, so now it really does come down to, like, are there any options with the Stormbringer? Okay, it's going to be Flash to bring him back away again, so obviously one Dead Bloom is going to have to go to a battlefield in order to...
attempt to hold,
which I guess you have to do aspirants, right? Because you don't want to minefield your own units.
True.
That's a weird, painful thing on Aurora. Is it doesn't get units out of the trash very easily,
unless
especially
you're playing
not
the purple version.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a difficult spot to be in.
And also we have the Vi already in the base, which will just basically use everything that is in the trash to go over any unit on the battlefield.
This is the Aurora games that you hate when you're playing it. As you're like late in the game, you have the runes to do something. You draw the mobilize.
Yeah,
you draw the ramp.
Very good card.
Yeah, it's great. Turn 1, turn 2. It's good in the early game where you're able to actually play it. Not so great when you already have the runes available for Aurora. And really, when you hit 9, you just want to turn them sideways and hit that Aurora, get the reveals from the top. This is Otsu thinking, do I just play the Aurora now, or do I try and play my out?
He probably should still remember that there's a thermal beam, but it's like even if he plays Aurora, what do you get? You double stack your one Aspirant's Climb, because I think that's the only play.
Yeah, I think it really is.
And then
I mean, if there's a
6, 9, so he doesn't even have access to punch first.
No. So if there's, for instance, like the big volley bear off the top, you're obviously stacking that battlefield quite a lot. And there is a Vi that we didn't really acknowledge so far. So with so many cards in the trash for iCarly, we're going to have to see exactly how much that is going to be. Ooh, we'll go to the minefield. That is rolling some dice. Yeah, really. Oh, okay. Unit that is Yasuo goes out. So actually, that's probably not the end of the world to have one of the smaller units end up in the trash. The first card's in the trash. Okay, so playing the out now to try and challenge to get rid of the Vi. I like that. That's one of the ways, of course, that Annie could have come back in, or at least close out the game very, very quickly.
The thing is that that Stormbringer doesn't really make any kind of difference over here, because it has to be a unit from the base that moves into the battlefield. So here, what potentially can happen is after this hold, most likely Annie is going to commit to a hold on the other battlefield.
Yeah.
And try to win this way. But then we can see the Stormbringer.
Yeah.
You go back with your
and then you use it on the whole battlefield.
To go on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, so Mobilize will at least help a little in the next turn. I know that sounds really, really grasping at straws, but of course you are trying to play Aurora or Stormbringer and things. You're trying to play multiple things if possible. So it now comes down to how much can any player actually hold. Do they want to hold? I mean, you could just sneak.
You can just get 1 point for what measly sneaky deckhand, right? Just going into Aspirant's Climb, getting you 1 point.
One card in hand? I mean,
it might be. He was just literally just like playing all the cards, all the flashes and so on, and he wasn't drawing many.
Depending on what that is in hand, I don't want to say that you can turn the corner too easily on Aurora, but the best position games that you end up controlling from behind are the ones where your opponent has no way to draw into more cards and are just playing from the top of their deck, and you know that you're going to see more from your deck and big units, so they have to draw exact answers to your units. But we are at 7 points, so I don't want to count this over for now. Annie's going to come through, so that means no Thermo Beam, or it can take the Thermo Beam if necessary. Could just be Falling Star in order to deal damage. For now, I think that may very well
Remember
be
there's deflect on the Delta Method as well.
But if you're winning this turn, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. And also what is important, even if there would not be an aggressive play this turn, at some point you get to the 8 points, and then conquering Aspirant's Climb will get you another card draw, right? So then you deal with the lack of card draw that you had at some point in this game.
Yeah,
that is 6 damage from Falling Star.
6 damage. Now you just send in a unit, finish it off, or I guess you have to be careful because there's punch first. There's a lot of things represented at least. You know,
the thing is, even if you use punch first, you live through that, then you need to have most likely enough runes to play Stormbringer the next turn. And if you don't have the 6 energy, then you're not going to be able to...
From this position, he would, and it would come back down to, depending on what was holding and what gets killed by Stormbringer. So, I mean, I think we know there's no punch first, right? Like,
No, we know. He had it in the open.
Oh, he has it. Of course, he's had it forever. Okay,
I think even 2 copies.
Okay, it's been a long day.
Yeah,
it's been a long day. So that's what you can't let happen is the heal coming through at the end of combat.
Committed now.
Yeah.
Because he did the damage.
It was a cleave that was in hand was the last card. So how much is there?
13, that's double Rengar, so that's 13, 15.
It has to be 18. No, it has to be...
15.
Because there's 6 points of damage, right? So you're actually okay. It should be fine. I think.
Now we have Volibear. Does he have anything over here? Let's see.
Those 6 points of damage are going to be the make or break here. I'm pretty sure it is just that basically everything will die, and then deckhand goes to 1.
That will remove 1 Rengar.
Okay.
Does this change the map?
Probably does. with Sky
There's
Splitter.
still how do you call it? 2 HP left on the Deadbloom Predator, and there's still enough damage that is going to kill it. Now we go to 7, and that's essentially the same amount of damage that the 2 units are dealing.
So was there another punch first? Yeah,
Yes,
there was.
there's
So
another
you're
one
able to
punch
do
first.
that, turn the corner on this fight. Suddenly,
we're gonna
Deadbloom Predator is going to heal up, right?
6 runes for potentially a Stormbringer next turn.
So it depends on where this goes for iCarly. If iCarly stacks Aspirant's Climb, it could be the full clear. I think that does
Apart
keep
from the Annie.
the Deadbloom alive. Yeah, exactly. Apart from the Annie, but we know there's a second Stormbringer, right? So the following turn, you have to move the Annie to try and hold.
Well, he's going to move
Is
with
this
one
actually
unit.
going to happen?
That's actually not that bad.
I would.
We can't, like, we're not going to be able to play that Aurora.
No, that Aurora is never getting played. If that
But-
Aurora plays, then they've definitely won this.
Let's see. This is interesting. And remember, this Volibear didn't play a card
For
for
three
3
turns.
turns.
Which, you know, sometimes you do end up drawing into exactly what you need.
Mobilize.
So that's not everything right now. So what is it, 6? So you have to move it back. Yeah, now turn everything. And Stormbringer, you see iCarly nod. We'll trade that with the 1 sneaky deck hand.
Mm-hmm. And then moves in.
And then moves in. So it's going to go to 3 points.
Imagine that could have been a Yone. That would be pretty sick. Although the Yone would have not held. That
No,
battlefield.
exactly. that's the difference there.
Oh, Right the Wind. Goes in, and
right
that's
the wind.
it.
The
Right the
comeback,
wind.
there was a glimpse of a comeback coming through for iCarly.
Well, it was closer than we thought it would be. But it was closer than we thought it will be, because in any other card game, this game would have already finished. If someone doesn't play a card for 3 turns, he's most likely dead. But because we have the point system and the hold and concur system, it actually allows the game to actually be played out. So that's why I really love about Riftbound, because it's so different fundamentally from the other card games that we have.
I feel like that game was the best way that we could end today.
Yeah, a little bit meaty.
It had to be just a little bit crazy to round things out. I'm happy we got that. We saw an Aurora game, and it fell flat on his face for a little bit. You know, Lothar, thank you so much for some great casts with me today. I've enjoyed my day.
I enjoyed casting with you.
Immensely. We've had a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of cool stuff, but that was only day 1 from us. We're going to hand it over to Amy and Blevins to round things out.
Hello and welcome back here for the last time today, day 1 RQ Lille. That is 8 rounds in the bag. Amy, we just saw a Volibear so sadly lose the winning in there, but an Annie make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine many other decks that we didn't get to feature or have a look at today have as well. So I imagine there's a lot in store for tomorrow, even so.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot in store for tomorrow, and we actually have the standings graphic here. Let's take a look and see what we have in store for tomorrow. Up at the top there is some Azir, a little bit of Irelia. Well, is that 3 Ezreals? Okay, we've got a nice diverse bit here, but let's take a look at the top 16 that we're going to be seeing at X and O tomorrow. I mean, absolutely fantastic lineup here. I mean, we did see Alan is in fact mortal, lost 1 there, but a lot going on here, Amy.
Top 16 players. And although they could be running different iterations of these decks, we've got Draven there in first place on Resistance alone. We've got our usual expected littering of Irelia, especially with the play rate of the deck. We were expecting it to have some high conversion today too. We have Rek'Sai, Kai'Sa. We even have that Draven further down as well. A couple of Ezreal scattered in there, and a Fiora.
Yeah, we've got the Fiora up there near the top. A lot more Ezreal than I was actually expecting, just based on how prevalent it was. So
maybe a little bit of a conversion difference for some of these decks, but really, really excited going into day 2 tomorrow, Amy.
Honestly, I'm already ready. Like, I could carry on. I don't know about you, but I could carry on going. I imagine the players probably need a rest, but...
Don't leave, come back. We're going to start the next round right now.
But I'm having such great fun that I just want to carry on. But we must rest for the evening, but we're going to be back tomorrow with so much action. Do you know what time we're going live tomorrow?
Definitely a time that we're going to be going live tomorrow is at 10 a.m. And I knew that off the top of my head.
Oh.
I didn't say it immediately because
drama.
I needed to count up to that number. 1, 2. It was 10 a.m. tomorrow. Be right back here for more action. We've got plenty more for tomorrow. But for Amy and the rest of you, I've been Blevins, and we will see you tomorrow for day number 2, RQ Lille.